Hello. So we are now live according to my screen. Thank you, everyone who is here and everyone in the future who may be listening in later. We started slightly late because I had some slight tech issues with Simon because I'm new to having a guest. I've done a few of these and they've gone swimmingly, I must say. But with a guest, it's a little bit different. So today, just in case you don't know, we're going to go through this Dominic Cummings interview, and you can see it there. And we're going to analyze it and have very high level intellectual banter. I feel that's what it's going to be all the way through. and I better introduce my guest. So if you may have heard him on Academic Agent streams, including the one I did the other day on the Adam Curtis film Hypernormalization, is of course Mr. Simon Roberts. How are you, Simon?
Good evening, Nick. Thank you very much for having me on the channel, and good evening to the chat. Great to be here. Yeah, it was good fun having you on the stream. I think it's adding a new dimension of something. We'll find out more the more you do, because we're gonna have you back.
Well, I added a lot of banter and a lack of knowledge. Even on my Substack, I say fighting the culture war with humor in lieu of knowledge. So that's what I'm always offering. But we're bringing in you for the raw knowledge. Although Cummings is a topic I'm a bit better on. But on Adam Curtis, you were the knowledge and I was the bants.
Yeah.
Not that you didn't have bants. Let's not offend anyone at this early stage. But Simon, is there anything you'd want to say to introduce yourself? Like where people can find you? Anything about yourself?
Absolutely. I'm on Twitter at Simon__Roberts. That's 2 underscores because someone else had taken the handle I wanted. I'm just a bit of a nobody, really. I've just drifted into the political space since the kind of time of just before Brexit, really, and found myself eventually on Academic Agents channel, where we do a program called The Deepest Law, which is essentially culture review. And we've been on this mammoth project, which has gone for 18 months now, of reviewing all of the documentaries, episode by episode, of Adam Curtis, who people may know of. And that's kind of my forte at the moment. I come in, do quite a lot of research about Curtis. I've got to know quite a lot about him. And he's very much of now. He's very salient to the moment with all of his documentaries. There's always an aspect you can tease out that is just on the moment of what you're dealing with politically or culturally. And I find it really, really interesting. And it's great to have people like yourself come on as well to, give a different perspective. He has a idiosyncratic style, very enjoyable for a lot of people. Some people hate him, but it's great to, just discuss these things, that some of these, these documentaries about 10 years old now and older. And it's great to sort of dig them out and see what people feel about them, because I think there's a lot of Curtis fans out there.
Yeah, so go and check out that stream we did on hypernormalization on Academic Agents channel. There'll be a certain crossover with my audience and Academic Agent. It's not a perfect crossover, but it is quite a large Venn diagram crossover. Someone's asking you for your day job, Simon. They're trying to dox you already.
Wow. Yeah. I tell you, I used to run a medical practice. I ran a gastroenterology practice for 20 years, and I gave up my job just this year. I was working for doctors who were based down in London in the NHS at King's College Hospital, very good top gastroenterologists, and I ran their private practice for them. So if anybody has anything wrong with their bottom, just do let me know in the chat, and I was
going to say, I'll be asking you about my IBS later.
Discreet advice, yes.
I've always had stomach problems. Good, we'll get into that. That's a whole stream in itself.
Absolutely.
Not for everyone, so pretty niche. All right, I never know when to start. We've got a few people here. People come in late and they always say, "Oh, I didn't know it started," even though it started at the appointed time. Someone says, "Not going well, breaking up."
Are we roboting or something like that?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I had perfect sound last time, and now I was blaming Simon for the sound this time. Whose sound is a problem? If let us know if there's a problem. It can also be people with their own tech, and they tend to just blame you when it's often them. So someone's listened to this and didn't like it. Well, the actual Dominic Cummings interview, we will add so much. We will add so much to it. Someone says Simon's mic much louder than Nick's. Can we do anything about that?
We painstakingly adjusted this before the stream. You see,
it's not worked.
I've actually turned it slightly down. How does the chat feel about that?
People say sound okay, sound is good, but Crispy Bacon says Simon's mic much louder. So
sod it.
There's always one. There's always one bacon eater. Let us know if that changes. I will be blaming Simon throughout.
That's absolutely fine.
All right, should we start? And let us know if there's continued audio issues, but most people are saying it's okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is an interview he did on the Win-Win podcast. And this chick, Liv Burry, she's a kind of a physicist, former top poker player, kind of genius herself. And so it makes sense she's interviewing Cummings. Or you can tell from the interview she's not totally well versed on politics. She's good in other areas, and like being a poker genius, she does like game theory and applies it to poker and so on. So she's a smart cookie. Liz says buffering badly. Yeah, but no one else says that, Liz. So have you considered that might be your internet if you're watching this down a well? So buffering might be to do with people's internet speed. So she's interviewing Cummings here, and there's another bloke who is with her. I don't know much about him, but we may as well crack on. It's fairly self-explanatory.
Before we go in, do you think we should sort of make any prefatory remarks about Cummings? Because I mean, I think there's one important thing I'd sort of want to acknowledge. There's a lot of people probably in your chat, in your audience, who intensely dislike Cummings over what happened with the medical emergency of recent years, and I can completely acknowledge that, you know, people may feel, well, you know, that's it, he's damned forever in the book of reputation. But I think, you know, as with many people that, you know, certainly on the Academic Agent channel, you know, we talk about all sorts of historic figures, political figures, cultural figures, and try and reappraise them as best we can to see, you know, where are the strengths, you know, that they actually present, which are often downplayed, you know, in the retrospective historical narrative. And obviously Cummings very much alive and kicking, but not part of government anymore. The interesting thing is that he is an interesting person in and of himself, what he brings to the table, irrespective of the fact that, yes, he you know, he did advocate for certain policies in his position in government, but as we're going to sort of find out during this interview as well, he met enormous resistance from that system. So, you know, we're trying to sort of elicit and glean the interesting things that Cummings does have to say about the organisation of British politics and of British government, insofar as it, you know, manifests in Number 10 Downing Street. And I think it's useful to try and squeeze out the little juicy nuggets, because he's done a few interviews now with some. What I find he's done with his interviews is people say, oh, he's done a few, they're all the same. They're not really, because in each one he sort of bleeds out a little bit more information about some aspect of how he appraises the systemic failure of government. And I think these are the things to sort of latch onto.
Yes, agreed. By the way, a couple of someone else saying not buffering at all. I can confirm. I'm using a brand new Mac M4, and I just did my internet speed, and it's almost 600. So this is like, I'm beyond reproach. But yeah, on Cummings, you're absolutely right. There's a segment of my audience will always say, "Oh, lockdown," and obviously I hated lockdown. Didn't take the. Oh, you cleverly alluded to it without, not by name, and I've already messed up there. I didn't take the
demonetized,
the safe and effective. Yeah. I think you're okay these days, Simon. But yeah you're well trained from that era. I didn't take the safe and effective, and I didn't go for the whole thing. But someone immediately commented on my Twitter today, Cummings should be in jail because of that. And it's like, yes, it's just too, for me, it's just too boring to say it every time. It's like when every single time you say something about the Tories, people just post underneath that they should be destroyed. It's kind of like, true, but I'm kind of like, you know, you don't have to say it every single time. So with Cummings, yes, a certain segment will always say, can never trust him again. And I'm just finding that too dull to say every time. And my take is, he's good on other stuff. He's bad on that. And on that, at least though, to be fair, he would have had a far more effective one lockdown that was far more effective. He wouldn't have had these multiple ones. But yeah, it comes up later, and I was going to comment. You know, I think he's sort of the Swedish model kind of undoes his position, and I don't know what his take on that is, but he carries on as if his position is still the valid one, which I don't think it is. But that's not enough for me to not listen to all his other insights forever. And the second critique is that he why didn't he solve it when he was there? But as you say, he was facing massive opposition, and he did his best, you know, at the time, I guess. I mean, that's all you can say to that, really, isn't it? So thank you to people saying it's good to have Dixon live. Some people say we're good to get a Dixon Cox live. Yeah, but Cox, you see, is just too busy messing around with little jobs. He's not fully dedicated his life to content. He hasn't become a pure content machine. Whereas me and Simon, we're just content machine. We're half man, half content.
Oh yeah, I was telling Nick last night. I mean, I've done live streams that have rambled on for about 7 or 8 hours. You know, I'm in this for the as you say, the hardcore.
We need marathon runners here, not sprinters.
Do
we take a sip of Nick says anarcho tyranny? You can do. I'm going to stop reading the chat now because we've got to get into the video. But anything else you'd like to say in a by way of preface?
No, I think we'll pick it up as we go along.
Okay, all right, nice one. So we'll start, and I'll keep obsessively adjusting this to get it right, which is impossible. So let's kick off.
Welcome to Win-Win.
Thank you for having me.
Given that this podcast is all about building positive sum games and having a healthier, like developing healthier relationship with competition, in part because I was such a psychologically competitive person, or pathologically competitive.
What, in every sort of game and everything?
Everything, anything and
Running
everything.
a race.
All of it.
Everything.
Even if I was, whether I was good or not, I just had to win. And
Like
I would
dropping
feel-
sticks off the edge of the bridge. Your stick has to come first.
Yes. Anything.
Fortunately,
My
also
raindrop,
school.
raindrops coming down the window, you name it. Just had to win.
Okay.
So were you like this as a kid? Were you competitive or not?
No one was like this, by the way. But...
No, I definitely was not like that. Generally, I would say I'm not very competitive, really at all, but with one exception, which is politics. Politics, I'm kind of psychopathically competitive and kind of all out, must win, must win, must win. But in other things, not like that. So it's not like it's not like that's a carryover from my general character.
So what is it about politics that triggers that in you?
Good question. Maybe it's connected to the only politics things I ever do. I'm a very project-based person in politics, not a kind of party person. So I only do things that I actually really want to do. So that's probably part of the kind of motivation for it. Therefore, I'm kind of like, I really, really want this to happen, whether it was the Euro campaign or whether it was Brexit or whatever. It's probably, I guess it's connected to that somehow. But also, as I've got older as well, these things you have got quite a big sense of responsibility about it. So on something like Brexit, or the 2019 election, like the consequences of not winning seem to be extremely severe for millions of people. So yeah, you end up just being, I think, very driven.
Did you, when you were younger, like ever have a rival? Or were there any sports or games that ignited your competitiveness in any way?
Not really. So I can remember very little of my own childhood. First thing, Mary, my wife, is always astonished as to how little I can actually remember.
What's your earliest memory?
I think my mum telling me that she was pregnant with my sister.
And how old were you?
Aged 3-ish, 4-ish.
Well, that's reasonable.
Oh.
That's like my earliest memory. I'm not one of these freaky people who claim, I remember being in my cot when I was 6 months or whatever. So there weren't any, was there any like formative games as you were growing up?
No, not really. I mean, played a lot of games at school, but definitely wouldn't think of myself as being super competitive about it. No, just politics, that's it.
So what age did you become interested in politics?
I think in my teens, round about 15, 16, I started getting very interested in it. I started reading about two sets of things. One was kind of classical Athens, Thucydides, Peloponnesian War, and all of that kind of story. And the other was, at school, I started reading about Bismarck, and I immediately got very interested because it seemed like talk about someone who's really competitive. It seemed like.
By the way, just a quick difference with my school. I went to a comprehensive. If you got out a book, you were called gay and badly beaten. You weren't reading Bismarck. So that's why I've not made it to the level of Dominic Cummings. Can you imagine reading Bismarck at school?
I'm singularly ill-informed about Bismarck, I have to say. But I'm intrigued by the comments in the chat as well, noting his sartorial style. He does have a sort of Gen X slacker look, doesn't he? At the same time, that cap makes you think he's got a barn in Wisconsin where there are dried human skins hanging. So there's this sort of odd kind of mishmash with him, isn't there?
Someone said Dale from King of the Hill. Yeah, he's completely gone off the other end with that stuff. He already wasn't interested in clothes. Now he's taking it to some sort of, it's almost a statement, isn't it? Of like
a fetishistic level. Yeah.
What's the worst possible thing I can wear?
Yeah.
I know, it's a white crumpled dress shirt with a red cap. The worst glasses I could find.
Exactly.
In the 70s. They look like those bendable ones you could get when I was growing up. that mixed with the 70s.
Do you ever look up the brands he wears? Because he wears odd T-shirt brands or cap brands, and they're just not recognizable. I mean, they're usually some sort of obscure fitness gym thing or something like that. They're just not. Why would you have them? They're just ugly.
It's fascinating. Total brain in a jar. I mean, if I had a brain like Cummings, maybe I'd be in a brain in a jar. I was just thinking about it. It's like I still go to the gym 3 times a week to do strength training when I'm not doing streams with Simon or Lotus Eaters. So it's kind of taken up. That's kind of taking over. But for a long time, I've been going to the gym 3 times a week because I think you've got to keep the physical body going as well. But if you're Cummings, you just go, no, I'm going full brain in a jar. I don't care what I wear. I mean, I'm a little bit like this, but he's taken it to the ultimate extreme, I would say. Yeah, and someone's saying, I hope it warms up. This interview does start quite poor, but it gets good later. Trust us. Let's make some progress.
Someone was just playing a completely different game to everybody else, and that seemed very odd, age 15, 16. So I ended up reading a lot about him, and then, well, ever since after, I guess, 30 or 40 years later, ended up reading a lot about him. Those are the 2 things that I got really interested in and have stayed very interested in.
Because it's interesting to me that because you're obviously such a strategic person, and yet at the same time you don't describe yourself as competitive. So it's like it feels to me like a healthier relationship with it, because I guess you see, you're, as you said, it's the motivation more of like, I have to win this because there's other people at stake. So it's not about winning for yourself.
Or in a contained little universe game, as we liked, as we have always liked to create, little fake world of a board game or something, and then you go all out and you live out your max competitive self. There are just some people that just don't see the reason to do all of these actions in a game, it seems, and just only feel inspired by the real world. Do you think that describes it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I did play chess and stuff when I was younger, and I did want to win. But if I compare my mental state of politics and like how important that is and how all-consuming it gets and how it's like whatever, you've got to figure out any angle, anything that you can do somehow. If the rules are not working, you've got to change the rules. If I think of that kind of mindset, I just don't have any kind of memory of that really as a child.
Because from what I can tell, you weren't actively working in politics until around 2002 or so, when you business for Sterling.
December 98, January 99 time, yeah.
Okay.
So I've been in Russia. I went to Russia end of 94, worked in Russia for a few years, came back. And then I was talking to someone at the end of 1998, and they said, me and some friends are going to we're creating a campaign to stop Blair taking us into the Euro. I'm interested in getting involved with that. And just because of my life at that time, didn't really have anything else going on. I was unhappy about like other stuff that I'd done. And I thought, okay, well, I've always been interested in politics. This seems like a very important thing. So
why was that important? What were the arguments? Had something happened where you were like, oh, this would be an absolute disaster if we gave up the pound and joined the euro? Or like, was the moment?
I'd read quite a lot of the history about the whole project at that point. And obviously I'd seen the Tory party come apart in the 90s with Thatcher over the fundamental questions about where's the EU project going, the single market, single currency, et cetera. So I kind of got interested in it all through the 90s watching that. It just seemed to me very important. And Blair was, I thought, had a pretty good chance of winning. And I thought it would be very bad if he did, so.
Because I was completely disengaged from politics at this age. I was like 16, 17 or whatever. How close so Blair wanted us to join the Euro.
Yeah.
What were his arguments for that?
I mean, so in Thucydides' terms, there's the real cause and there's the kind of proximate cause. Mm-hmm. His proximate cause was all about jobs and investment and blah, 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 blah. But I think subsequently he's admitted what the real cause is, which he simply thought, it's the future, like a lot of people in politics, right? They make calculations based on what they think is coming. And he thought, it's the future, it's inevitable, it's going to happen one way or the other anyway, so I should be the person that shapes it. And fundamentally, it's going to happen in Europe, it's going to be a success, therefore Britain is going to be deeply affected by the project, therefore we should try and get involved with it and shape politically how it works out.
All right, so that's key. A couple of things there. One is, and he gets onto this more, I think, but one is just the single currency was a disaster. I don't think loads has been said about it, but like people say Brexit's been a disaster, but they don't give enough credit to the fact that we might have had to end up getting into the single currency if we'd gone into Europe. I feel like that's kind of justifies Brexit forever on its own. But anyway, aside from that, which is contentious, is Academic Agent is always talking about how Blair frames things as if they're inevitable, right? But here's an interesting slight variation on that from Cummings, which is it's not just Blair framing them. Blair actually just thinks this is inevitable and I better get out in front of it. So the question is Blair just framing it like this is inevitable, or is it just, hang on, this is going to happen and I want to be part of it and associated with it and like get on top of it? Is Blair actually just following and going, oh shit, I want to be like the Euro guy then? You know what I mean?
It's like a psychological plausible deniability, isn't it? Because at the same time as he can be an entropic politician where he believes everything is just sliding in this direction. I'm just going to sort of elide with that. But actually, as you say, he's sort of keeping two sets of books in his head, because actually he is the person who sort of says, well, I want to be actually directing that as much as is possible. But it's the drift of travel, the sort of the consent of the political system is going in a direction, and I'm going to sort of enhance that and try and give it a bit of steerage. I tend to think that thing about Blair is one of his least attractive qualities.
Yeah, there's some good stuff on this, so we'll crack on, and hopefully Simon is loud in the headphones. I find that as well, but you've hopefully done something about that. But this is going to carry on all this forever. And also let me know what day you want the streams. I forgot to bring that up at the start. I'm trying to decide the perfect day to do them. I'm doing Lotus Eaters on Friday. I do football on Tuesday night. I do my other podcast on Wednesday night. It can only be Monday, Thursday, or the weekend. So we've gone with Saturday. But let me know. Let's plow on, as I always say.
And his real concerns were to be part of that. The overall, I think his fundamental thing was either you're part of the core group of people driving the future of the European project, or you're off on the edge, which I actually agree with. I think he was right in that fundamental judgment, but I think it's being involved with the core project would be a disaster, and he took the other side of that big question.
I wonder what the counterfactual would be then if he had gotten in and we had given up the pound back then.
Quite possibly we'd have crashed out in 2007, 8, 9 with the financial crash, because the whole thing came under so much pressure then, with different countries having different, like the classic problem with single currencies, right? Different countries having different interest rates. They could just about contain it with Greece and Ireland, though it a lot of political cost. But possibly that would have.
But I mean, my understanding is limited here. But wouldn't the UK, as a sort of large, relatively productive economy compared to the rest of Europe, wouldn't it have actually helped support the Eurozone further, like Germany did, or?
Possibly, but there's this fundamental tension in the whole project, which is in Brussels it's seen as an inherently and inevitably centralizing project that must keep centralizing power in Brussels. It's seen in a very kind of Leninist way by the officials that drive it in the European Commission, and that's always going to be, I think, in huge tension politically in Britain. They could drive that for decades in France and Germany because it was seen as fundamentally an alternative to the horrors of 2 world wars. Britain, of course, part of the whole reason why British experience and British politics around the European project is different is that we didn't have that same fundamental view of the 20th century. Now in Brussels, and amongst a lot of French and German elites, it's regarded as just axiomatic that nation states are prone to evil, nation states are bad, nation states caused World War I and caused World War II with the Nazis. Supranational institutions are a kind of moral and political alternative to that. Whereas obviously in Britain, the story's psychologically completely different to that.
I can't remember if it's here or later, but the difference maybe comes into this more later. But have you read Mearsheimer's How States Think, Simon? By any
No,
chance?
I haven't.
Oh, by the way, I realized I can adjust your mic volume, and mine was much lower than yours on the settings. So of course you allowed it, because mine is like way down compared to yours. Anyway, so hopefully I've adjusted it myself. But we'll sort this all out in the long term. Yeah, it's basically Mersheimer, just to save people hours and hours reading it, the central takeaway is that states, meaning countries in relation to their foreign policy, are rational actors, meaning that they follow a deliberative collaborative process, and they work on credible theories, right? That's so when people say things like, what was Putin doing going into Ukraine? Didn't he know that X and Y was going to happen? Well, no, but he was working on credible theories. And under this definition, Mersheimer proves that Putin is rational, right? But the other thing which comes up in this interview is that the models were completely different. I think it comes up later, actually. So the models were completely different. So where Boris Johnson and all the kind of Western lot are following the liberal rules-based international order stuff, like, why would you possibly behave like this? Why wouldn't you care about what the EU thinks and so on? Well, the models were completely different. So Putin's following what Mersheimer calls nationalism, I think, and they're following what he calls liberalism. So they're following two completely different models, and that's the inherent clash there. But I think it comes up more later on. But just something worth noting, just FYI.
This is something that I think became very prominent. I seem to remember certainly in the 90s, the early 90s. In fact, I lived in Australia at the time, and there was a lot of talk. There was this new phrase. It was a new buzzword. It was consensus politics, and it was this. Maybe we'd had consensus politics since post Second World War, but this was a sort of a rebranding to kind of put it into this overdrive where we had moved away from these, if you like, quote, selfish or self-interested ideologies like nationalisms, and moved to this kind of era where everybody was very desirous to emulate things like, this was the time of the Japanese economy going great guns in the sort of, in the 80s and thereafter. And everybody thought, well, that's obviously the sort of secret of success. The Japanese corporate model, for instance, is very much a sort of consensus-based, people working cooperatively. There's no cult of personality at the top. Everybody is kind of, feeding energy into the system and going towards the best result. And that kind of appeals, I suppose, to perhaps to people like Cummings to a certain extent with his sort of technocratic hat on. But I do find him interestingly slippery about his own politics. It's something where I've only ever heard him perhaps make disparaging remarks about people on the right, where he says, so-and-so's sort of the far right headbanger or something like that. But I suppose he triangulates to the sort of centre or the centre right. But it's difficult to sort of get a sort of fix on him, I find.
Well, he doesn't believe in that, does he? So he's famously talked about how people don't care about left and right, and they believe a weird mixture of things. Like, for example, they're pro-death penalty, they're very pro-NHS, or they were, and it's a strange mixture. And one of the things he's been trying to do all the time is pin down what do people actually think, not what MPs want them to think. And he's always doing the. Have you watched Brexit and Uncivil War?
Yeah,
that's good. And then there's also All Out War, the Tim Shipman book. And
I think he's completely data-led, though. I tend to subscribe to the Jonathan Haidt view, that people tend to post-facto rationalize their emotional positions into their political views. And I just wonder, how much is he kind of the brain in the jar, just sort of, doing it by the numbers and the revealed preferences, and how much is actually, well, he's just rationalized himself into that sort of comfy center ground. The previous interview he did with Sky a couple of months ago, I watched that again recently, and he talked about the sort of drive to go back into politics in 2019 with Boris he said, I wanted to make sure that the election delivered what people voted for. So he had this idea that the election is a kind of, I suppose, like a measuring instrument, and that people had nominated what they wanted, and he wanted to sort of try and make the system conform to what the popular will was. That's kind of what I took from that. But I don't really know.
Yeah, I tend to believe he is fairly data driven, and this is how he wins. I just think it's a massive advantage when you're up against a side that is inherently sort of delusional and likes to believe things. It's clear in that film as well. I know it's only a film and a fictionalized version, but it's pretty clear that the other side still doesn't quite grasp the level of anger and how people feel. It's key in one scene where the woman is shouting in the focus group, and then the next scene is the leader of the Remain campaign saying, I see it now. They got to them ages ago. It's like he doesn't go, I see it now. There's been an anger for years and years. He goes, I see it now. The other side's been propagandizing them longer than us. So the writer, you can tell, and you can tell at the end credits, has a massive Remain bias. So they don't learn the lesson. What Cummings does to me, he just says, like, what do people actually want? Like, here's how we deliver it best. But yeah, you're more skeptical on that. I do think he does that. But when you to answer quickly the question, what are his politics? He has pictures on his. I don't even know who that is on his Twitter, but is that? I'm going to guess it's Bismarck, given everything he said. And then he's got Lee Kuan Yew and Bukele from El Salvador. There is Twitter banner.
I think he's
at
got
the
a slightly
moment.
authoritarian sort of penchant there.
He's definitely got that. He and it was clear in lockdown, and that's where we disagree on lockdowns, isn't it? With some of my audience versus Cummings, he's got that. What would you call that? A kind of the quasi-authoritarian.
Yeah.
Realist Lee Kuan Yew approach. It's like, okay, we're going to have a high trust society. It comes up later, but like Lee Kuan Yew tried to copy our high trust society, didn't he? And he realized the only way we can do that in Singapore is with force. So Cummings like, right, let's do the force if necessary. I think he is a bit like that. He probably sees himself as the ultimate authority, the ultimate sort of leader of whatever he's running.
Certainly firmness, perhaps, over force. But yeah, I mean, he's very persuasive on Lee Kuan Yew and the sort of idea that you have to sort of make a very kind of clear compact with the electorate. You know, you give me so, I give you so. And there has to be, in a sense, more of a social contract than perhaps is acknowledged, you know, in the UK, where it's thought of as a kind of continental model.
Yeah. And I'm very... It's a good point, and also our very well-informed audience are saying it's Pitt the Younger on his banner, and I think that's correct. So yes, well done. It's Pitt the Younger, and then it's so whatever that is, Simon. It's Pitt the Younger meets Lee Kuan Yew meets Bukele. Cool. So what does that? I don't know how you define that, but there's no chewing on the streets, and everyone's in jail. That's what I'm telling you. I vowed not to read any of the free comments out, but here I am, just breaking my vow. But let's crack on. It does get better everyone this interview. It gets quite interesting.
So was this the beginning of your general Euroscepticness?
Yes. Well, so I thought through the 90s this project looked bad and I don't think it's going to work out well. But then as I got involved with that campaign and then ended up studying it more and dealing with it more, as often happens in politics, you end up being radicalized one way or the other. Mm-hmm. And then as I got more involved with it, then the more I thought, actually, the whole thing is rotten and we should get out of the whole thing.
You hadn't...
Was it the centralizing nature of Brussels that mostly you didn't like, or what? I imagine there are many things, but if you had to point at...
I guess so a mix of the kind of fundamental logic. So if you go back to the actual, the core logic of it, right? The people who actually created it in the single currency in the 80s, Delors and people like that, their essential argument was that we need to have a political union in Europe, something like United States of Europe, mirroring United States of America. We can't do that all in one go. We'll create the euro, and the euro will kind of blow up the bridges behind us politically, because the alternative, the crashing the euro would be so bad, everyone will be forced to fulfill the remorseless logic, which is a political union and central decision making, central spending powers, etc., etc. So if you go back to the long history of the whole project, that's what the people who actually created it believed. It's not about investment, not about cutting transaction costs. It's about creating a political federation. And that seemed to me just inherently fraught with enormous dangers and extremely unlikely to work out well, peacefully. And therefore we should be out of it. And then if you layer on top of that, all the problems with collapsing borders on the south and east and mass immigration combined with free movement in Schengen internally, and you layer on top of that a set of political and intellectual elites who are very hostile to technology and science, very hostile to entrepreneurs, you have this combination of stagnant economics, uncontrolled immigration, and kind of bureaucratic centralism in the politics. And that seems to me like a super bad mix.
Well, I mean, everyone knows obviously where this then led to. You were the kind of leader of the Vote Leave campaign, and that obviously successfully won. Brexit happened. You then you were working alongside the Prime Minister from, was it 2019?
July 2019, yep.
Onwards. You are no longer doing that. We'll dig into that a bit more. But right now, your ex-bio currently says you are weaponizing autism for regime change. Which regime do you want to change, and why is autism helpful?
So that phrase actually came from one of the people that I got involved with it, who said to me, sounds like what you're trying to do is weaponize autism for regime change. And I said, yeah, that's actually a punch. That's a good, pithy, punchy way of putting it. I'll steal that.
We're weaponizing autism for content.
Are you autistic?
I don't think so, no.
Do you
think I am?
I don't think so.
No.
You have no.
I mean, I'm not good at small talk, but I don't think I'm autistic.
No, you don't like, you just, because you don't have time for it. You can do it. You definitely can do it, but you just can't abide it. It's obvious you don't enjoy it, but you can do it if you need to, I think.
I'm very bad at it. I'm bad at parties. I'm bad at all kind of like any kind of like social events like that. It's why the idea of Burning Man fills me with absolute dread as well.
It's not small talk.
No, I know, but just there's all those people together.
Can I just say a couple of things? One, shout out to the people that hate social events, which is why I'm doing this on a Saturday night. I was invited to a party last night, didn't go. Would rather sit at home and eat tiramisu on my own. But the other thing, Simon, which is less whimsical. I know you used to very high level academia and stuff. The other point is when these people like live here who go to Burning Man start to get on board with, hang on, the system screwed politics. I need to know about politics. That is an interesting change because they're the cool people, right? And they go, and people like Reva is another one, a woman called Reva Tez. These people like, they're in like venture capital, or they're in, I don't know, they're poker playing celebrities, physicists. They're all these kind of cool things. They're like, and they go to Burning Man, which is always the key sign. When they get into when they start going, things are falling apart, we better get involved. That's kind of significant, I think.
It's interesting because he refers to that certain kinds of, if you like, passed over elites, sort of passed over natural elites are starting to become involved in politics. There's obviously an exodus of people leaving the country. And at the same time, the people who are staying are becoming more politically activated. I was interested in Richard Crook's comment in the chat about, Dominic Cummings has, made these kinds of statements before about, you go into number 10 and you think there'll be a sort of magic door that you pass through and all the sort of government ninjas will be there to enact policy in a kind of instantaneous and remarkable, Bond-like or Bond villain organization way. And Richard is saying that actually, no, there's this shadowy coterie writing scripts for ministers. I do believe both things can exist at the same time. I don't think there are any kinds of ninjas in the sense that people who will instrumentalize what you think are good policies. I think there is this core that he talks about. I don't know if it's in this interview or another one, where there's about 200 people, the sort of secretariat around the cabinet secretary, who essentially do pretty much script the cabinet meetings. In a way, the way he tells it sounds ridiculous, but at the same time you think, well, if you're an MP coming into government, you've been given a cabinet position, you're probably suffering a lot of imposter syndrome at that point because you've never done the job before, and you'll probably have your friendly civil servant advisors saying, don't worry, I'm Jan, I'm going to guide you through this. We'll take you to the meeting, we'll give you a script so you can sort of practice how it works. And then after a while they probably do this and they think, well, actually this is quite a good system, these ministers. They think, well, we'll just let them script it for us because it's a lot less work. And it plays to their vanity that Cummings ascribes when he says they really are only interested in what they're going to say on the Today programme the next morning. So you could see them leaning on that crutch anyway.
I think you're being very generous about the scripted meetings, but I think they can exist at the same time. The ninjas thing, yes, you open the door, you think it's going to be like Bond, you open the door and there's all these ninjas, but there aren't. That's in terms of competence, people actually getting things done, deadly efficient people. But what he does say all the time, which fits with the scripted meetings, is that it's a Potemkin charade, is always his metaphor there. So I think you can have both, can't you? He's saying there's no one competent in the back, but there is a Potemkin charade going on. So I personally don't think the ninjas and the shadowy coterie are at odds there, Richard. I think they are the same problem. But let's carry on unless you've got anything else, Simon.
Yeah, but
No.
you can go off and sit by yourself. You can go sit out the far end. You can meditate. You can just be, you can wander around and not talk to anyone if you want.
Or have long, deep conversations with one person.
Imagine Cummings at Burning Man.
Oh dear.
We're trying to
Never trust a hippie.
the non sequitur. We're trying to invite Dom to come to Burning Man.
That's just too funny. It's like you can see why she might like Dominic, because he's an intellectual, he's an interesting guy, and she's like obviously like interested in she's interested in game theory and stuff. She's not dumb, but the idea that it'd be like trying to get me to go to Burning Man. It just doesn't cross over. Imagine you're at Burning Man with Dominic Cummings. He's like, can I just explain to you why the Potemkin system is completely crackers? And you're like, I'm trying to take some mushrooms here, Dom. You're really killing my high.
Oh, yeah. Harshing my buzz.
Okay, so tell me about the regime. Just how bad is it, and which regime specifically?
Oh, before we, so you said it was used as someone suggested that phrase. Was it at the time when you put out this seeking misfits to join the government post?
No, that was sort of similar. That was January the 2nd, I think, 2020, when I did a blog saying misfits and weirdos of various kinds get in touch, get involved with government, which actually was a very interesting experiment. About, I think, something like 60,000 people emailed the email address.
Wow.
And
by the way, you only put it out on your blog, I believe, right?
It's put it on
rather than any government website or anything like that, but still 60,000.
The Cabinet Office very quickly said the entire thing was totally illegal and had, as you'd imagine, a total meltdown about it. So I just did it on my private blog, set up a Gmail account, 60,000 roughly people emailed. But then, of course, so two basic things happened. One is within a few weeks, we were smashed into by the COVID disaster. But we did actually bring in various of the people that got in touch. There were people who did that. There were some amazing people who quit jobs in tech companies in America, came over. There were some people as well we didn't hire directly, but we got to apply as officials so that it wasn't obvious kind of the route that they'd come through, because there were internal problems about it. Other people just came in directly in this kind of spring 2020 meltdown of the state, and we could just suddenly... There kind of were no rules for about 8 weeks.
The talent acquisition goals there were kind of similar to what Doge has been doing in the US, I would say, right? Like
exactly.
the types of people that you're looking for. It's more about technical sophistication of various relevant engineering or software, etc. tasks that apply. Yeah,
mostly. Though I also wanted some kind of like actual, like total weird, proper wildcard type characters, because there's such a kind of Westminster Whitehall now is so completely dominant, more than it ever has been, dominated by very particular kind of psychology and kind of sensibility. Extremely similar schools, Oxbridge, extremely similar careers in London, highly risk averse, interests extremely similar, and if you look back historically at the kinds of people who were in important jobs in Britain for centuries, it was much more eclectic set of people, and much better for being much more eclectic set of people. Not all a set of people who basically, in almost every way, you could sit down and put into McKinsey or put into some appalling PR company or something. And Westminster's become very incredibly uniform like that. And of course, it means all sorts of things go wrong. But one of the most obvious the problems that has is it's just these people are obviously completely unable to think about someone like Putin or Z or any of these characters, right? They're just such fundamental.
Like they just can't mentally model them?
Yeah.
That's the bit where I meant to say all my rubbish about Mersheimer, because I watched this a couple of days ago, and I did remember that bit. That's so see my earlier point where I banged on for ages about why our sort of elites can't understand the likes of Putin. It's because they're using a completely different theoretical model.
I mean, if you've got a guy like Putin who's come through the KGB and the St. Petersburg mafia of the 90s and operating now, in the Britain of 1890, we had a lot of ruthless old aristocrats who could deal with gangsters of all kinds and did.
Right.
But you take the kind of modern PPE student who's gone to a normal school in England and then gone and, you know, they're very lost dealing with these kind of characters.
Right. They just haven't interacted with criminals in any meaningful way.
Yeah, they haven't interacted with vast parts of the world. They've just got absolutely no emotional connection with. It's just very,
They've
very
been bubble
narrow,
wrapped for much of their life.
Yeah,
essentially.
Social bubble wrap between kind of middle class family in the south, and then Uxbridge, and then London, and then that's basically it. And I think it's very bad.
How did you draw the line of like, okay, that is a little too weird versus that's weird? You know, what was
I didn't have any line.
No.
I thought just sort of talk to just see what. I mean, the whole point of it was just to see kind of, you know, what kind of people popped up. Now, obviously, you can't have too many super weird people,
right?
But I think having some very, very odd characters around is all to the good and makes everyone.
Did you have like a rule of thumb of like, okay, I want like it's like an 80-20? Do you, like, because you can only have a certain percentage of like true lone wolves, where the whole thing falls apart because they just will not cooperate. You need people who can also cooperate, but you probably want some, you know, pathological contrarians as well.
Exactly.
So, like,
but like, not very many.
Were you doing it purely intuitively, or do you have?
Of course, the irony is all the team, or many of the people who had to work with Dominic Cummings, found him to be like this. They found him to be an impossible loner, who's not loner, but a sort of difficult to work with. You know, intransigent, crazy person. If you read All Out War, it's all very clear. Of course, he always has his absolute dedicated people who loved him. And I think I'd have probably been one of those if I was on the team, because I like people like Cummings. But he definitely had his people who just thought he was absolutely crazy. And David Cameron described him as a complete psychopath or something, didn't he? So,
and he had that difficulty, didn't he, when he brought that? It was that Andrew Zabiskie, wasn't it? It was one of these kind of young sort of autists. But I think he had a blog or something, and he made some sort of comments about what to do with welfare claimants and eugenics and stuff like that, or at least that's how it was kind of sold as you know, as a plot point to undermine Cummings, I suppose.
Yeah, there's generally a massive gulf between the kind of Cummings of like the inside story and people who actually work with him versus the kind of Barnard Castle Cummings. I mean, Cummings as a public figure in the soap opera of politics was like the worst Cummings, wasn't it? They were just like destroyed by media, Barnard Castle, idiot in a garden Cummings. But the real Cummings is this kind of genius, respected by people on the inside. But that Cummings is just like, he was never meant to, he should never been out front, really. And at all, I mean, that was madness. But anyway,
like some kind of system,
basically purely intuitive.
Okay.
I mean, I was thinking about what the system should be, but then we got whacked by COVID, so everything got, all systems and all kind of ideas of tidiness got bulldozed by reality.
Right, because that was my next question. Like, it feels like, because you got in, so it was, you had like what, 2-3 months before COVID hit, and
kind of 8 weeks. Probably less in some ways. I mean, I had the election, then Christmas. First week of January was Soleimani getting whacked by Trump in Iraq on the airfield. And then 6 weeks later was kind of COVID crisis building. Though, of course, most of Whitehall was skiing. It being mid-February. Everyone was off with the kids skiing. Right,
well, Davos had been, and then it was, you can't stick around, go skiing. You know, classic. I mean, it must... Like, how do you feel looking back at your time in Number 10? Do you feel you just got exceptionally unlucky with the timing of COVID? I mean, because that seems like an objective fact. But was, given the unfortunate circumstances, like, how do you feel that sort of? I guess like. Were you able to, like, was there anything like that on the horizon in your plans? Or was this like a truly black swan event that you just couldn't have predicted?
And to mix together with, Britain left the EU end of January 2020, right? So you actually got into a relevant position in the government to oversee the initial, the outcome of the campaign that you led, which is like a tough thing to do. That wasn't a certainty beforehand at all. But then, as 1st of February rolls around, we're just 1 month away from everything is about COVID rather than focusing on that.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I mean, even down to the irony of beginning of January 2020, I started a whole set of meetings with different parts of the system to discuss things like, okay, we've had this ludicrous EU procurement system. Now, how do we, what's the right system and how do we transition? We've got these complete disaster on things like data and digital across Whitehall. How do we actually get to grips with the right thing? And then, of course, all of those kind of planning meetings about where over a 3-4 year period you actually fundamentally change X to Y. A month later, we're having to cancel the meetings to think about the kind of well thought out plan to do these things because we were in emergency meetings on procurement and emergency meetings on all the IT's collapsed, et cetera, Yeah.
Was it too big and complicated a task for Britain to leave the EU for Whitehall to be able to manage, or was it that only in combination with COVID it was kind of like also even harder?
So obviously, for sure, like the timing of like a once in 50 year event being finally decided, you leave the 31st of Jan, and in less than a month you're engaged in the biggest pandemic since 1918. It's obviously a very difficult thing, right? Because the whole of Whitehall had kind of fallen over for 3 years. You know, it drove itself into a we win the referendum in summer 19, and then summer 16, and then the system basically just drives itself into a cul-de-sac from which it can't escape for 3 years because of a mix of the politicians' basic. You know, at the heart, what was Brexit? Brexit was the voters saying, we don't trust the people in charge and we don't like the people in charge and we want to go in a different direction. It wasn't done by the political parties. It was done to the political parties by the people. Parties then, that drove the parties into crisis and it drove Whitehall into crisis. 3 years of crisis. We resolve the crisis, leave, but then we have this smash into it. So you have a system that's for decades been going wrong. Then having to deal with the biggest constitutional crisis in at least a century with Brexit, takes a deep breath for kind of a month, and then has the biggest
one in a century event
since 1918. Exactly. So not surprising in lots of ways that the whole system basically just completely imploded in spring 2020.
What do you wish you had done differently now looking back on it?
I mean, there's a million things that are kind of like relatively small tactical level. I think at a big picture level. So I thought about this a lot in my mind at the end of 2019 about whether or not to say to Boris after we win the election, I'm only going to come into number 10 if we actually fire all the following people in the first week and hire a different set of people and just make clear from literally the first couple of weeks in government that we're going in a different direction. That's the only thing really that I can think of that might have really changed the trajectory much in 2020 if that had happened instantly. But at the heart of it, you know, the heart of the whole thing in 2020 politically was you had two things happening. One is the Prime Minister's then girlfriend, later wife, wanted rid of us immediately. And that was clear instantly, like within minutes of the so the exit poll dropped on TV 10 o'clock on the day, projected majority of blah. She turned away, never looked at me. We never, I think, exchanged another word from that moment on. It was immediate, instantly in the first minute after the...
Can I just say, don't want to alienate the women on the stream, but women ruin everything. I mean, they shouldn't be there in high-level politics. Carrie, the Prime Minister's girlfriend, the second they're about to win, not even the result, but the projected result, didn't he say? Or they're about to win anyway. Yeah. The second it becomes clear, she's like, "You're dead to me." That is just hilarious. I mean, I want to see the film of that. That is just hilarious.
I think that actually is a good. Actually, I mean, the inside story on that would be really interesting because she's a real. I mean, she's not quite a Lady Macbeth character. She's more like a kind of Messalina in I, Claudius, that his last wife, who he marries basically just to sort of give him an heir. And then to sort of, you know, do what she wants, screw whoever she wants, run the cabinet, so to speak. But with with her, it is a kind of really unappealing desire and a sense of entitlement to think that she's got a place in actually directing, some of the force of the British government just because she's Boris's squeeze.
I know, and all the green stuff she wanted to do. That thing he's talked about before, where her dog became the main drama. That some sort of geopolitical thing is kicking off with Russia or something, and she's like having a photo shoot with a dog or something like that. It's like it's completely crackers. The Prime Minister's girlfriend's on about a dog. It's just like, I mean, if we're gonna have an absolute monarchy, you could live with it, couldn't you? Right? Because it's like, okay, that's the system. And if the king's wife's having a bit of a bad day, that's going to impact our, whether we go to war with France or something. But this is like meant to be a modern sort of technocratic democracy. I'm just like, not technocratic, but it's like what, the Prime Minister's girlfriend having that amount of influence. It's, as Dom says, completely crackers. But and by the way, while we're doing misogyny, Douche had a brilliant comment. Where's the bloke? Which is a reference. He's talking about this interview. It's a reference to Harry Enfield's famous sketch. Where's the bloke, love? Get the bloke. We normally speak to the bloke, love. I made it. Oh, thank you, Wenders. I'm a woman, but I agree with Nick. Yes, misogynist women in the chat. We love it. Sorry, Simon. I know you do intellectual streams.
No, not at all. No, I love it. I love it. It's great. I will say there's one thing that he said there that he kind of glossed over, and this is the thing about where you want to question what his political priors are, what his objectives are. He talked about, so we had the Brexit thing, and then it took 3 years, and then we fixed that. And I thought, no, you didn't. You didn't fix that at all. We didn't get. I know Brexit's a sort of politically dead issue now, and I acknowledge that. But we didn't get what we wanted. What they did, and this is where I became very politically activated. This is where I felt, we talked about revenge and vengeance on the stream the other day. This is where I felt a real burning hatred for the political class, because they tortured us for 3.5 years with all that batting Brexit around the Commons and so-called meaningful votes. We had the meaningful vote. That was it. And it should have simply been enacted. But Theresa May, what did she wait? Something like 9 months before even activating Article 50. And at that point, I just felt the sort of all the fatigue and all of the war wounds that lots of people had falling out with friends and family over the issue of Brexit itself. And when you had the taste of victory in your mouth, they suddenly couldn't just have the decency to put it into practice. And then I thought, there's a real spite at work here, a real kind of evil that has to be displaced. And that's what really, drives me mad with these guys. And him saying, we kind of fixed it. Well, everybody knows the Brexit deal didn't fix anything. There wasn't a will to make it work. There wasn't any kind of machinery put in. There was a kind of quibbling after the event. Sort of clever clogs kind of people saying, oh, well, you didn't say what kind of Brexit you wanted, as if somehow that was really in a great deal of doubt. But that's what bugged me.
No, it's a great point. And of course, it's contributed to our complete disdain and distrust for the elites. Obviously, that plus COVID lies, plus now, of course, the Britannica Hotel we see today and the whole migrant thing. These obviously fighting age men bust in at night. I mean, they're doing absolutely everything they can. I mean, the regime is teetering now, isn't it? And what you allude to there, Simon, is one of the many things that has pushed it to the very edge of legitimacy. And we have a legitimacy crisis, as people pointed out. And that was one of the big facets, not doing Brexit, trying to screw us over. And of course, Farage and people like that have some blame in that they kind of got it done and then sort of buggered off a little bit and didn't think about what do we do next. Not that it was up to them, but they sort of did their bit and they didn't really expect to win. But yes, I agree. And Douche saying, impressed I got his reference. Douche, I get all references. I'm a Zennial, as discussed on the stream the other day. And a couple of people saying, what about the weakness of Cummings here and the weakness of Boris letting a woman do this? It's a good point, actually. And someone even alluded to the old Garden of Eden. Yeah, it's a good point. The man, he shouldn't have listened to Eve. He should have checked. And then he blames her in a cowardly fashion before God. You're absolutely right. I blame that on Boris far more than Cummings.
Yeah.
Boris should have stood up. Because Boris is a cuck, we did all kinds of ridiculous things. Who maybe even the Boris wave, who knows? That seemed to be one of his own ideas. But who knows how many things Carrie cucked us into, like net zero, she was big on, wasn't she? What a cuck. The other go on.
Shameful lack of ambition that he had. I mean, it was always this thing. Do you remember how in the lead up to Boris eventually becoming prime minister, there had been years of seeding this idea in the press, profiles of him at Eton or whatever, and, how he wanted, was it king of the world he wanted to be, and all of this. It was all this kind of sort of ordaining that, well, this is kind of inevitable. He's got the Churchillian spirit and the swagger. Of course, he's got to become prime minister. It's the old thing that actors say on stage, it's not the actor playing the king that looks like a king. It's the way that everybody else treats him on the stage that makes him look that way. And everybody kind of lay down as a carpet of, humans to let Boris stroll over them into the chair. And when he got there, this is the thing that boils my piss, as they say, he didn't have any idea of what to do. He just wanted the feeling of toying with the crown on his head and then throwing it to one side saying, I'm bored now.
Yes. And it's the old adage of you get into politics to either be someone or do something. And he was very much in the be someone category. And, Farage and people have said, well, I'm in the do something category. But of course, one suspects with Farage, he's actually in the be someone category. But TBC, I suppose. All right.
The result came out that, we have a problem.
That's July 2016.
This is December 2019
of the election when
the
Boris
election.
when Boris got in.
So we win the election. Exit poll drops 10 o'clock. Bing, BBC. Bing, projected. Blah blah blah.
10:01.
10:01. Previously super smiley, friendly. We're all on the same team. Instant that dropped. Turned away. Never looked at me. We never exchanged another word.
What the fuck?
And it was obvious within a couple of days before even Christmas, like a week later, so within the next 5 days, the building was already full of rumours that Carrie, Prime Minister's girlfriend, wants rid of you and your team out of number 10. So that was a problem immediately, like literally instantly. And it's not clear. So all the media story is there were terrible rows and this power struggle, but that's just not the case. The actual case is that she clearly made a decision, which was these people are here to help us win the election. But once the election's won, it's 4 years, 5 years to the next election. I now want my people running the Prime Minister's office, not these guys. So that was a huge problem with no obvious solution to it, because it wasn't the result of any kind of disagreement. It wasn't the result of a power struggle and whatnot, as the media describe it. It was simply her deciding someone's going to be in charge of the system. Why should it be Dom and his friends? Why can't it be me and my friends?
And there'd been no hints
that's
that
so,
she didn't like you.
That's just so sort of evil, isn't it? Why shouldn't it be me? Why can't I take the ring? You know what I mean? I can't remember. What am I thinking of? They're not just Lord of the Rings. There's some other reference I'm trying to think of in my head there. Then again, why shouldn't it be me? It's just like some pure evil character. Anyway.
Prior?
I mean, these things are very hard to be clear about, right? I mean, hints and worries, and we were all worried about this scenario happening, but, you don't know, and it's all politics and psychology on these things.
I think I'm thinking of Dr. Octopus, because I watched all 3 Spider-Man films for Lotus Eaters. It's part of my job.
Tricky, and people are lying all the time, so it's hard to know. But then the second thing that happened is Corbyn's replaced by Starmer in the summer, and then Boris has a few kind of PMQs and whatnot with Starmer, and he says, in a sense, accurately, this guy is a total joker of politics. He is rubbish. We will go through him like an eye through butter at the next election. Correct in lots of ways. Boris' instincts were correct, because everyone can now see, right? The guy's just completely imploded on contact with Whitehall. But it was a disaster for me and a disaster for the overall project, because we got Boris to the mindset of, why did the election happen? Why did the referendum happen the way it did? Why did the election happen the way it did? Why do we win both of these things? We won because people are desperate for change, and we are their agents, and now we have to deliver. And particularly after the collapse in spring 2020, he was re-energized with that idea. Oh my God, NHS completely knackered, economy tanked, everything is falling apart. It kind of gave an added impetus to the 2019 election message of, right, everything needs rebuilding and we've got to get going. The disaster with Starmer was it made him think, we don't actually have to change very much. Politically, we can't lose to this Joker. So rather than...
That's key, isn't it? I mean, that is key. That Dom's program and for change and giving the voters what they wanted could have been enacted, but Starmer is so weak, they don't even need to bother enacting it. They just need to not be Starmer. So whatever the opposite of steel, sharpened steel is what we're seeing there. The talent is so low on both sides that you don't have any healthy competition. And one, thinks about this all the time, that we used to have Enoch Powell, but we also used to have a Tony Benn. So, the level of minds going up against each other. When you've got a Starmer, you're not going to have a Powell on the other side, are you? It's very unlikely one side's going to have that immense talent and the other side's just going to be total sponge. I mean, go on.
No. I don't want to interrupt you at all. Do you want to finish?
No, that was it.
I was just going to say, I mean, to me, it's symptomatic of what I call a sort of yes ministerification of politics. It's a very static vision of the political life in Westminster that you have, and this is why people talk about the uni party and the kind of end results are always the same. The thing of the sort of attention of the Westminster elite, that's both the politicians and indeed the sort of journalistic commentariat as well, is very much framed, especially in the Gen X sense, by the show that people watched as kids, Yes Minister, where it's a kind of Jacobean comedy of kind of devious characters and funny characters and stupid characters in wood-panelled offices overlooking Whitehall. And in essence, it's got the typical tragicomic British sitcom structure. I've talked about this on AA's channel before, like Steptoe and Son or Fawlty Towers. The main character at the end of the episode each week kind of never gets what he wants, and he's always trapped in this situation. And Yes Minister was like that. And I think it led to a sort of image of this idea that there are super sleek, clever civil servants running everything. And there are these kind of gormless politicians who come in full of, hope and aspiration, and they're beaten down by this system. And everybody has a kind of fudgy British compromise that they end up living in. And I think it kind of, what it creates in posh left-wing cultural theory, you call it reflexive impotence. It creates a sort of anticipation that you're never going to be able to change anything. So just lean into that and have fun. Sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I've got to watch Yes Minister because it's referenced so many times. Apparently, it's just how we're running things now, and I've still not watched it. I thought for some reason there were loads of them, but of course it's Britain, so there are only 3 7-episode series. That's how we do things. Yeah. But I was watching a clip the other day that was really good on Twitter, and I realized it was from the sequel, the lesser-known sequel, Yes, Prime Minister. Did you watch those ones as well?
I did. Yeah, I was actually an avid fan of them, but I'm always suspicious now of people whose appreciation of politics is based on, I really love Yes Minister, and it's just like that, or it's just like the thick of it or something. I mean, I think these comedy constructs can have a sort of deleterious effect, and I think Yes Minister especially, it became a thing that you saw, especially I find for a lot of female political journalists. Here we are having a go at the women again, that they kind of fall in love with that idea of that sort of, like I say, that sort of drama running around Whitehall and the intrigues. And as I say, it's like a Jacobean comedy or a Jacobean, power thriller, something like House of Cards, for instance. They're all in love with that sort of EastEnders aspect of Westminster, where it's kind of, who's up, who's down, whose blood is spilt on the carpet at the Queen Vic, and that sort of thing.
And we have people like Michael Gove who are known to love that. I think Jacob Rees-Mogg said something like at one time, I'm a big admirer of Michael, but I think even his greatest fans would say that he rather enjoys the intrigue or something like that. It's like he's pure Machiavellianism. People just love. Of course, was it AA the other day that was pointing out the good thing about that is that you can then use those people. If you want to reconstitute the Tory party and just basically you want to just destroy the Lib Dems and let's say bring in Rupert Lowe, if this could happen in a kind of low generic takeover, one advantage would be you've got people like Gove who will just go with whatever's winning, so that's an advantage of them, is that they don't have any principles. So you can say, right, your party is going to be destroyed, you're going to lose all power unless you do X. And it's quite interesting with Gove that he was said recently to not be on speaking terms with Kemi, and it was also said that he'd gone to Jenrick's house during Easter. So this guy who pushed Kemi could just as easily go, Kemi's marvelously talented. She's a great talent. But now I think the time is for Robert Jenrick. You can easily imagine him just selling that. But anyway, very interesting. Let's plow on. I should say, get a better phrase, shouldn't I? let's make some. I want to now make some progress with my speech, as Powell said.
And then have all of the fights with the system, annoy all these different people, have to purge people from Whitehall, rebuild the civil service, tell the Treasury we're not having their stupid budgeting process. We are going to take science and technology seriously, unlike the last 50 years. ... I could just go around and open railway stations, enjoy myself, ride around my motorbike at Checkers, and chill and have fun. So you had those two forces basically. You had Boris thinking, I don't need to change very much in order to win politically, and then his girlfriend saying, I want rid of these guys and I want my friends in. Those two things coming together, it's an extremely hard problem.
It's kind of a classic example of how competition leads to better outcomes for, well, in this case, the public, which is the user of basically what you end up competing for and providing them better products.
Yeah, exactly.
That guy making the same point as me, but in a very tech. He's like, let's bring it back to the brand of this podcast. So it's kind of about how competition works better for the end user. I love that you can only see the voter as the user.
She later on she uses some jargon. She talks about sense making, things like that. I hate that sort of stuff.
I know they're trying to tie it in with their brand, aren't they, all the time? Yeah. And that guy, by the way, looks like he's in a band of some sort. He's like wandered in from a 90s post. So, those kind of where those bands where the singer has dreadlocks. And it's a kind of acid house. What were those bands called? You know what I mean? Like they're kind of playing post rock. The bassist has like a 7-string fretless bass, and then you've got the singer with dreadlocks, and it's a kind of I'll think of who I mean in a minute. It's kind of not Skunk and Nancy because they were pure rock, but a kind of Lenny Kravitz kind of. This guy looks like he looks like Lenny Kravitz session guitarist or something. Anyway, sorry guys.
But if politicians think they have no competition, unless they're very unusual people, I think it almost definitely can lead to these kind of pathological problems. And then, of course, he basically just self-sabotage constantly from that moment on for 2 years until he got spat out.
Which is also
this dude. Well, Douge says Fish, and MJL says Terrorvision. Not quite right what I'm getting at, because Fish were a sort of post Grateful Dead kind of improvisational, we're all on LSD kind of band. Terrorvision were a pop rock metal pop kind of crossover. Alice, What's the Matter, and famously Perseverance, probably their biggest hit. He later was in a band called Like a Dog, who I saw in a small venue in Newcastle. This is the kind of thing people come to my streams for. But what I'm getting at is something slightly different. It's 90s and it's kind of funk rock, not extreme, maybe extreme. He could be an extreme, something like that. So sorry. Let's get back.
He does look like a slightly deflated Dave Grohl.
Bit of Dave Grohl as well. Yeah, he could be growling it up. But it's something about his nature combined with his look is making me think he's in a kind of, I don't know, a very specific type of band. But anyway, we'll crack on. He could easily be a Grohl type.
Well, I know who wears the trousers in his relationship. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, if he's actually with this chick, as I've dismissively called her, then he's definitely the kind of passive type. Unless roused, I reckon eventually he's got a long fuse, but eventually he gets roused to such anger that he gets mad.
Obliges her, yes.
He gets. I was going with like violence, but I can't probably. I'll probably get sued. So, and these people seem like they have money. So yeah, let's crack on.
So how
satire only.
Because on the question of, who is actually in charge of the UK, you would probably not say that it's either the Tories or Labour that much. It's the civil service.
It's like 99.99%. Yeah.
Specifically the Cabinet Office, right?
Particularly the Cabinet Office and particularly the Cabinet Secretary. Yeah. So the Cabinet Secretary is 10 or 100 times more powerful.
Sorry, I'm muted. I'm really sorry to pause again, but she is the chick in the front woman of the band. He's the guitarist. Then this guy, Cummings, is like the older guy they've got in on bass or whatever. Like sometimes a band has like an older guy, like he's the producer as well, like Butch Vig producing Nirvana. Or there was a band, I can't remember their name now, but around like the 2007 kind of time, there was an indie sort of band who's literally their dad was also in the band. So he's like the much older, the roadie helping out, or like the guy helping out on tour, or the producer. Like what is Cummings doing in this band? Unless he's like the DJ that they've added behind the scenes, the producer. I don't know.
He's the Martin Hannett of this outfit, maybe.
Who's Martin Hannett?
Martin Hannett he was the guy who produced God, what am I talking about? Joy Division.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The sort of temperamental genius. I was just going to say on a bit of trivia about poker playing women. Do you know Victoria Corrin? Victoria Corrin Mitchell, who's married to David Mitchell of Peep Show. She's apparently quite a high-earning poker player.
Yeah. No, she would absolutely get on with this girl. They probably know each other, almost certainly. They probably know Dominic Cummings as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, not Arcade Fire, MJ. They're completely different. How dare! I'm like Alan Partridge when he gets annoyed with the wrong reference. That doesn't work at all. Anyway,
than any minister apart from the Prime Minister. If bombs go off, the Prime Minister is not the first person who's told. The Cabinet Secretary is the first person that's told. If someone's got to authorise or deal with a problem like some senior Secretary of State is having an affair or sleeping with Russian girls that he shouldn't be sleeping with, how do we authorise people to keep them under surveillance and handle the whole nightmare? That problems like that go to the Cabinet Secretary first, and then they speak, and then they decide what we're going to tell the PM. So lots of very fundamental aspects now of how power, the deep wiring of power in the system operate, no longer wire through to the Secretary of State in the Home Office or the Secretary of State in the Foreign Office. They wire through to the Cabinet Secretary, who controls a lot of these things.
And how is the Cabinet Secretary selected and succeeded?
Well, the system exists. The system, sort of via osmosis, demonstrates its priorities, and it puts up to the Prime Minister usually 2 or 3 candidates, of which all 2 or 3 are kind of acceptable to the system, and no one else gets put on the list. But that person controls one of the critical things that person now does is, so that role, Cabinet Secretary, was created in 1916. But it became much more powerful over the last 20 years because it basically merged with the head of the civil service job. Mm-hmm. So once you merge those 2 things, you have so that person has incredible powers of patronage, right? That any normal minister cannot hire or fire a single official, not one. If you're the Minister of Health, you're the Chancellor of the Exchequer, not. The Cabinet Secretary sits on top of the whole HR pyramid for all of these thousands of people. And as everyone knows who reads any kind of history, if you're in charge of the people and their promotion and their firing, then you're actually you really have power, right, in a way that the ministers don't. And that goes to the heart, really, of what's changed in Britain over the last 200 years. You go back 200 years to the time of Pitt and fighting Napoleon, you have ministers who are actually responsible to Parliament in a real sense and are actually in charge of the government departments in a real sense. And then if Pitt says they're rubbish and they need changing, Pitt changes them and things change. Fast forward to now, the ministerial responsibility to Parliament is fake, and they're not actually meaningfully in charge of almost anything at all. And they obviously can't hire or fire literally a single person. So that's how.
Yeah, that's a massive problem. That's why we basically don't have a democracy anymore. And that's one of Cummings' big themes. I just wanted to pick up some of these because I wasn't going to read out comments, but I have to. Orca Lord 777 saying mystery jets with a band with a dad. He's absolutely it, Orca Lord. Thank you so much. That is and they had a track called "You Can't Fool Me, Dennis," and "Horse Drawn Cart" was another one that was on the 2006 album "Making Dens." That's exactly what I was thinking of. What a legendary catch that was. Some people are saying Soundgarden, Rage Against the Machine. Yeah, definitely Soundgarden vibes. Someone else said Counting Crows. Yes, some of that as well. And someone said Big Mountain, who had "Ooh, Baby, I Love Your Way." So yeah. And someone says he looks like a dysgenic Chris Cornell from Soundgarden. That's another harsh comment. But yeah, anything to say, or shall I carry on, Sam? I just had to stop it there.
No, it's fine. I mean, I just find this is where it starts getting interesting when he talks about the actuality of organization. I think, it's completely insane, as he says, that, the actual ministers don't have the power and responsibility to be able to hire and fire and actually, give direction and force to government, and that it is by this unaccountable elite who are just sort of surfaced by the system, as he says. It's very, very, that reminds me very much of, did you ever see that famous interview between Andrew Marr and Noam Chomsky? And Marr is trying to talk to Chomsky about journalistic independence. And Chomsky, in his kind of dry, flat way, is saying essentially to Andrew Marr, there's no such thing, essentially. And Marr is fighting against this. And Chomsky sort of rounds it off saying, look, you wouldn't be sitting there, if you weren't chosen to be in that position.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
I mean,
I remember.
that's and the same thing obviously applying to the broad rash of British institutions in this same way, that the system simply selects for those people. You don't get asked if you're not going to fit. I'm not being conspiratorial about this. It's incentive driven, and it's the aggregate of a system that has a particularly strong organized minority and organized network. But
Yeah, and he goes on to talk more about that, about how you end up being selected because you're the kind of person that doesn't want to rock the boat. And I just want to say shout out to Nigel Smith with the super chat, who says the Westminster elite are in lockstep with the global elites. Funny that. Exactly, Nigel. And Nigel's one of our top supporters. Thank you very much. And that's very much the theme here. So I hope this does get good now, because I know there's a really good part of this interview, but I have to say it hasn't quite come yet to the point where I'm talking about the mystery jet. But there's been some good bits, but hopefully it gets better now.
How the system has evolved over 200 years.
And is the cabinet secretary, the individual that gets proposed as a cabinet secretary, what election or anything has he won? It's a member of parliament still, right?
No. They're not members. No, they're all people who've gone through the bureaucratic system.
Oh, they're pure civil service.
Pure civil servants, and almost all of the people that do that are kind of, or what's termed lifers, i.e. people who've only really worked in there, or nowadays they do some kind of like fake outside stuff where they kind of send them off to Goldman Sachs for 3 years or something, and then bring them back and they say, oh, they've had a real world experience. But they're basically people who've worked in the system entirely.
And the current guy, Chris Wormold, right?
Yeah.
Wormold, he was one of the. I was looking into him. He was one who kind of screwed up a lot of the pandemic.
He was the official who was actually responsible for pandemic preparation and for planning. He's the official who told the Prime Minister and me in January 2020, "Don't worry, we're the best prepared country in the world. We've got everything nailed." He's the person. He also is the person who. So on Thursday, the 12th of March, 2020, when the Cabinet Secretary, not for the first time, started saying to the Prime Minister that you've got to go on TV and tell everyone that this is like the chickenpox parties from the old days, and the sooner everyone gets COVID, the better. This was a sort of obviously a disaster at the time, and those of us watching this were thinking, well, whatever you think the right thing on COVID is, definitely the worst thing is that everyone gets it at the same time, because that's the fastest way to the health service being completely overwhelmed.
Right. Given and bear in mind, because that thing is, a lot of people sort of see this through hindsight bias. So like, well, it wasn't as bad as everyone, the fatality rate wasn't as high as people thought. But bear in mind, at the time, it was estimates of somewhere between 1% and 3%. People were wondering whether the fatality rate was that.
And we also didn't know yet that it was predominantly for older people.
Yeah,
and
we just didn't have any
unaffected
information. So given the state of uncertainty, going for like the highest variance play
and the NHS,
insane decision making.
And the NHS has the least kind of spare capacity of any kind of modern rich country. And in the end, we were only, of course, one doubling away from the whole thing. In various parts of the country, it did kind of crumble over, but it would have one doubling nationally would have led to tens of thousands more people dying and effectively no else. So
because I ran the numbers back then, actually specifically at the time, around the hospital bed capacity and the ICU capacity, and that's what you're referring to with the doublings. Those would have been overstretched.
Exactly.
In particular.
Some parts of the country it was anyway. But so it was obviously the most stupid thing, whatever you thought of the right policy. But also we were obviously asking, like, where the hell does this idea come from? Well, 2 years later, as part of the inquiry and disclosure of a whole set of documents, it turns out that the guy who the Cabinet Secretary got this from was actually the person in charge of pandemic planning, Chris Wormold himself, now the most powerful official in the country. So he was the one, and there's a glorious message where he texts the Cabinet Secretary saying, I've been trying to get the idiots in number 10, i.e. me and co, to understand the chickenpox parties plan, but I can't get them to, I can't get those people to accept.
I always think that's not his greatest example. Okay, yeah, maybe not chickenpox parties, but it's just so indisputable now that Sweden did a far more moderate thing, as I said before, and it went fine. Swedish people are still alive. The threat to Sweden is they definitely have threats they've allowed in, but it ain't a virus. It's something else that's spreading through their society. So, how can you really say? I always think you shouldn't double down on this so much. Like, look at the idiocy of these people. They wanted chickenpox parties, and I don't think that's his best example. And I said that earlier because I knew everyone would mention it if I didn't. Any comments, Simon, or just
no? I completely agree.
Okay,
that's it. And that's all now out in the public domain. And that is who Keir Starmer, knowing this, appointed to be the #1 most powerful official in Britain.
So why would he have an allegiance to this guy? Because it's not like even,
It's not allegiance, it's just NPC behavior. Starmer asks for a process for a new cabinet secretary, and the system throws up 3 people, 3 life officials. And Wormald is the choice that the system most wants, because it's the most reassuring that we know if you put Wormald in, absolutely nothing important will change.
It's funny that he sounds like Wormtongue as well, by the way. It's like, we've given you Wormtongue. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. He sounds a bit bad. Yes, Grima Wormtongue. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting in a way that Starmer would take a guy who obviously had a very different agenda to him, because Starmer was Mr. Lockdown harder and faster. So he wouldn't ostensibly have liked someone like Wormald, who, if he was Mr. Let It Rip initially. But then Cummings is saying there's no such logic. It's just, here's your lifer, pick from one of these 3 lifers, right? So interesting. Plow on. It's quite long, isn't the interview? But we'll carry on.
Correct. From the system's point of view, that is a very good play for them, and Wormald does indeed mean that absolutely nothing important will change.
So you talk about the system like it almost has its own consciousness.
Yes, it does have its own consciousness.
Can you expand on that a little?
An official said to me once, Dominic, the way we see you is you're like a virus and we're an immune system. And our job is to expel you as fast as possible with the least possible damage to the system.
Wow.
That's how they think.
So it is almost like this, it's a consciousness that runs off the hive mind of the individual bodies within it.
Yeah, they all kind of get it, right? Why? So if you think of going back to the previous conversation, because of the crisis of spring 2020, we ended up actually bringing in a whole bunch of very unusual people, very able people. In any kind of healthy functioning thing, this would have been seen as a very positive development. And it was seen as such by some of the young, very good officials in number 10, particularly in the private office around the PM, which does actually have some good people in it. But of course, it was super disastrous and threatening to the old guard, who thought correctly, okay, well, with Brexit and a big majority, and now the COVID collapse, obviously Cummings and the Leave maniacs are going to push through actual change. And now we see the first signs of this, because there are all these people coming in from outside the system. You have people coming in from the business world. You have people coming in from ex-military. Total nightmare from their point of view, because they thought correctly, well, we're going to get purged and the system's going to be changed.
So I love these ideas of like putting a persona to, like, putting a face and a name to this almost like egregoric consciousness. The system has its own consciousness, its own identity. You've read Meditations on Moloch, which is like essentially putting a name and a face, this demon-like character to the process of like competition gone wrong.
Yeah.
These multipolar traps or these race to the bottom dynamics where people try and coordinate, but they can't because the game theory prevents them. They're optimizing for short-term incentives, and it creates these race to the bottom spirals. That's Moloch.
Yeah.
And what you're describing is it's something a little different, but it also deserves a name. And I remember we were talking about this once. We came up with a name for like the demon of bureaucracy. But if Moloch is like scary, the demon of bureaucracy is incredibly boring, very plain, and his name is Norm. Does that fit, like, aesthetically, this thing called Norm? And can we, because I feel like it's sometimes useful to have, like, bring these concepts to life with a face, so we can, like, it's a common enemy we can fight against.
It's kind of the identifiable victim, but the identifiable perpetrator makes it easier to.
I think it's not so much Norm. I think it's a female head of HR.
Spicy.
It's a certain kind of female head of HR is certainly part of it, mixed with a certain kind of male middle management psychology. It's like it's a combination of those two.
So it's genderless.
It's a combination of those two.
So it's the female head of HR and the kind of banality of evil type of behavior from the past as well.
So I mean, so it's kind of the energy of what's her name from Harry Potter.
Oh
God, what's the name?
Umbridge? No.
Yeah, Professor Umbridge.
Umbridge,
yeah.
I haven't watched Harry Potter, so I don't know.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, you should. It's there's a lot of
It's also a book.
Yeah, I haven't read it either. I have to with my son.
No, you really must. It is truly.
Oh no, this is where we're into like also. You can't call her a midwit because she's too smart, but this is real normie territory. Like, you must read Harry Potter. Did you just say that to Dominic Cummings, like one of the biggest brains in the country?
This is true. I tweeted something a few years ago. There was the deputy leader of Labour in Wales who was doing some sort of news vox pop slot, and I tweeted something about it because she was and Charlotte Gill actually sort of took me to task over this. I think she might have been working at GB at the time, because I tweeted out about how it was this middle-aged woman with sort of multicolored hair who was using Harry Potter analogies to explain politics.
Right.
And Charlotte Gill sort of had a go at me. I think she was sort of she said, "Oh, it's not a good look to have a go at a middle-aged woman." I said, "I'm not having a go at a middle-aged woman. The point I'm making here is it's beneath the dignity of somebody leading a national political party to look like she does and to talk in terms of Harry Potter analogies." So
I'm happy to insult a middle-aged woman. I mean, I remember doing English at university, and I had this naive idea, Simon, that going to university it would be full of intellectuals, and I would sort of transcend my parochial village background. But no, it was just all midwits and dummies. And someone said, in an English class, she actually said, "Oh, have you read Harry Potter? You haven't even read it." And I remember saying, "No, have you read Dostoevsky? F you." And I didn't say F. And it was just like but I said it in a funny way, and it got a laugh. But it was just like
you brought out Dostoevsky. I mean, that's
but why am I being? I mean, call me a snob, Simon. But why am I being like Harry Potter shamed in an English literature class when I've actually read serious literature? The one place. I've got nothing against Harry Potter. It probably is very good. I mean, it's obviously done well, hasn't it? I hear it's done quite well. But like, come on, say at Dominic, because you must read Harry Potter. You must read Harry and go to Burning Man. In fact, read Harry Potter at Burning Man. Yeah. And Dom's going, "You just call completely crack because I have no idea what you're talking about." So, by the way, some people saying she's boring and stuff. Yeah, it's still a good interview. Well, I mean, you get Cummings, don't you?
She's a bit woo. I mean, for me, I was backtracking a few minutes ago. There's a slightly more substantive point. She was talking there about, how do we frame or give a name to this egregoric consciousness? I had to look up what egregores are. Apparently, I think there's some kind of concept of a demon that's made up of a hive mind, as she says.
Yes.
To sort of characterize the civil service. I mean, what she's talking about is what, we were all talking about a few years ago in terms of neo-reactionary theory. Curtis Yarvin, the neo-reactionary or NRX theorist who came up with the concept of the cathedral, which is basically an idea of power is distributed among different agents in a system who form a consensus engine, and all of the agents feed back into each other based on the incentive structure that's been set for them. So essentially the idea that, the civil service is some sort of formless mass with a sort of demonic aspect, it doesn't need that much drama to explain, really. It's a lot of people who have, gone through a particular kind of education, as Cummings has said. They've got particular kind of social status seeking incentives in themselves, and they've got particular, kinds of very narrow intellectual background to which they apply themselves in the course of, becoming professional civil servants or technocrats, and so it's perfectly understandable that they kind of have a consensus with each other that sort of seems to come out of nowhere, but which is in fact, the sea that they swim in.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, she's, as you say, I mean, she's trying to tie it back to what she knows. She's using any phrase she can, game theory stuff that she knows about, hindsight bias. It's just sticking in lots of terms. As you said, we don't always need the jargon to know what's going on. Yeah. I'm trying to think who uses egregore all the time. It's someone like Young or someone. I read someone and they kept using it, but I can't remember even who it was now. I was going to read chats again, but Nigel Smith with the massive super chat. There's no change at the ballot box. We need civil disobedience. I policed for 26 years. It is worrying when people who know police saying, this is not going to work. And Nigel certainly knows this stuff. And that's why I said we've got people like this as well getting on board. You've got people from retired police to Burning Man poker playing chicks going, hang on, we're in serious trouble here. So hopefully Cummings can solve it for us.
Excellent. And it touches on a lot of these concepts. Like you can see Rowling's like absolute loathing for bureaucracy and centralized government and tyranny and so on. And there's this particular character, Professor Umbridge, who is kind of like
who epitomizes the whole horror.
Absolutely. Oh. And she, if you ask me, is scarier than the classic enemy of the series, which is Lord Voldemort. But because Voldemort is like, he looked like a snake. He goes around killing people. He's a giant narcissist that everyone knows is the bad guy. Whereas Umbridge, she's sweet and she walks around and she wears like pink fluffy kittens.
Your face now actually is like the female HR. That's
yeah. No, I can. This is my thing.
yeah.
I can channel this shit. I
Yeah,
think.
exactly.
I dressed up as Moloch in one of my videos, but yeah, I think I say okay, Norma. Maybe it's good to have a slight gender to this. And yeah, it is this like that's the
the wide-eyed look, like, and she smiles and nods, and it's all going to be okay. Yeah.
And she wields the power of the law as if that was an ironclad rule of nature.
But it's for your safety.
Yeah, we created the sewage monitoring, but we've decided it's really best if we close it down now because that mission's over. We'll save all that money, won't we?
We will save it.
And then that's it.
Done. Yeah. There will never be another virus.
There will never be another virus. So we close down all the infrastructure we built. Yeah.
So wait. So all that.
I love that. Sewage is Dom's go-to example. Sewage infrastructure. You can tell he's been through the wars. But she's not wrong, of course, that we have this gynocentric, just to throw in a manosphere term, turning into a red pill town. We do have this gynocentric HR culture, don't we? Which it has pretty much checkmated the Western world. And if you think about the microcosm of it, you get in trouble at work. You're a man, you punch a wall or something. You want to do things differently. You're Dominic Raab throwing a baby tomato into a bin and, just real alpha rage. And then you've got some HR woman getting you in trouble. Or in my case at work, some bloke reporting you to HR. Doesn't matter who, one of the headliners cast. So, you just, but on the macro, that's our whole Western world now, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I worked for a number of years in the NHS, and it was entirely dominated by. Well, he talks about this. I don't know if it's in this interview or another one I've listened to about there are men and women in the NHS, but it's predominantly women. The HR women mentality. I mean, and it's oversubscribed in terms of managerial focus. I mean, I would be working for sort of 3 managers at once, effectively in the NHS, which is kind of a classic. Sign of an unhealthy corporate structure. This is stuff that's been known for 40, 50 years, but it's so top heavy with this kind of what I would call suppressive bureaucracy, as Cummings is talking about. There is no room for or incentive to innovate in any sense, because it selects for women who perhaps do largely tend to be more interested in compliance and social harmony than they are in, if you like, finding the best solution for a particular problem. They're much more sort of inclined to become rule followers and rule enforcers in a very kind of zealous way, and the degree to which male management intrudes in that system really is they're often reduced to kind of errand boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you were telling me before the stream, Simon, that women shouldn't even be in the workplace, and that was too far for me. But I saw you
nail it to me good and proper there.
I'm sorry. You'll never do another one when I do stuff like that. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
That is low. But you know what? I totally agree with everything you said, and of course I agree. I mean, it's me, but I wrote a piece about this. I was just trying to find it on my Substack. Can't remember the title now, but it was about how far we allow genius to kind of get away with stuff. And that's very relevant to this interview. It's like, we need outliers like Cummings. And he had that thing, as they alluded to earlier, the misfits, the weirdos. Give me the weirdos. Kind of reminds me of Steve Jobs. Give me the misfits and the weirdos. And that's what you want. They tend to be male. They tend to be a bit on the spectrum. They mentioned autism earlier. You need those people. Bit edgy, but they're not HR people, and those people have gone from the workplace, and they're almost not understood in the workplace. If you take a stand for integrity, I mean, I did it at GB. I wouldn't say that the Southport protesters were far right, and I got in a lot of trouble. And it's like, people couldn't even understand, like, just not going. Some people around me were like, I couldn't even explain to them the concept of integrity. That's how bad it is. It's like they don't even understand what you do.
Because you live in a mass enforcement compliance culture. This is the problem. And it does become, I mean, very much like a kind of, I mean, I don't want to sound dramatic, but a Stasi within the workplace. Everybody's kind of spying on each other to sort of, put sort of indistinct social pressure on each other to comply, so as not to cause a problem, not to stand out, and I have to say, I love women. They're great, but it's just their model of exerting managerial power is kind of, as I say, it's very static and very limited. And I kind of yearn for those days where he talks about, back in the Napoleonic Wars, they would bring in the guy from Plymouth who builds ships to talk about engineering to the top brass in Westminster. They would get the expertise in, and there would be a kind of variegated kind of population of people with different characters and different sort of types of expertise, and it would be seen as advantageous to pluck those people from wherever they were and integrate them, if you like, into the cabinet of the talents, you might say, in government. And that thing doesn't happen in these much more uniform workplaces, where it's much more kind of about the surveillant nature of work. People are watching each other, that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I recommend, ridiculously, my own article on this, Talent in an Age of Conformity, from March 7, 2025, because I wrote about this, and I was reading about Elon Musk as well, and obviously I wasn't comparing myself to Musk, but I was looking at the type of people, like, how far do we allow geniuses to be annoying and difficult and nuts? And I talked to Ed Dutton about this as well, about his book on Bowden. We have to allow that, but we allow it probably less than we ever have. And of course they're annoying and can cause problems and things, but you have to allow those kind of people. And we know it. We see a film or something, we all sort of identify with that person as the difficult hero and the legend. And I suppose, I know AA doesn't like Churchill, but Churchill's supposed to be our national icon, and he was a difficult character. So we sort of identify all the time with the difficult outside of genius, but we don't really want them in the workplace, and in reality, do we?
I'm not going to romanticize the past too much, because I think there's always been an element, if you like, in our bureaucratic classes that does aim towards a kind of suppression. I mean, do you ever see that film, The Dam Busters? Where was it Anthony Quayle playing Barnes Wallis, I think, and he's trying to invent the bouncing bomb, and he gets a lot of resistance, from the kind of the people in Whitehall. There's always that sense that that they are kind of wary about maverick geniuses to a certain extent, but then in the stories that we like to believe in, it all comes off really well, because they take a chance on the maverick genius, and it all comes through, and everybody's smiling at the end.
I suppose Turing was another example of a maverick genius. That if you believe in the film anyway, he certainly struggled, and people were constantly trying to get rid of him, but actually he was absolutely necessary. Yeah. And now, of course, in the liberal film, it's like, oh, but they persecuted him because he was gay. Whereas I prefer to see it as actually, no, just the conformist forces of the time persecuted him. But now the conformist forces would probably be the opposite. It'd be persecuted for not being gay or something. Anyway, all right, I've talked too much.
Well, that's my next question, actually, while we're on the topic of COVID. Because, the world has been through this. When it initially came out, and then we saw it wasn't going to probably, it wasn't actually as fatal as we thought. It was like, oh, okay, good. This is going to be a dry run for humanity for when the real bad pandemic comes along, when some kind of probably synthetic or at least gain-of-functioned pathogen, although probably COVID was that too, but where it actually is a 10% fatality rate, will have done this dry run and will be more empowered and know what to do. But I actually feel like now, if anything, we're almost less empowered, because everyone's become a bit radicalized, because the government overdid a bunch of stuff. It didn't, it kept on restrictions far longer than it actually needed to.
Yeah.
Would you agree, or do you think we are in a better state now?
No, I think in almost every way worse. And I think most of the people who were there in spring 2020 would agree with me that if something similar happened now, almost definitely it will be handled even worse than it was.
So if it happened next year, if we had an engineered pandemic next year, what do you think would happen? Of 10% fatality rate, let's say.
I think it would just be complete carnage. I think the government would just completely implode. And also, I think I think another crucial part of it is that the lies that they told,
right,
I think have massively, I think this is like underrated, right? They've destroyed trust on basically with every demographic. So if you go back to the vaccines, right, the quid pro quo for doing the vaccines fast was, and I had discussions with the chief scientific advisor, Patrick Vance, about this in spring 2020. The quid pro quo was total transparency on the data from the companies. None of the usual, well, this is commercially confidential, therefore we're not We're going to help the companies in all sorts of ways. We're going to help them with regulation. We're going to help them in terms of manufacturing and distribution, blah, 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 blah. They're going to make money out of it. There has to be total honesty and publication of all the data. Now, what actually happened, everyone nodded along to that. 2021, basically, that was all ditched. And they obviously now hid a load of data. So I haven't followed all of the stuff about vaccines, don't know what the ins and outs are, I find the whole thing so depressing. But for sure, we know that a whole load of important data was kept hidden, and governments all over the Western world, including in Britain and America, lied through their teeth about it.
They played sociology experiments, basically.
Yeah. And it's an absolutely classic government failure. You see it in issue after issue after issue, where out of panic, they lie and tell themselves it's a platonic lie to stop chaos and to stop disinformation and stop people getting the wrong end of the stick. And on this, they've said, well, we really need people to believe in vaccines, therefore, da, 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 da. But the actual outcome of their behavior, I think, has been disastrous. And it's destroyed confidence generally in vaccines. It's not even just like, oh, they lied about the COVID thing and it's kind of poisoned everyone's ideas about what really happened in COVID. Far beyond that, all sorts of people now think basically everything that they say about vaccines is a lie.
Right. Even the ones we've had for 60, have eradicated polio, etc.
And even more widely, even more widely, they probably just lie about everything to do with public health.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, they seem to lie about everything.
Yeah.
So, So I think that's another reason why now, if there was anything like that, one of the, I think, very underrated things internally in Whitehall is, in spring 2020, there was actually quite a lot of, remarkably in a sense, given overall political situation, there was actually remarkably lot of trust from people that the government would tell them the truth and was at least trying to tell the truth. Like, obviously we were going to fuck certain things up, but the government was trying to tell the truth. That's all been completely destroyed by how the regime operated in 2021, 2022. So if they had another crisis now and they said, we've got this information, it means that very disparate political groups for different kind of underlying psychologies in various ways would say, yeah, they're obviously lying. We're not doing that.
Yeah. On the vaccines, I suppose like a potential positive side effect is that it seems to be the case that in the US there's maybe an over subscription of vaccines. So like some of it getting investigated on the basis of lower vaccine trust might have some positive effects. I know some people will be extremely against vaccines, but actually one positive thing though that happened, how the UK handled it is, and apparently because, was it Valence had seen the movie Contagion, he said, and also in part because the UK was enabled due to Brexit to order vaccines ahead of.
Just quickly, anyone who took the safe and effective treatment is not allowed on this stream. It's a different sort of take on what they did during that era. You had to take the thing to be allowed. You're not allowed if you've taken it. So it's an honest system. So if you did take that, please just delete yourself from the stream. Just kidding. We need the numbers. Just
intrigued by Nigel Smith in the comments there. Ask me about the police in Downing Street during the medical emergency.
Yeah, interesting, Nigel. He may tell us. Interesting. And she said polo when she meant polio. So yeah, but ban polo. I've always said that.
Absolutely.
Enough horse-based sports. Thank you.
Of the EU, who was stuck in like bureaucratic figuring out whether the price is right for the during a pandemic and trying to save like 3 billion euros or something by negotiating for 3 months longer.
It's actually
UK ended up getting the vaccine much sooner. Unfortunately, and I think it was unlucky because there was no prior knowledge of it. It ended up not being a very good vaccine, the AstraZeneca one that they ended up getting in large numbers. But that didn't have to be the case.
Depends how you feel about mRNA. A lot of people are now.
Sure, I had issues, and there are many
mRNA.
issues with it. But like, I think the point is like, before the fact of which vaccine, you had no kind of knowledge of which one will be how good, that stronger knowledge, and it was definitely a good idea to at least have the optionality.
So our basic attitude was, we were given the EU's plan in, I think, March 2020. It was obviously exactly what you would expect from the EU, right? It was basically like hire McKinsey type people and Bain Consulting to share PowerPoints for months in advance. No one build anything, no one do anything. And I said, look, part of the whole point about Brexit was to do things differently. This is obviously a shit bureaucratic process.
Imagine being able to build anything, for any reason, in any style, at any scale, just by thinking about it.
We can obviously do better than that, therefore we should try. Patrick Vallance also wanted to try, and other people inside the system wanted to try. And our basic thought was essentially, channel some of the great projects in the 20s.
Sorry about that. I'm on my wrong account on the YouTube. I've just realized. I don't know if I can change that during the stream. But yeah, I've got an account that's on premium, but apparently I'm on the wrong one. Whoops.
Just something to think about there with Cummings. The way he confronts the system. I mean, if it is as he says there, where he says to them, "This is a shit system." I mean, there is a certain element of well, he is going to get people's backs up. He's not exactly perhaps he may have the mind, but perhaps not the communication skills. He sort of perhaps needs a sort of conduit to go between him and the people he's working with. Because I can see he'd be quite abrasive if that was the case.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Do you think there's a way to switch without losing where we are? Let me just see if I can quickly do it so it doesn't do that ad thing again. Or do you think that'll be really annoying? Let me just quickly do it. And
we go wrong
during this time, Simon. You should give us some quick anecdotes about your life.
Oh gosh,
gastroenterology.
I wish there was anything to. Well, if anybody wants to ask any questions about gastroenterology in the chat now, please do. I will give you any information you would like to have. Reminds me of Sterling and the SAS, says L. Martin. Yes, I mean, this was an example I was going to bring up earlier. That David Sterling, the founder of the Special Air Service, and Cummings has a lot of time for the SAS. He talks about when they came in to organise things like Nightingale hospitals during the medical emergency. And yeah, absolutely. Those are the kinds of guys who perhaps most closely resemble those kinds of, military entrepreneurs, let's say, of, the 18th and the 19th century, who could just be given a task and you would say, get on with it. And they would, and they'd be very efficient. We can do things very efficiently, but in a sense, it's the startup industry mentality that you have to have. You have to be fleet of foot and prepared to sort of change on a dime, not really have too much bureaucratic protocol. You shouldn't be in a work environment where you're worried about what you say. You need to have a small, tight-knit group of people who can work like the special forces classically work, in small groups, with what you call a Chinese parliament, where people throw in their ideas and the best ideas kind of win. And that's it.
Thanks for helping me out there, Sam. Someone saying I need some dodgy ad blocking. No, I've got premium. I don't need it, guys. I was just in the wrong. My account is separate to the premium. It's a bit weird. I should have the same account for my YouTube as for my premium, but then I don't necessarily want them seeing the kind of things I search. I don't know, because it's all very far right. Anyway, let me know if we're in the right place. It was 51 something. I should have kept the place, but it was
basically like hire McKinsey
roughly?
type people and Bain Consulting to share PowerPoints for months in advance. No one build anything. No one do anything.
Amateur hour.
Pause.
And I said,
sorry to pause. I'm getting questions in the chat there. Sam99 is taking some flucoxacillin that's playing havoc with his bowels. I'm afraid that will happen with antibiotics. They do nuke your intestinal flora. We would suggest perhaps taking something like a live probiotic. There's one called Simprove, SYMPROVE, which is a live grown probiotic with 5 strains in that we used. We did medical testing on it, about 20 years ago now at King's. And that does have quite a high hit rate of effect. At least 50 to 60% of people respond to that if they've had courses of antibiotics which will mess you around. Richard Crook says, my upper endoscopy really hurt recently. Is this normal or should it be painless? You might get a bit of a sort of sore throat, like a strep throat, after having an endoscopy. It shouldn't really be painful for days on end afterwards or anything like that. The actual process is a bit unusual. I have had one myself. It is a little bit like taking a garden hose into your mouth and down your throat. It shouldn't be terribly painful, but if it is, then you probably had a really poor endoscopist, and you should get your money back if it was private, or you should complain if it's NHS, because they do have to do what's called a driving test for endoscopies, which means they have to have a level of skill which doesn't make it uncomfortable. It's a bit savage if it is painful. So there you go.
For Simprove, I recommend the mango flavor. It can also mess you up as well as be good. But, it's all about whether the probiotics survive and thrive, isn't it? And then there's one other thing: arrive, survive, and thrive, because they have to actually survive in the gut. And your average Yakult over the counter doesn't work, but your Simprove has been proved that a certain percentage survives.
Absolutely correct. That's the key thing. That does it get through the stomach acids, and the transport medium for that particular probiotic does. So they then get to your bowel, and they start colonizing with the so-called good bacteria. And as Nick says, the so-called probiotic yogurts, Yakults, things like that, unfortunately, they didn't stand up to any kind of testing, unfortunately. So, I mean, they have a placebo effect, which is, roughly 30% of the effect that, you see in a population that you're testing, that they'll feel positive about taking it, but it won't necessarily be making any sort of clinical difference. So, yeah, there you go.
And Simon may have been stunned there by my knowledge, but you see, as a
Yeah.
hypochondriac, I'm essentially an amateur medical expert.
Yeah, and the
You can't
mango and
get
passion
stunned.
fruit flavor is the best one. The raw Simprove, it sort of smells like baked beans and tastes like lemon juice. It's not very pleasant.
Yeah.
But you should take 1 milliliter per kilogram of body weight on an empty stomach in the morning.
There you go. And is this the right place?
Part of the whole point about Brexit was to do things differently. This is obviously a shit bureaucratic process. We can obviously do better than that. Therefore, we should try. Patrick Vallance also wanted to try, and other people inside the system wanted to try. And our basic thought was essentially, channel some of the great projects of the 20th century and do this stuff concurrently. So start building the manufacturing, distribution, logistics, talk to Amazon about like last mile logistical supply chains and blah, blah, blah. But do all of this in parallel now, because time is money. And therefore, like with the great ICBM programs of the 50s and Apollo in the 60s and whatnot, this kind of systems management approach where you build everything concurrently is the actual way to do these things properly. Side note, might want to talk about later, the way that McNamara and the WizKids and the Pentagon in the 60s basically made that great system that America had fundamentally illegal. And the Pentagon's never been able to go to operate the same way since. But our approach in 2020 was actually apply the great lessons of 20th century project management and do all that at the same time. It was obviously the right thing to do. And the EU, ironically, in terms of the British debate, the EU even admitted it, and the Germans and the French all admitted it and said this is super embarrassing because Britain just left in January. And our process has been, as the Germans have said, quote, a complete shit show, unquote. Like we in Brussels have to face that. And very, very unusually, even the European Commission publicly stated. All of that, of course, is completely memory hold in London, where everyone just says, "Oh no, they're like basically never happened."
So
but then they squandered all of that advantage by then lying about it in 2021, 2022.
Right.
So I wonder specifically on that point, though. Do you think that again, say, engineer pandemic 10% fatality rate 2027, would they have a saner procurement process, especially given as you did already in 2020? Especially given that the EU agreed to it?
There'd be huge pressures on the system to do the crazy thing, right? Because if you look at what actually happened, various things that we did on a kind of an emergency basis in 2020 then got judicially reviewed and went to the courts, including even completely crazy shit. Like I said to Vallance in, I think, February 2020 or possibly March, given all the data is rubbish, given the various parts of the system have completely fallen over, we were doing a whole load of polling for the election just like 2 months ago or whatever. Should I get those guys booted back up and just do a shitload of polling to ask people on their travel, on their illness, on their blah, blah, blah? Fallon said, God, that would be great. Please do. I called up the people. We just did it all in like 3 hours or something. Of course, various officials said this is completely unlawful. You've got to have a whole procurement process. Ignored all that, did it. After we did it, then there was a legal case brought, went through the courts. 2 years later, what I did was declared unlawful. And then like another year later, the Court of Appeal overruled that and said, no, actually what he did was lawful considering But you can see that all of that, there were multiple court cases like that. That crazy guy, Jolyon, who's like one of the great trans rights campaigners, he tried to bring up a whole judicial review to stop vaccines and testing happening at all and tied the government in knots over various things.
What was his...
Because these people, A, think anything that we do is criminal by definition, therefore should be stopped.
You are the bad guys, therefore.
Therefore they're evil, therefore they should be stopped. Secondly, they thought, correctly, well, they're basically just ditching all of these normal rules, including a whole bunch of EU rules.
Rules are good.
We want to defend the system.
Right.
Like, that's the whole point.
Rules
That's what
good,
the Brexit battle...
Did you say pause there? I thought Simon paused it there.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't.
No, it's okay. I was going to pause anyway, because I wanted to say, when Cummings talks about this whole how long it takes, they think something he's done is unlawful. It takes 2 years. A year later, someone says, no, the appeal comes to it wasn't unlawful. Just when I was listening to this, I was thinking the level of bureaucracy and rule by lawyers that we have now is so ridiculous. I was thinking we need to just start again, back to frontier justice, dealt with the iron hand, to quote Neil Young. We just need to get back, because I know we've got this long tradition of civil liberties and laws, and we have this great proud tradition in England, but that's all been completely usurped anyway by these people. So why don't we just scrap the law, get back to first principles? Someone kills someone in the town, you hang them. Someone I don't know, someone reneges on their contract, maybe you slap them about a bit, or you just don't trust that person anymore. Why don't we go back to scrap all the laws, Simon, and get back to first principles and run it more like Gene Hackman in Unforgiven or something? This is all I'm just a suggestion, because it's gone too far. We can't. Isn't law just crippling our entire country / the West? I mean, the ECHR, the UN Refugee Convention, the ICCPR, all these blooming things like Human Rights Treaty, whatever it's called, the Equality Act 2010. It's just like too many laws.
Totally, yeah. I mean, it's only this year I've started hearing people use the word repeal. I mean, I know there are certain sort of controversies about, well, there are so many things that would involve repealing. And I know, as I've said before, people like Pete North are very critical of the idea of, mass repealing of laws and so on. But I think we have to start with some of this stuff. And I think the idea that comes from the progressive left, the liberal left, that somehow we're going to fall into a sort of era of, Dickensian wickedness and tyranny if we do away with some of these rights laws. Other people, I think, maybe like David Starkey, I think may have said that, the actual fundamentals of British law as it stood before these kinds of Rights Act were very sound at preserving the liberties of the individual and, if you like, the protection of their rights. So this sense that we need to actually rip out some of this Blairite wiring, which has, trapped us in these bizarre places, just, I think, is a no-brainer at this point. It's going to have to happen. Either that, or you're going to have to be prepared to be extrajudicial in the way that some countries in Europe are very cavalier about the way they apply laws, because they say, screw it, we just want to fix this thing, we're just going to do it. The international community doesn't really do a lot to condemn them, and they just get on with it. But in Britain, the sense of propriety always takes over. We have to be seen to be doing it by the book. And this is the kind of world of the sort of Fraser Nelsons who want everything to be kind of optically clear and clean and lovely. But unfortunately, we're not going to get anything done if we continue.
Yes, absolutely. We've got that inherent reverence for law, but the laws we now are revering are sort of tacked on Blairite European garbage. So we've got that reverence, but for the wrong thing. And speaking about David Starkey, I did an interview with him, which should be out a week on Monday, where he talked about exactly that kind of thing. And just to answer someone in the chat, even though I said I wouldn't read these, Lady Sarcastro, not only have I heard Dominic Cummings' Pharaohs Institute speech, we've done a whole live stream on it already. This is our second Dominic Cummings stream. So that one, yes. So yes, he talks about that in this. We've already done a stream on that. Check it out on my channel. And Nigel, again, with a super chat, you see, Nigel's just the absolute legend. He is the number one legend. Says they went upstairs and didn't listen to the noise they heard. They didn't witness anything, so there are no records. That is standard practice. The Prince Andrew stuff, I'm sure, is similar. I wonder if that's libelous for me to say. I'm sure it's not, Nigel. Allegedly, and I'm completely deny it, and it's satirical content. But interesting satirical content there from Nigel. Maybe I shouldn't read some of these. But I think the first part was fine.
I will also add that BioCult Every Day is also another good probiotic if anybody wants to use one. But if anybody wants any more medical advice, they have to give Nick a super chat. Even if it's just for a nominal amount, I will then answer any medical questions on air.
Pay up for medical questions. It's like cash for questions. But it's yeah. And we're trying to get sponsored by one of these. Next week we'll be sponsored by Yakult, and we'll be like, Yakult, arrive, survive, and thrive. I know last week we said Yakult doesn't work. That was, they gave me the product. I have to say, I've been using it myself, and what I found blew me away. Yeah. I was blown away by the results. I was completely wrong. And like some weird editing. Anyway, sorry, I got carried away. Let's get back to. I mean, it's quite a long interview, isn't it? We can carry on for a bit. I don't know how long you want to do, Sam. We've already done 2 hours. So.
I'm more than happy to go to the bitter end. Absolutely. I mean, it has good sections in it, but as you say, that it can get sort of a bit lost in some of the dross.
I'm almost like, do we do a part 2? But then if it doesn't warrant a part 2, we can't do that. So anyway, let's plow on and see.
What's about? Are you for the system or are you against the system?
Yeah.
They're for the system. So all these legal cases were brought. But the bottom line of it is, in lots of ways, the lesson in Whitehall taken out of that is The people who basically tried to go faster and do it differently have all been criticised, attacked, declared as like semi-criminals in the courts. The people who said we should just go by the book, that was the right approach, is the lesson that most of Whitehall has learned. Now, if that means thousands more people die, well, so be it. But the revealed preference of Westminster fundamentally is they are retrospectively would have been happier by just playing by the book and thousands more people dying.
Yeah.
And that message has very much got through to officials. So what official in 2026 or 2028 is going to go, yeah, you know what we should do? We should just ignore all of this crazy stuff and just do the right thing. Everyone's going to say,
a courageous person.
what are you talking about? Like, we've seen how that works. We've seen the complete joke inquiry. Of course. So odd, weird, courageous people will try and do the right thing. But the system, the Moloch HR woman, norm system,
Norma, yeah.
all of the different demons, they will basically be aligned behind, do the stupid thing.
I wanted to go over specific other aspects that could have happened. So I agree the quarantining will be harder to convince people of because we just stayed way too long with it, right? And that definitely erosion of trust and just like not again. Something much more drastic needs to happen before people believe it. I imagine you'd see it similarly.
Yeah.
And what about other aspects? So one thing that I was unhappy with is because I was working on helping fundraising and funding some of these projects that improve pandemic risk reduction, was that it seemed to me that the world, due to mRNA vaccines, the technology kind of falling into the lab at scale at the time, started over-relying on specifically that as the cudgel against everything. And my perspective, at least, was that the Biden admin, as well as the UK and like European countries, were just kind of explaining any problem by insufficient vaccine use, rather than also looking at other solutions that could have been like more sensible. Like the bad version was the sanitization of services, but actually like air transmission was pretty straightforward. Like you could hang out outside in rooms, you can improve the airflow. Those things seem pretty straightforward. Or now like far UVC light is being considered. There are also still...
This guy's still talking about airflow and COVID. Bro, you've got Cummings on. Ask him about elite theory. Ask him about Pareto. Ask him about Mersheimer's how states think. Ask him the things I would ask him, in other words. I mean, I could try and get Cummings on. I mean, why not? I've had Starkey on. It's annoying me, Simon, that he's not asking the exact things that I would ask.
Yeah, they do get into a bit of elite theory stuff towards the end.
Yes, we just have to deal with all this blooming safe and effective medical serious pandemic part, don't we? I'm trying to think of what words we're allowed to say. You're allowed to say them all now, but they're still on about it. I mean, it's a bit like... Bro.
Well, I tend to agree with AA on it. Again, unfortunately, I know a lot of people are still activated by it because of the sense of injustice of what happened and the suffering that people undoubtedly went through in terms of separation from families and all the difficulties that went with that stuff. But it is, politically speaking, a dead issue.
Oh yeah, absolutely horrendous. They should never be forgiven. But I just, if you get Cummings on, maybe don't just talk about that for ages and ages to do with, and then say game theory a few times. Anyway,
antivirals. It is a virus that could be developed, but we were doing just vaccines nearly.
Yeah, totally.
How much discussion of while you were there was there of these alternative other means to kind of navigate things?
People need to understand just how incredibly kind of risk averse and novelty averse these Western bureaucracies have become. So it turned out subsequently that a whole bunch of people had figured out, knew really in the first quarter of 2020, that there were ways to do testing much more effectively than the PCR testing, much faster, much cheaper, and you could do it at massive scale. You get tens of millions of these things. That information was basically suppressed inside the government system until July, when a bunch of young scientists came to a scientist that I brought into number 10, young guy called James Phillips, and said, we've been talking to the Department of Health for months about this and they won't listen, but like we can just do this rapid testing stuff. The science works. Here's how you deploy it. Da, 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 da. So we have these meetings in number 10. We realized that what they're saying is true. Patrick Vallance, Chief Scientific Advisor, says, yeah, that sounds like completely reasonable to me. Don't really understand why this has been squashed. So we then end up having another whole panic from kind of August through quarter 3, 2020 to get this fast testing stuff done, all of which could and should have happened months and months and months earlier. And again, it's like, well, what exactly is, like, it just seems so incomprehensible in retrospect. People find it very hard to get their heads around it. But these things happen repeatedly on everything. Every time someone came up with a new idea, the UV light was another example. I remember people like eyes rolling around in their head in 2020 when I asked in meetings, well, what about, like, I'm getting emails from people who were right about COVID in January, much more right than all of you guys were in the room. And they're saying to me that there are some interesting new ideas people haven't really thought of, like far UVC lights and da. They have the same thing, like eyes rolling around the head. The people who come to the top of these organizations get there by being against doing anything new. That's literally basically their job description. So
they're fundamentally uncurious.
It's their whole career. It's like thinking of your own lives, right? And now saying to you, right, you've now got to go and be a middle manager email job, like 9 to 5 every day, right? You guys emotionally couldn't do it. It would be stupid. It would be stupid to ask you to do a job like that, right? Because you'd fuck it up. You wouldn't read the emails.
Yeah.
You'd like
Disaster.
go AWOL.
Yeah.
You don't just rather being drunk than do that.
Yes.
So it just doesn't work as a model, and therefore, with a lot of these people, it's a wrong model to think like, how do you persuade them, or how do you do it? If you've trained people for 20, 30 years with incentives and culture and what they see being promoted and praised and celebrated, and who gets fired and pushed out, and then expecting a crisis, they're going to completely flip and behave in a different way. It's just never going to happen like that.
Pause.
So I think the pushback against...
Just a little anecdote there. Cummings talking about incentives within systems there, and he was talking about testing during the medical emergency. I just want a little anecdote about something that happened with us. Part of what I used to arrange for people to have things like endoscopies and colonoscopies and so on. And during that period, we would have to test people for COVID before they came into the hospital to have these particular investigations. And I would just compare this with the public sector, NHS, where people were tested. And there was a lot of controversy about, are the tests being run properly at the correct number of cycles and so on for processing an accurate result. And I will just say this one thing, that we had a guy once who came to us, and he was lined up to have a procedure. This is a private procedure, and we set him up to have his testing. And the day or two before he was due to have his testing, he went and had an NHS test. He didn't tell me about this. And then we tested him a few days later in the private sector. And he rang me the day before his procedure was due to take place and says, oh, my NHS test has come back positive. And I said, well, it's very interesting, because our test in the private sector has come back negative. And we never had a positive test come up in the private sector. Now, you could say that's to do with the incentives of private hospitals wanting to shunt people through into having investigations, but I don't think they would if they felt there was an infection risk in that way. And it perhaps says something about the way the NHS testing was carried out, that almost all the time people were getting positive results from the tests that were being used.
Yeah, there was a massive, wasn't there a massive over representation of positive tests at the time?
Yeah, that's how it sort of looked. And as I said, it was very striking that we in the private sector, we never saw anybody have a positive test come up. It could be that we were running them more accurately than the NHS, or the NHS was running them to a standard which incentivized the system to keep pushing it in a certain direction.
You've got to use private at all times, is my opinion. But anyway, we don't want to get into my medical politics.
Crispy Bacon asks in the chat, how much for colonoscopy? Medical fees in the private sector are in two parts, the doctor's fee and the hospital fee. Doctor will charge about £600 for a colonoscopy if it's just plain diagnostic, and the hospital will charge perhaps the better part of £1,800, £2,000 in terms of its fees. The lion's share of fees in the private sector is always the hospital.
But I thought he meant when you were giving out answers, how much for you to give one. I thought he was, you were saying if you do a super chat, I'll answer any question. He was like, how much for colonoscopy? I could be wrong. By the way, but if you have Bupa, I mean, the one thing about leaving my job ending is that I'll lose Bupa. But if you have Bupa, you get a lot of these things paid for.
Yeah,
they do all of it. It's not actually that expensive. I sound like I'm shilling Bupa now. Why not join Bupa? If you like my live streams, you'll love Booba. I mean, it is a revelation because you can get things very fast, and not fast enough for a hypochondriac like me, but pretty fast. And you don't really pay. Sometimes you pay £100 excess. It's not even that much per month, but that is one of the things that I'm losing. My job is ending. Too much information, probably, but that's been very much the theme of this podcast. But this interview with Cummings is so boring that we're having to talk about colonoscopies, and it's more interesting. Just to give you. It's got some slow parts, this interview, hasn't it? But let's carry on, see if it gets to a good part soon.
This like wider point of the government, we need to have more dynamic and adaptable and creative people in government. Isn't the role of government to provide stability, to provide predictability, isn't it? And therefore, isn't it the role more of the private sector and even philanthropy sometimes to fill the gaps of the things that government is too unwieldy to deal with?
So yes and no, right? But each side is very important. It's true that in lots of things, like you have, say, a government payment system that pays out people's pensions or pays out veterans' healthcare or something, right? That system should work. It should be very reliable. You don't want all kinds of huge experiments all going on all the time. You just want like steady away, make the bloody payments work. But another part of government is fundamentally dealing with crises. It's dealing with pandemics, it's dealing with financial meltdown, it's dealing with social disorder, and it's dealing with war and crazy mafia gangsters. And therefore, a different part of government has to be able to think in that appropriate way and execute on very hard problems in a dynamic fashion. And that's part of the problem, right? You can't have bureaucracies which are optimized for both things. And at the moment, we have another problem is that if you have the kind of bureaucracies which you've got now, they can't even do the safe, stable, boring things, right? Even those things now crumble and fall over, as we saw in COVID. Like also just the most simple IT systems can't work. They can't share basic documents between, like, people find this almost impossible to believe, but the Prime Minister's official statement on lockdown, right? I think the most watched Prime Ministerial statement for I don't know how many decades, maybe going back to World War II, was drafted on my personal Gmail account as the inquiry had to ask me about why did this happen. Had to happen because Number 10 had no file sharing system.
What?
Number 10 had no file sharing system. So if you imagine a one-man band startup who just had like one person wakes up one morning and says, I'm going to create a company to do blah, and they create a Gmail account, you immediately have a better IT system than the British Prime Minister had in 2019 and the beginning of 2020.
Well, surely they had email themselves, or
they had email, but you couldn't live edit a document with multiple people.
Oh, I see. So they didn't have like the equivalent of a Google Doc.
No Google Doc.
What?
Did not exist.
They could only use like Microsoft Word, send it backwards and forwards for comments and so on.
Literally everyone is on email chain, like with like 150 emails in a chain. With Microsoft Word 2014 attachments.
Okay, so this is a big theme of Cummings. He's talked about it before on this podcast with Dwarkesh Patel, and that was a good one, actually, but better into than this. But it's always shocking to hear Cummings talk about this, although I'm a bit used to it now because he's talked about it a lot. But he says it took them ages and ages to work out how which file sharing system they should use, and it cost them like $100,000 to like figure out which one is the least likely to get hacked and so on. And it is incredible when you hear these things that they're worse than you sort of average 5-man startup, and it's the government. It is unbelievable. People talk about this rabbit warren of disconnected offices. Another thing that Cummings has talked about in the past is the fact that Number 10 couldn't immediately share data with Number 11 or vice versa or something, and that ended as soon as he sorted it out, and then it ended as soon as he left. So they were looking at like different economic readouts or whatever. It does sound incredibly insane and ridiculous. Of course it would, because it's publicly run, right? Publicly run things don't work. I mean, of course, our trains are a disaster and they're private now, but basically we need a private government. And it sound like Curtis Yarvin talking about the CEO figure, don't I? But when you hear about it, you're like, how can the government have the worst tech?
It's endemic to the public service. I mean, again, when I worked in the NHS, there was just an immense paranoia that came about permeability of information, and working in the private sector later on as well. Again, it's difficult. The NHS will take information in, but it won't give you information out. And if you're working as a professional in the healthcare sector, you need to be able to extract information sometimes from NHS sources to help deal with patients in the private sector. And they're incredibly reluctant to make it straightforward to share information. So it's impedingly bureaucratic all the time. But even working within the NHS, I found that the idea of having shared drives and things, it was extremely rare and limited that you got access to the shared drives that you needed to work onto things. I had to effectively put myself in a position where I created a disciplinary incident in order to insist on getting our IT people to give me access to information on a drive that I could see on my computer, to which I was not privy or given access, which I had legitimate reason to have. And I think it's this thing that he's talking about, which comes really, I mean, Adam Curtis has talked about this in his documentary, The Trap, the way that the precautionary principle that came from the green movement, from the ecology movement, crept in, such that essentially it predicated that if you can imagine a bad thing happening, you must take all measures to stop it happening. And therefore, the people in the room who come up with the darkest imaginings about what could go wrong essentially begin to guide policy when it comes to internal governance. And that, of course, stymies an organization completely from being effective in any way.
That's very interesting. The other thing that Starkey kept pointing out to me is that, of course, when you have a single issue committee, their whole job is, well, let's stop anyone dying of, COVID. So single issue committees of experts, always a disaster. They don't have the overview. We saw this anyway. We know all about this. They don't have the overview. They care only about one thing. And you're saying there's also a bias towards the kind of worst possible outcome.
Yeah. The worst apprehensions of the people with the darkest imaginations.
Well, maybe I should work for them because I've certainly got a dark imagination. I tell you who else has got a dark imagination? Nigel, with his he's got another super chat. What a legend! And he says, "I know less than Cummings, but I could tell you more than he says. Colleagues have gone to security services, and I've worked with those who have worked with them. I won't say what I've heard." Nigel, there with his police experience, keeping us on just the right side of getting arrested.
Tantalizing information
by Starmer. Yeah, I mean, what do you think to this girl? She looks quite nice. I mean, is that bad to say? But she's not a massive, not going down that well with our chat, is she?
Well, yeah, I think it's the thing of you're seeing people catch up with reality at different rates, don't they? And what you're seeing here is people who've kind of been in la la land for a certain amount of time. They've been sort of financially very successful, but they're not kind of tuned in. And this is always a problem. We are terminally online. We're sort of into the sort of slightest twitch on the wire in politics and culture and all of these things. And these guys are out at Burning Man, taking magic mushrooms and rolling around in the desert, being all kind of libertarian-y and woo. And that's great fun. I mean, I don't, judge anybody's, alternative lifestyle if that's what they feel they want to do. But it is kind of sort of, there's a level of head in the sandness or just, I mean, I'm not talking about going down conspiracy rabbit holes or anything like that, that some people might find a disparaging idea. I think it's more that there's a kind of strange incuriosity, the kind of incuriosity that she's talking about when she's characterizing the civil service, from people who just read the news, just open your eyes, look out the window.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, look, she's a smart cookie. You wouldn't want to play her at poker, but she's not on the internet watching Kemi Badenoch's latest speech on whether she'll leave the ECHR in about 15 years. And we are, frankly. So you have to get up pretty early to catch me out on the boring details of politics. I get your point, Simon. I'm trying to sort of mock myself to bring it back a bit because I'm a nice guy. But yeah, she's not terminally online, as you say. And I guess I am. But normies, I'm done with the normies. They need to be more online. Anyway. Yeah.
That was the British state. Color printing is a challenge in number 10.
Oh,
right?
no.
So you have to
to be fair, color printing is a challenge everywhere. But
you have to recalibrate your assumptions on all of these things. So if the system can't even have a Google Doc system for the PM, then how well do you think it's going to do a lot of these other things?
And to be clear, hearing, we know some people who you're working in Doge, etc. And there's a story of, I think it's, if someone wants to retire from the government, it takes like the piece of paper to log it has to go down this elevator into or lift down a lift into a cave deep underground, and it's like
an old mine shaft.
Yeah, it's like an old mine shaft, and then it's just like rows and rows of these old, like essentially like library, like storage things.
And the bottleneck for the amount of information that can travel through there is the speed of the elevator,
which is a very old,
only some amount. Anyhow, but yeah, and that was digitized.
Yeah, and that's just an example. Like, so it seems like it's a general worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah,
that governments...
I think that is an important thing, right? So obviously there are specific things about Britain, but I think I think this is a very important thing. Most of the pathologies that Britain demonstrated and that I've been talking about are basically replicated across the Western world, including in America, and right down to, okay, us in America had a better idea of what to do on various technologies in 2020, and we executed better than the rest of Europe did. But similarly, America also closed those down in 2021, 2022, right? So there's something very deep and profound happening across the Western world in the institutions. And I think what the core of it is this. All Western states have evolved to this model of the permanent bureaucracy fundamentally. That is the common factor. So we've got different political histories, different political institutions, different constitutions, But the common factor in all of these regimes is you have essentially unfireable officials in charge of the vast majority of things, with the political people kind of scattered around at the top in mostly fake jobs that don't actually reach down in power into the system. And that's why I think at the core of it, you see extremely similar things happen, whether it's like Sweden or Spain or Britain or America or Canada.
Presumably this is also the case in other big countries, though, like China, Russia. I can't imagine they are that much more, like, I would be surprised if they didn't have the same type of issues. Like, is this not like just a global phenomenon of humanity when systems become a certain amount of complexity when it comes to governance?
Yeah. I think that's right. I think basically you have, like, post 1945, regimes everywhere have built kind of similar permanent bureaucracies. They have like this siloed Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of blah, blah. And those things have grown up everywhere with a lot of the same HR pathologies, right? And as you guys know, there's a big tendency to think about a lot of these problems as private v public, but it's not in many ways a good way of thinking about it. Lots of very big companies like Google end up developing the same kind of pathologies that you see in Washington. Scale and time seem to have very similar effects, whether it's in the private sector or the public sector. But the fundamental difference is, okay, Google, Larry Page and co can check out and go on their yacht for a few years and drop the ball. But the difference is Sam Altman and people go, right, we'll take their papers and we'll build a startup and we'll raise money and we'll execute and we'll change. And the creative destruction of the private system ends up altering. But in government, you're just stuck with the same thing.
We're still stuck with something like that. If you had just very, very easy movement of people across nations or something like this, then maybe you would see something like the voting of people not liking a government happen.
Right, people move with their feet, vote with their feet.
Basically what you're saying is, I think, like said another way, is that the bureaucracy, the stable bureaucracy within each country is kind of a monopoly on power that it has, rather than that the political parties are in true competition with each other.
Yeah.
Right? Like whatever comes in, this monopolistic bureaucracy just runs everything, which again, then you would expect the same kind of problems that occur with monopolies in capitalism also to occur, where, well, you don't get as good products anymore. Prices go up. You can set those things, right? And here, there's just no incentive to improve the offering to the populace, I suppose.
I think another way of thinking about it is in terms of the political institutions, that If you go back for a few hundred years in Europe, right, you just see the same pattern every few decades, essentially. And the pattern is regime change. Every kind of 50 years or so, there's a spasm. And then and fundamentally what happens is the ideas and institutions of the ruling group are pulled out of whack over time with reality. The ideas and institutions can't cope. Reality pulls away from them. Crises build. Something happens, and then it flips, and then there's a change. And if you go back, like France has had, I don't know how many regimes, like 7 or 8 or something since, say, 1815. Russia, multiple revolutions. Germany, multiple regime changes. Britain and America are different in that they've had those crises, but they've just managed not to snap. So they've kind of changed radically at the same time, but without changing the kind of core constitutional
system itself.
So the Constitution has stayed, but you've had FDR.
Yes.
Constitution is still there now, but you've got Trump. Britain similarly, right? You have very, very profound changes, but you haven't actually had a revolution, had the buildings taken over, all the files like ransacked into the streets like the Stasi in 1989 or something.
Right.
But that fundamental process of of kind of this funny generational thing, right? That it seems somehow tied to generations. So you have generations like, a generation beats Napoleon. It walks through the bloody battlefields, it watches it, and it says, we've got to rebuild and we've got to try and avoid this happening. That happens for a couple of generations, and then those people retire and die, and then new people come through, and the world's different, and then boom, and then the same kind of...
Because they've forgotten.
They've forgotten.
The horrors of war.
It's
or
like
whatever.
a classic meme of strong man build good times, good times, great weak man, etc. Yeah. And it's an old meme, right? Machiavelli talked about similar things back then as well when he analyzed all of the political history of the past, and just to him it was more about peace breeds idleness, and idleness
and corruption.
Breeds corruption, and corruption breeds war, and out of that you get kind of like a facing reality again, and then you build better times. He actually was quite pessimistic about one's ability to not continue the cycle, because he just saw the cycle everywhere just repeating itself. I suppose, are you trying to push it so that we build something fast out of it, or do you think we can just
can we escape the wheel of suffering?
I don't think we can. No, I don't think we can. But I think that I don't think there's some universal escape. No, I do think though that individual countries and individual peoples can avoid potentially their fate. I don't think that there is any obvious caveat, right? With combination of biological engineering and AI coming, then you raise the question of human nature itself being altered. And fundamental to the ideas of people like Machiavelli or Thucydides is really what you're dealing with are fundamental constraints of human nature. And that's why you see the same patterns recurring over and over and over, right? But the constant human nature is kind of the bedrock of those ideas. So therefore, I would say, if you imagine human nature itself might be changed in coming decades, then everything would have to be. Lots of these old ideas might inevitably have to be rethought in various ways. But if you take that aside and you say, assume stable human nature, why would you think that there's going to be some escape from everything we can see in recorded history? That doesn't mean, though, that you just that you give up. That different countries and different people, different times, choices matter. And I think a flip side of it is, if you think of War and Peace, there's two kind of core stories in War and Peace, right? Leaving aside the people. Philosophically, there's a story of huge forces collide. No individual really has much power over them, even Napoleon. These things are on the march. They crunch, they collide. The humans are picked up, thrown across continents, smashed to pieces, and you don't really have any control. But there's also a story of, particularly at these weird moments of crisis, then actual one individual decision can be critical. And the difference between, does the army run away or does the army stand and fight? Does the country fall apart or does the country survive? Both stories are kind of there in War and Peace. And I think we have to all remember the second thing as well. So yes, we are at the moment going through one of these periods. These huge forces are on the march. Our regimes are obviously crumbling in 100 ways. We can see it all around us. This has gone from being an extremely fringe view even 3 or 4 years ago to now focus groups are reporting back from 200 miles away from London to people in Westminster saying, oh yeah, it's now an open topic of conversation that people are talking about the breakdown of law and order in their area and their fears about civil war in general in the country. That is a huge shift. Suddenly Westminster itself is having to face this kind of possibility of systemic collapse. So we're living through one of these historical moments, but we also have to remember the second part of the story, which is exactly at these moments, individuals do matter. Individual decisions can be the critical turning point.
Pause.
That's probably exactly where I was going to pause, Simon. I'm always thinking, can you pause from this main screen, or do I have to go to that screen? Anyway, but yes, I was going to pause there. I mean, you can go first if you want.
I was going to ask you, have you read War and Peace, being the literature and cognoscenti of the stream?
You've caught me out. I've always struggled with Tolstoy. I tried to read The Death of Ivan Ilyich. I didn't really get into.
Just get the audio book. It's easier.
I should read it. I mean, I'm much more of a Dostoevsky guy. If you'd asked me had I read Dostoevsky, I'd say yes. I've read Notes from Underground twice. I've read Crime and Punishment. I've read The Idiot. I've read various other ones.
Those are big books.
Yes, and actually, I found in my building a version of the Brothers Karamazov on people. Sometimes give away books in the foyer, and I was like, I'll take that. But that means, and they also put Stoner in there, which is a brilliant book by John Williams, which is shows us some people with taste in my building. Anyway, I'm a bit bad on Tolstoy. My favorite writers are Dostoevsky, Knut Hamsun, Hermann Hesse, and Thomas Bernhard, and no one's heard of him. But I just want to say a few things on that. Firstly, I want to answer a couple of things. She's 41, because everyone keeps asking. Ian saying that Cummings went on Modern Wisdom. Yes, that's true. And I like Chris on Modern Wisdom, but yeah, it's a different kind of interview. It's like, how optimized is your Brazilian coffee in the morning, and how many times do you dunk yourself in your cold plunge in your cryo chamber? And someone else said, has Dominic Cummings ever had a proper job? Yes, he worked for Clute, which the Guardian quoted as being I think FHM voted it the second worst nightclub in Europe. Anyway, that was one of his proper jobs. But to address what he says here, because this is finally where the interview actually gets good. We're only 2 hours 35 into the stream. He starts to talk about the cycles of history, and I am hopefully going to interview Academic Agent on his book Prophets of Doom, which I highly recommend. It's about cyclical history, and when you start looking into this stuff, you go, oh wow, we really have no chance in some ways, because we're part of these much bigger cycles of history. And when we talk about decline, well, sometimes we sort of mean since the 1990s, but really these cycles of decline are massive. And when people like Spengler are talking about them, or Vico or Carlyle, they're talking about hundreds of years. I mean, Vico's talking about like 11 something. I can't remember the exact dates, but they're talking about decline, centuries ago, that we've been in this period. So when you think on those kind of timescales, it's very depressing and blackpilling. But of course, even non-decline is whatever the opposite of decline is depressing on that kind of scale, because you have no agency. Even if you're in the Blairite project of endless progress, the sort of Fukuyama, although people say he's misrepresented, but even if you're in a sort of linear progression of like we're just refining things all the time in this perfect technocracy, even that's depressing because you have no agency. So what Cummings is talking about here is agency. On the one hand, we are victim of these big sweeping historical forces. On the other hand, individuals can make a difference. So that's where I tend to be. I tend to think we can get very black-pilled. And the thing he adds at the end, that we're in this decline, and even people are noticing how things are falling apart. And it used to be a fringe view. Now, just a few years later, everyone's talking about civil unrest. Everyone's talking about collapse. At the same time, you get people very black-pilled in the replies on Twitter, always saying, yeah, there's nothing we can do. It's over and all this kind of thing. I always think, well, no, then you've automatically lost. Or they say we'll lose to certain religions and so on. And I say, well, then you've lost. You can't blackpill as an individual, but on the macro scale, it can always be quite blackpill because you're in large historical cycles and you're just a tiny, tiny cog. Any thoughts, Simon?
Well, I was going to just talk about the broad, sweep of history that he's discussing there in terms of the difference between the visions, what you call the constrained visions of people like Machiavelli, where pre-Enlightenment, the idea of, the changeability of man is not really on the cards. People are more or less fixed, if you like. And in the Enlightenment, you have the idea of the perfectibility of man. He can be improved, he can be refined, upgraded, all of this kind of stuff. And that forms the basis of most modern liberal thought. And the difficulty you have in life is, you start optimistic, thinking that everybody can be sort of upgraded and improved. And, the triumph of hope over experience it is, you get older and you realize actually there's a lot of people who just can't be improved. You can improve your own behavior, your own life, your own capacity, but what you're left with liberalism is a project where it seems to essentially imply that everybody can somehow get together and pull together and get better and improve things fundamentally. And over the course of a lifetime, I don't think it's usually borne out by experience. What you have to sort of say to yourself is, you've got sort of cynical relativistic liberalism on the one hand, and I guess what we would call the realist view on the other hand is that people are of a certain nature and will respond to certain kinds of incentives, and you're unlikely to kind of keep reformulating them endlessly in the way he's suggesting here. I think this makes it a real problem in terms of addressing bureaucratic organizations or organizations that are trying to improve from an organization or a technological or a governance point of view. You have to accept certain nostrums of how human behavior actually is and work from that, rather than trying to idealize and push people to a place that perhaps in many instances it's just not germane to their own nature. And I think that's the difficulty here, because there is a room for the individual and the individual's action. I mean, I'm thinking of things such as, in World War II, the German military, they were very effective in the early stages of the wars. People know the Blitzkrieg, they swept across Europe. And there was this idea that they had called Auftragstaktik, where the junior officer, the guys who weren't very senior, would be given a lot of latitude to make decisions on the fly if they had an inspiration. And of course, what it does is it allows you to utilize the intelligence of the whole population of your military that more effectively than have a kind of ponderous top-down system where everybody needs to be told what to do. So you could, if you like, scale out initiative to an extent that we don't have in our system anymore, because liberalism doesn't really allow you to do that. It says that everybody's take is just as good as anybody else's, and as a result, nobody can kind of work together. Whereas these kinds of systems where you sort of give individuals the power to sort of use, if you like, inspired initiative, can make these dramatic changes. But then you have to figure out a way to keep that, if you like, in continuity and in, if you like, a sort of a lineage and a tradition. And that's the thing that we've kind of lost, is the ability to have institutional memory and continuity to take us forward. And liberalism kind of despises that. Organizations like the military retain it much better, because they operate on these bonds of personal loyalty and not these kinds of abstract sets of values that, mission statements that you sign up to in a corporate way. They're very sort of real and, connected to the physical relation you have to the guy next to you. And so the institutional memory seems to be stronger. And of course, we don't really believe in that anymore in the kind of in things like the public sector, where it's all highly given to the liberal relativities, where you say that everybody's ideas are as good as everybody else's and everybody gets, all must have prizes, that kind of thinking. And so I think, you get stuck when you try to create a reliable model of how to keep society functioning and optimizing, but not leaning into the idea that you can do it at scale to everybody, because not everybody's going to be a genius, not everybody's going to be fully capable. A lot of people are going to need to be guided and governed. Some people are going to be inspired. They're going to be the high IQ outliers that someone like Ed Dutton will talk about. And they may be disagreeable to work with, but they may be brilliant. And you're going to need a combination of that and the sort of ability to scale that out, scale the outcomes from that in a stable way. And, we sort of used to have it with the civil service he's talking about, but not the one we have now.
Very interesting. And that's the kind of thing I was hoping you'd bring to this stream, because I just do tip jokes, essentially. What was the German term there?
Auftragstaktik.
Listen to that pronunciation as well, guys. You can tell he's studied his German. We won't say which German books he's studied.
I'm not particularly into the German stuff, but I heard about it once, and it was just it chimed with me as a sort of, I'm interested in, if you like, corporate psychologies, why organizations are effective, and that obviously in the first part of the war it was noticeable they were very effective because they had this. I mean, I think it translates as something without question tactic. So if a junior officer was on the ground and he could see an option to take, he could say to his senior, look, I can see that if we punch through that wall over there, we can block that tank and then blow up the one at the back, and those guys will be trapped. And the guy would right, go do it. That's it. It's a sort of buccaneering entrepreneurialism in British terms that we sort of used to have. Who dares wins, right. Take a risk. And of course that's factored out of the system now because the system is so much, if you like, geared towards being auditable, it's sort of predictable outcomes, targets, quotas, all of these kinds of things, which, come from that sort of management culture of the mid and late 20th century, where they tried to sort of optimize for predictability and stability. And of course, you couldn't really then have a system which had those inspired people in it because of that.
Yeah, you need to send me the link to that because I still can't find it based on how you've said it. But I started to think about Kaizen when you were saying that, which is, of course, I don't know why I pronounce it German. That's the Japanese thing about constant improvement, and that has a certain bottom-up quality that you work. I'm going all the way back to business studies A level, but it's about teams working together to incrementally improve. But it gives more autonomy to the individual. But yeah, that's just, I don't know. That's the kind of thing actually her podcast is about. Actually, you should go on and talk about, it's Alf. Anyway, Sam99 is saying it, but I can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
Oh well, I can say Weltanschauung. I'm so tired. The tiredness is hitting me. I have to get up at 8:30 for Lotus Eaters, and I get back at 7:15. That's like, I do not do mornings. I've been working till 1 a.m. for 3.5 years, 3 times a week, and it's quite a shock. And it's just hitting me now. Simon's just coming into his own though, so.
We can abandon ship if you want. I'm not going to push it, too high. This is what Saturday nights are for, though.
Yeah. Well, we'll carry on because it's getting to the good bit of the interview finally. Oh, and people asking if she has children. This is more my level. Obviously not. You can just tell in every single way, right? Because they're talking about Burning Man, and she's 41, and it's like, hey, have you been to Burning Man? And Dominic's like, no. Do you have a child? It's like. It's the ultimate, and I can't talk because I don't have kids, but they're living the ultimate kind of liberal, atomized life of like, hey, let's just do all the cool experiences, man, instead of having a family and contributing to society. I'm doing the really low rent version of that, where you don't go to Burning Man, you just don't have the kids either, and you just live in a new build flat and do streams. So I can't talk, but she's living a certain type of cliched Chelsea handler existence. I hate to attack this woman. I'm sure she's great, but it's not an attack. It's just it's a type, isn't it?
It's an observation. I think it's absolutely correct. I mean, I think again, going back to my Adam Curtis referencing, he talk about this as the narcissism of our age. It's the pursuit of radical individualism. I mean, it's not to say don't be an individual. I mean, it's inevitable you're an individual, but as you say, it's the idea of detachment from these kinds of ideas of institutional continuities, whether it's the family or whether it's certain kinds of work or other activities.
Now I'm picturing the Curtis. They thought they could replace the meaning inherent in having a family with going to festivals like Burning Man, but this was a fantasy.
Well, that's right.
Weird music. Their lives proved to be completely empty, and most of them killed themselves. Weird music. Sorry, I know you love Curtis.
I do. I mean, I equally take the piss out of him as well. I mean, but as you say, it's kind of like I wouldn't really want to go to Burning Man, because what I would apprehend would there be a lot of kind of sort of slightly smug, self-congratulating, narcissistic behavior on display. It feels very much like. It's that kind of sort of tech hippie indulgence that it's sort of like it's masturbatory to me.
Yeah, exactly. But as I always say, I can't talk because I'm also living the empty, atomized existence. But on a budget. Okay, I've got to grab my drink, so don't pause for a sec. Let's run it.
So, are there any current nations or systems where you think they have managed? Are there any countries that you think have managed to escape the wheel? like a country like Singapore.
Mhm.
It feels both stable, it feels rich, it feels largely free. Yes, they have some pretty heavy-handed rules around, certain things that we might balk at in the West, but that feels to me like a country that has escaped the wheel. Or am I just being pie in the sky about that?
I think to a large extent you're right. I mean, everyone I know who kind of lives there or spend a lot of time there talking to the government and whatnot, everyone is very impressed by what they managed to build. Clearly, the way in which Lee Kuan Yew himself made people the core and talent acquisition central to what he personally was trying to do. If you have someone of that extraordinary level of ability and personal strength who's in power for decades and says this is going to be a kind of core principle running through the whole thing, then that has a lot of momentum, right? And clearly is a huge part of the reason why Singapore is the way it is now. But there's huge kind of like forces of atrophy against that, right? Like, how long can it survive after the extraordinary founder dies? Unclear. But for sure, if you're thinking now in Europe, okay, how do we basically improve a lot of these things that are broken? On area after area, if you just said, okay, let's look at what Singapore's doing and sort of copy it, then you'd be way ahead. You'd be way ahead of the game.
It'd be better than what we're currently doing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because
nothing's forever.
No.
And Lee Kuan Yew dying, like how long? But okay, but for sure, what they've got now is much better than what we've got.
Yeah, you take Singapore now, but Singapore, of course, Lee Kuan Yew looked at what we had with the high trust society, and I think there was an example, wasn't there, of paying for a newspaper and then like leaving it for the next one and all that. And he said, wow, we could never have this, but I'm going to try and have it, but we're going to achieve it by force instead in a very Singapore way. And I remember on a side note, he also talked about it was either Oxford or Cambridge, the rowing team going out in heavy snow and thinking these Brits are crazy. And I think that's why we were the greatest. But yeah, I mean, it's still, what we had was still better, the high trust society without force. But when you get multiculturalism, you get authoritarianism, as far as I can see in all cases. But yeah, you might trade now for no chewing gum on the pavement.
Yeah, it's the difficulty of replicating that culture that, as I say, if we believe that the vision of man is the constrained vision, you cannot really upgrade them terribly much. And yet we had a dispensation in Britain that was like that for a number of years. And it's trying to find the way to create, you have these mass democracies, these scaled out societies where that becomes, the mode in which you'd like to live. But as you say, how can you do it with a very varied population? It's very difficult to do it unless it is a more or less homogeneous population where the value sets, to use an awful word, are broadly shared. But what you really want ultimately is for the individuals to be able to internalize that and maintain that and replicate that in society of their own volition without having the need for a set of draconian laws. Because, I broadly sort of put myself in a kind of, traditionalist or a reactionary or, that sort of part of the right where, it's not the idea of the optimized society is not one where you'd lose your individual freedom. You would have the freedom to do things, but you would ask yourself the question, should I do these things? And you would have a moral capacity to process that in a way that was, let's say, agreeable to the society around you. So, you would do the things of maintaining a certain kind of harmony, which in Asiatic cultures, is valued as a virtue, and in Britain is a kind of, a pleasantry, a sort of a thing which, enhances your life. And people do it because it's a level of enlightened self-interest. You do the right thing and it has a virtuous feedback loop. And can we sort of bring back a mindset where people say, well, I'm going to internalize these values? I mean, religion perhaps had a lot to do with it in the past, where people had that sense of both, there was an individual freedom, there was a questioning moral individual, but there was also a sense of obligation as well. I'll be free to play my, Pink Floyd at home, but I won't play it so loudly I annoy the neighbors.
Mm.
There'd be a sort of sense of regulation that was manageable. And of course, we're living in this hyper individualized age where if you were to tell, people, like the interviewer, well, can you think about whether you should or shouldn't do something? I fear you'd get a lot of responses of the kind, well, you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me how to live my life. And it comes from a sort of, I hate authority, I hate my dad, that kind of thing, where you think it's kind of petulant in a way. It's like, come on, there's an agreeable way to live. I don't have to bully you or badger you with authority. I kind of want to live in an arrangement where we're sort of responsive to each other. We have a sense of responsibility and some sort of noblesse oblige to each other in some way. But how do you make that happen?
Yeah, very interesting. And you're right, people react from their own sense of what they want to do. I always find that very self-involved. I'm able to say, don't live like me, I messed it up, but you can't live like this because we need responsibility. We need to care about the community. Even though I'm an individualist and a weirdo, I'm always thinking, yeah, you can't do that. We shouldn't be running around having abortions everywhere. And luckily that is something I haven't done. But you can't live just according to your whims. Yeah, but you're right, you would get a pushback from the Burning Man types. Just on this whole thing about Lee Kuan Yew, if he dies, can it sustain? That is a great question. Sam's saying, Sam in the chat saying, if Alexander dies, the empire collapses unless you build something outside yourself. It seems probably true. And me, with no education, with a comprehensive school background, knowing about pop culture, immediately thought of Palpatine. Nima likes his academic agent likes his revisionist Star Wars takes. I used to read the books as a kid. That's how much of a nerd I was. And when the Ewoks defeat the stormtroopers in Return of the Jedi, and they just fall apart, the stormtroopers completely fall apart. The books would have to kind of retroactively come up with an explanation for this kind of nonsense, because there'd be a much more kind of serious lore in the books. And they said, well, what it was that Palpatine was exerting such control over his entire force, using the power of the dark side over his entire army and forces, that once he died and was distracted by the battle with Luke and Vader and then died, that they lost their sort of way completely and fell apart and essentially got defeated by glorified teddy bears. I don't know if you ever came across that theory, Simon, but it is relevant, isn't it? Once the
absolutely.
Once the autocrat dies,
very much.
Once the great man goes, what can you do? How long can you last?
Very much. I mean, I found, this is 30 years ago now, but I found there was a couple of books that I found really helpful in terms of describing these relationships. And it was a book by John Cleese and Robin Skinner, who was his psychiatrist back in the 70s. And they wrote a book called Families and How to Survive Them. And they did a follow-up called Life and How to Survive It. And they're not really self-help books. They just kind of just describe psychological systems in families and expanding outwards from families in organizations, in countries, and the way shared kind of, if you like, psychological incentives operate in people. And one of the things they talk about is the kind of classic corporate psychology examples that you're referring to there, where, there are healthy and effective companies and less healthy and effective companies. Very healthy companies tend to have, very few layers of hierarchy, but they do have a very sort of clear hierarchy. And what they also do is they have that ability, like I said, to give people initiative to run things, so they can, people run their own fiefdoms, but they run it with a coordinated sense of purpose for the company. And one of the classic problems is companies where they're led by a charismatic personality. And what tends to happen with those sorts of companies, where everybody's very energized and very driven by, Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or whoever, or Nigel Farage running a party, and they're very good for the lifetime of the company while they're there. But usually what happens is the company falls apart once they go. So this was the problem with reform, obviously, that, I and many others have said for a while that he needs to start allowing young idle elites in there and have an air and form a structure, because it's not enough to have him. It won't scale or work with continuity as a party project if it's just about him geeing up the troops and giving a bit of a speech, and everybody goes hurrah, because when he turns his back and walks away, the thing will just kind of fall to bits. So you do have to have organizations where there's a sense of purpose that the individual absorbs in themselves and is able to contribute to a functioning company, and not reliant just on the sole charismatic leader, because they tend to, not have a brilliant record for continuity.
Yeah, I'm bringing it back to Cummings. That was the problem with Johnson, of course, a sole charismatic leader who sometimes listened to Cummings and therefore became more effective, if you believe Cummings' narrative, of course, and then other times abandoned it and listened to his girlfriend and became completely ineffective, or effective in the wrong way, as in the Boris way. Yeah, very interesting. Charismatic leaders. What was I going to say? One more thing about that. I suddenly forgot. Oh yeah, Steve. Well, this might not have been this, but Steve P says I read that book too, Nick, which is extraordinary. I mean, that I've referenced an obscure Star Wars novel, and someone's read it. Now, was that Shadow of the Empire, Steve, or was it part of the Thrawn trilogy? I can't remember because I read them both. Yeah, but they were retconning the Ewok defeat of the Stormtroopers. But yes, it all falls apart without the charismatic leader. And oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. On Farage, Henry Hill wrote a good piece on this in The Critic the other day, and I talk about it in my recent Lotus Eaters video, which is probably up on YouTube now. I talk about just this thing because Hitchens just wrote a piece saying we should still vote for the Tories anyway. His classic anti-zero seats thing is back. And then he was basing this partly on Henry Hill's idea that, hang on, what if reform destroy the Tories but don't replace them? So they're just purely a destructive force, but they can't get their act together. And it just lets in this leftist coalition. Yes. And Hitchens said, therefore, let's vote for this enfeebled Tory party. Whereas Hill's thing was actually look at the Tories as well. And they don't have the circulation of elites. They don't have new talent coming through. And Farage and Tories have the same problem, that they no longer represent what he called a sectional interest. There's no particular group in society that they particularly represent that's an obvious group. They're just, Farage is a mixture of slogans, let's do this, let's nationalize steel, we don't like immigration. It's all over the place, and there's nothing coherent to it. And then he said, but actually look at the Tories. They've not, obviously, as we've all seen, they've not lived up to what they're supposed to be about, small state and so on, low taxes or anything else. And so, but also they haven't created in society an obvious base for themselves from which to draw new talent, because they've abandoned the arts, they've abandoned education, they've abandoned basically everything. And it also converges on this idea of actually right-wing donors being totally stingy, which Curtis Yarvin pointed out in a recent tweet thread, which I include in my Lotus Eaters video. Yarvin was talking about how people on the right are something rich. He used a word I definitely can't say here, but they have a kind of shallow, shallow wealth, or at least a shallow, even if they have the wealth, they don't want to use it in anywhere near the numbers that, say, Jeff Bezos' wife donates some obscene amount to the Democrats, and the right just will not do this. And, someone donated a little bit to me once, which was very nice. And then later I wrote a scathing piece about one of their nights, which was obviously not very bright. That was just me being an autistic truth teller. Then they blackballed me from all events forever. Not very cool, even though I took the piece down. But you just think, oh yeah, on the right, they just give you little bits here and there, and you're supposed to be super grateful. But it's like Curtis Yarvin talks about, having to convince someone to give $5,000 to a graduate student, and it's like, guys, you're up against people who are just they're serious about this,
showering people in money. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I think it is going to start to improve, and I do look to people like Rupert Lowe as being a source of hope, because I think he gets the idea that when you're running these organizations, to be effective, you have to run them at a scale, which means, like Cummings has been saying here, you do need to suss out the talent, like Lee Kuan Yew, and you do need to play to these incentives here, that these young guys have been sitting around for years, they need a place to go. And you can't be so vain as you insist on running the organization yourself for your own, greater reflected glory. And patronage does have to come into it at a certain point. It's like, in order to create artists, you maybe need to splash money on, 200 people. Now, maybe only 20 or 30 of them will get through and actually develop something brilliant. But that's the kind of numbers that you have to play. It's like taking photographs. You take 200 photographs and you maybe get 30 good ones. And our elites, in terms of our moneyed elites, are often, they have been reluctant to do so. But I sense, with the wind changing a bit, that some more money and patronage might come out. But I think it'll be looking for that kind of, superlative talent that it can invest in, because yes, there's always that question of, well, how am I going to make my money back? And as you say, on the left, they don't think like that. They don't think, am I going to make them? They're going to write the money off, but they know that they've instilled the kind of creative hope in cadres of people who will then come to the cause and start to build things. And you do need to have that. There's no way around it. There's no kind of, one thing I used to believe in was that, good ideas would sort of be rewarded by a kind of entrepreneurial spirit. And I think in organized politics, that just isn't the way it works.
A kind of cream rises.
Absolutely. I used to think that now, and I think now I'm much more, it's not like, you're not saying like it's like welfare, you've got your hands out, but in a way you are, because that's what's actually needed to build movements. You actually do need the big bucks, the deep pockets, and they need to put the money in because they want to achieve something. So,
do you know what? You're right that we hope Rupert Lowe can be the change, but when I was talking about this on Lotus, I don't think Carl felt like this, but I suddenly had a slight self-consciousness that we should be doing it. We're the ones, why we are supposed to be the talent on the right, and I think it goes back to like the decline of grammar schools. Why did someone like me? I mean, this might be arrogant, but why did someone like me, went to a comprehensive school, famously get the third highest grade in the country on my history syllabus? No one ever says go to Oxford or something. So someone like me would be the kind of person, maybe I wouldn't be smart enough, but someone in that ballpark would have been the sort of person who, through rigorous education, could have got somewhere. Now I don't know anything. I'm a product of a comprehensive school. And so I end up talking about this stuff, but I can't really do anything. And you think but I'm just one tiny example. There's so many people we could cite. And then what you do have, my mind leaps to, well, you do have people who've got the education and so on and got the contacts, but then do they lack the courage? And then my mind goes to Julian Assange, who I just popped up on Twitter the other day, learning what has been your biggest disappointment. I don't even know if this is a apocryphal quote, but it's because it's a meme, but it says, learning that even intelligent people can be cowards and that courage is a much rarer attribute than intelligence. And that's attributed to Assange. Now, I don't know why I'd say even intelligent people can be cowards, because I'd say it's more likely. But then that courage is a much rarer attribute. So what we've had, in my opinion, is smart people, yes, perhaps, but no courage. So Johnson has no courage. And I can tell from my own life that I have more courage than someone like Johnson. But Cummings perhaps does have the courage and he does have the brains, but then he's very rare and he's isolated. Yeah. So, who are the people that are going to do these things? You need the funding, you need the intelligence, you need the courage, you need the institutions to create and back them. And that's what we've lost.
Very much so. Yeah, I'd say to Chess Idiot in the chat is saying, if you're expecting the rich to fund a better Britain, you'll be disappointed. I mean, I can understand that it's not like they're going to pour money over everybody, but when you're coming to a point where there may be a circulation of elites, as Cummings is talking about, needs to happen here. You need to replace, one elite with another. You are going to need to bring them up. They are going to have to be hand reared, if you like, by certain kinds of patronage. That's how it happens. In reality, it's not that you're showering it on the general population. You're looking for the best chances to optimize your ability to insert yourself into the structures of power and to make some kind of change. But that does need deep pockets in order for that to be done. And I'm hopeful, as I say, that I think things will start to change when, as I say, Lowe's been clever in that he is starting to bring those young guys on that Farage turned down. He doesn't want to build an organization that's going to rely. I mean, you look at Cummings, he talks about these, cabinet secretaries, sort of in their early 30s. That kind of blows your mind, but again, these are people who've come through established educational and, connection networks into government. But it does kind of blow your mind thinking there's people that young working at that level. But that's because it's a very rarefied, very refined cadre of people who are getting those opportunities. But they do have to be funded, and you have to develop.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully people like Harrison Pitt, who's on my podcast coming out Monday, is involved in Restore. He's very, very smart. And he's been to one of the Oxbridge places, and Charlie Downs, people like this. So hopefully we get some people. But Steve P. Grok says Dark Empire, Nick. No, it can't be Steve because I haven't read that, but I believe it is Shadow of the Empire. I think that's what it was, which was Steve Perry. It was that or the Thrawn trilogy, but I think it was probably Shadow of the Empire. Sorry, I know that's completely ridiculous, but although I'm saying that to you, you do academic agent streams, so you know about nerdy. If anyone knows about nerdy, pop culture references.
I mean, I didn't read Star Wars books. I think I read the Empire Strikes Back novelization. What was it, Alan Dean, whatever it was?
That's worse.
when it came out. Yeah, I mean, I was just, and the thing is, I mean, I've kind of, I stick with the original trilogy. Really, I couldn't really, and I'm
the
cliche.
Thrawn trilogy is so good because Grand Admiral Thrawn's a great character, and it imagines post Return of the Jedi, he's trying to rebuild the Empire from just bits and pieces. He's got like one Star Destroyer, he's got these glowing red eyes, he's a total badass, and he's like, here's how we bring back the Empire, guys. And he's a sort of an anti-hero. It's actually really good. And I read these when I was, I actually found them at my parents' house, but they were in pretty bad condition. I sort of got rid of them. Maybe I should have kept them, because that Thrawn trilogy, it was the first one that Lucas allowed to be written about, and it was Timothy Zahn, and he absolutely nailed it from memory. As a kid, I remember it being so good, and he released 2 more after that, and then I lost track. But yeah, it's actually better than the original films, I recklessly claim now. Should we carry on? We can carry on if you want.
Just one last thing as well. Grammar schools, I totally agree with you on those. I think the loss of grammar schools has been immeasurably damaging to the ability of people to have social mobility, from wherever they come. I mean, my mother was fortunate to go to a grammar school, and she always wanted the same for me, and it wasn't to happen because, I mean, where we lived, I come from, County Cleveland, County Durham, where Dominic Cummings is from, and they held out the longest with grammar schools in the country. But because we emigrated, I didn't get the opportunity to go to a grammar school. But you see the people who did, and the chances it gave them to sort of break through into influential places, whether it's in culture or whether it's in all kinds of areas of achievement. I think that's a massive. I could never understand the opposition to, especially from the Labour Party. How does the working class improve itself if it doesn't have access to that kind of opportunity?
Yeah. I know. I mean, I could go on about the grammar schools forever. It's kind of my bugbear. Hitchens has written a whole book about it. I'm infuriated about it still. Apparently, Zahn has input in the Ahsoka series for Thrawn. See, now I'm gonna have to go and watch this whole blooming thing, whatever that is. Ahsoka. It's a spin-off of The Mandalorian. I don't watch any of this. I'm too old. But since they have done Thrawn, I might have to go and watch it. By the way, I watched Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, being very high in conscientiousness. I watched all of them for Lotus Eaters, even though I only needed to watch 3, and even though the other lads didn't even bother watching it, though they already remembered it.
Sloppy.
I know. I mean, this is why Carl pays me the big bucks. But you know what? I will say I need to watch something else now. I was looking last night. I was thinking, what can I watch? And I just rewatched The Edge with Anthony Hopkins because it's one of the few right-coded films. Have you seen it?
No. I only recently watched Master and Commander, which is a sort of compulsory film on the right that you have to watch.
I know. It's not that good, is it? But The Edge is an absolutely brilliant film because it's written by David Mamet, so I highly recommend The Edge. And the billionaire is the hero, and not only that, it implies there are kind of natural hierarchies that he'd be the winner in almost any scenario. And it's not just that he's there by, the other character is resentful of him, Alec Baldwin, but he's actually just a better person and a more capable person. So it's so based.
Life is unfair.
Yeah, I highly recommend. But the other thing I'll say, just finishing that ridiculous rant, is I was going to therefore rewatch the Star Wars prequel. I say rewatch. I watched Phantom Menace as a kid when it came out, and I refused to watch the other two because I thought it was so bad. But I know Nima likes them, and he says the Empire was the real goodies and so on. And I want to watch them again with that in mind, but I'd have to slog through Phantom Menace, which I still think is probably pretty awful.
I'm enjoying the Star Wars revisionism. I think he's on a very strong case there. I think he's absolutely correct. We need order in the galaxy.
I agree on that. I just say, can I really face watching Phantom Menace and then watch the other two? I don't know. Give me suggestions for films to watch, guys, that I haven't watched. You have to know which ones I haven't watched. I've watched virtually everything. Thank you. All right, let's plow on.
An interesting idea, because I mean, one thing that does seem, okay, this isn't necessarily overhauling the entire system, but it might be a thing that could kickstart the system into a more adaptable and sort of transparent direction is it was a guest I literally just had on before this, Jamie Joyce, if you know her. She
a little bit, yeah, I've seen some
founder of like the Society Library, and I call her Misinformation. She's like the queen of it, but in a good way. And she had quite a spicy take, which was that she thinks politicians themselves are just completely outdated technology, that they came about in a time when people would write a note with a quill and get on horseback and take it somewhere, and their job was to sort of speak to their constituents and remember what they all said and then take it to wherever their local government is, and like because there was nothing else better than that. But in modern times, where you have so many more constituents and so many more policies and complex topics to talk about, she's like, it's absurd to expect any human to hold all of this information and the differing views and the percentages who believe in different things and try and then represent them. And she's like, politician, that part of a politician's job should be replaced by databases, essentially, whether it's viewpoint databases, again, and it's a way to also correct for biases. Is there any inkling of is there anyone, do you think, that has the sort of the gumption or the ability to go in and start trying to digitize these types of processes?
Yes, I think there are. I mean, I wouldn't curse them by me naming them and making them targets for everyone in the deep state and beyond.
Right, that's the problem.
Yes, there are definitely. I think the view that the old thing is clearly broken and a completely radical, different approach is needed is clearly shifted from being a very fringe view 15, 10, 5 years ago to being something which everyone is now all over the place. People are discussing. There is obvious scope for enormous changes in how politicians do pretty much every aspect of their lives, as you say, whether it's like trying to figure out what their constituents think, trying to keep on top of the massive information flow in general on policy and everything else. Obviously, the way that they currently handle all these things could be done 100 times better than it is. But I think that, in a way, though, just points to the kind of back to the deeper problem, right? Which is that will only happen if the people there actually want to do that. If they're actually optimizing for, I really care what voters think. I really want to understand policy. I really care about government and making it better. None of those three things have been the case for the median Conservative MP for the last 20 years. They don't, contrary to the whole official story of how politics works, they spend very little time actually trying to figure out what people think and don't care about it. They don't spend their time studying opinion polls all the time, even. Like most people, particularly in the business world, their model of politicians is, okay, well, they're kind of useless at management and they're not very good leaders, most of them. But at least they're kind of experts in what the voters think. And that's what they're optimizing for. That's also wrong. They're not even doing that. So I think it's definitely true that there is huge scope for improvement, but that itself just points back to what is it that's gone wrong in the kind of culture and incentive system of the existing political things, such that the people aren't trying to do it. You see what I mean?
So another way to describe how we describe Moloch is that it's kind of the force that makes one sacrifice a bunch of other values in the pursuit of one narrow goal.
Yeah.
The origin with child sacrifice is the epitome of that, the strongest version of it. So is that also the case with current politicians? Do they have? Well, yeah, sounds like they're sacrificing some values here. What is their narrow goal? Is there one narrow goal, or is there the multiple?
There are two very related narrow goals. Everything is sacrificed to two things. One, their next interview. Two, their promotion inside the system in a relatively short time frame. So they're not optimizing for winning the election in 4 years. And I think a lot of political analysis goes wrong because they assume lots of things seem really weird, right? If you're thinking about that. If you're thinking that that's what Liz Truss or someone is thinking about, then you go, well, why are they doing this? Why are they doing? Because that doesn't seem to be what the polls suggest. That's not what they're optimizing for. They're thinking, what am I going to say in my interview tomorrow on the BBC? And they're thinking, what do I say such that I get promoted and work my way up the system over coming months? A year is like an impossibly far timeline. Like 3 months is almost like nothing, almost no conversation in Westminster ever is about something in 3 months.
And how transparent is that within Westminster? So do people discuss like internally actually with each other, mainly the interview, or is it still, oh, I'm doing the interview for the higher, greater goal of the thing in 3 years, 10 years for the UK, whatever it is?
It's become very kind of polarized. So I would say MP culture they've lost. So MP culture is they just talk about the interviews and the media and the 24-hour news, but they don't even really kind of grasp that that's how they spend all their time. And if someone points out to them, guys, like all you seem to do is talk about blah, 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 you don't talk about blah, blah, they just sort of like look around like, who's the mad person that was let into the room? But amongst the deep state officials, obviously, it's different. They talk in obviously much more condescending and sneering terms about the politicians. Like, well, obviously they won't care about that. Obviously they won't care about that because all they care about is their stupid interview tomorrow. But we have to actually focus on what the hell is the MOD going to do in 3 years' time? Mm. And that's another part of this kind of culture that's grown up, I think, which is important that, there's the Russian phrase, you'll know, everyone's right and everyone's unhappy, right, as they say in Moscow. And it's, the politicians say correctly, well, Whitehall's gone downhill and the quality of officials is worse and da-da-da-da. True. The officials say, well, the politicians' quality has collapsed even faster and they're just not interested in any of these things. So the nature of government itself is completely shifted, because now if you watch like a cabinet meeting or a bunch of senior MPs and ministers, they just talk purely about like the next few days' media and nothing else. So the officials correctly, in a sense, say, well, if that's what the political figures actually care about, someone has to actually do the important things in the country, and that's us as the permanent officials.
Right. So they're actually in some ways morally justified to do the
correct.
things that
And that's why it's a complicated thing. They are, to a large extent, morally justified by the complete failure of political leadership.
And it's extra crazy because the media stories are not necessarily what is, it's not perfectly correlating with what is actually important going on in the world, right?
It's completely not.
I
would say anti-correlated.
I would also, there is the French philosopher, you can think of French philosophers, many have various thoughts on them, but Jean Baudrillard wrote Simulacra and Simulation, and there he argues that, well, claims that since the 1970s we're lived in kind of like a hyper-real state where we're just in this level 4 simulation where basically the stories and things that we care about are created to fit you. The phrase he uses is that you're not watching the TV anymore, but the TV watches you and feeds you the things that you will engage with. And then what you have engaged with informs further things that are shown on the TV, which this was prior to social media. He's dead, but I imagine seeing current social media, this is the like it's that perfected, right? So I wonder, just in that it makes it even more insane, because it's certainly true that much of the media stories are about what is attention grabbing rather than about what is actually relrelevant.
Yeah.
So
I would put another level to that, though.
Media is even crazier nowadays. So like how is that discussed or internalized?
It's even crazier, but I would say it's almost even crazier in another way, in that a lot of ideas like that kind of assume that, yeah, but the guys in charge are kind of sitting in a room trying to figure out what the stories are which they're pushing out. And it's kind of a lot of what we see is therefore manipulated. And it's the people in charge, the shadowy figures at the top of the pyramid are kind of figuring this stuff out and then running these stories. And then the public are kind of manipulated by it. Mm-hmm. But that's not a good way of thinking about it. The people at the top are manipulated by it themselves, and they're almost never actually trying to shape the story. They're also just watching TV and responding to the TV story. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's not a story of a few shadowy figures shoving down narratives from the top. It hits the TV, the voters respond, the shadowy figures watch, try and manipulate, blah, blah, blah. Of course, there are elements to that here and there, but that's only a very small part of it. It's mostly just kind of like unplanned chaos.
Or the algorithms themselves. There's, I was talking to Tristan Harris about this, and he was just like, these days, journalists will get their news from either X or Instagram or whatever social media platform, probably Blue Sky these days, that they're on, which is ultimately what news stories get lifted there are what ones interact well with the engagement algorithm and spiking people's, cortisol and dopamine and so on. And so it's really the algorithms that are actually choosing. They are choosing what stories get elevated to the editors at the BBC or whatever, and like triggers their personal emotional bias, in which they're like, we have to focus more on this. And it's just like I know, it's just like confirmation bias all the way down. Essentially.
And then you have a whole bunch of these characters operating in public on Twitter and Blue Sky and whatnot optimizing their own personal lives for social approval from networks around them, which are themselves just being kind of buffeted by these other forces. So it's a completely insane way. So it's a big part of the reason why the news now seems, and politics seems so mental, is it is just driven by this almost completely unconscious process.
It's driven by Moloch.
Yeah.
So if you were given...
Does she get paid every time she says Moloch or something?
Yeah, it's a really unhelpful term.
Being a literature student, I always think of blooming Allen Ginsberg with Howl, Moloch, whom I despise. He says Moloch repeatedly in the poem, and that's all I think of. It's not a term that's on the tip of everyone's tongue in 2025. It's like Mammon, I guess, but I suppose probably it's a sort of Moloch. Well, Ginsberg uses it as an evil kind of consumerist, empty society, I suppose, greed and so on. But yeah, it's a weird one to keep saying, isn't it? His point was more interesting though about there's no accountability anywhere. Politicians don't even care about the voters or anything, and I don't know, the usual thing about how screwed the system is. Do you have anything on that, or shall I plow on?
It's difficult to really comment because I mean I really would like to know more about Cummings in a sense, his personal priorities, because I mean all you sort of really derive from this sort of stuff here is, I mean, Cummings sees politics as an engineering problem, really. That's kind of it. It's just design, engineering, refining and tinkering with the mechanics just to make it function better. You're sort of at a bit of a loss to determine what he thinks that leadership would look like. That would be interesting to actually hear from him. You know, we've all got sort of concepts of leadership that we can think of here, but we you know, this is the constant refrain that nobody actually is going to stand there and say I believe in this. And I guess again, I mean, I'm not trying to deliberately big up Rupert Lowe, but he is kind of doing some of that at least, and saying, well, here's a few things that look like the impression I would make as a leader, because I have these particular parameters that I'm going to throw out there. And there's a sort of part of that that's kind of a good way to start, that and a halfway house between feedback and data of what people actually want, and somehow meshing those.
I kind of see Cummings as a bit like a libertarian tech bro if they weren't R word. If they weren't idiots, because I have a shape in my mind. It's hard to explain. I have a kind of shape of what Cummings is. It's a kind of Lee Kuan Yew is a good reference. It's a Bekele to some degree. It's prepared to be authoritarian. It's basically a technocrat who's prepared to do whatever is necessary. It's prepared to rip up any existing system to get things done, cut through normal processes. Doesn't have an inherent respect for democracy necessarily, or inherent respect for anything. This is how I see it anyway. That would block the end goal being reached, and it's very much it's a kind of private startup style thinking. You know, he was famously going to have the startup party at one point. How can we get to this end solution, which seems to be just vaguely pragmatic and good for people overall? Like it would be good to have less crime and healthcare, and it's post-ideological in a sense, or not traditionally ideological. It doesn't care about what it has to tear up. But that's kind of how I see it. And Lowe I see a bit more as a traditional figure, though he is an objectivist in it, because he says that he recommended Ayn Rand's books as his absolute favorites. I don't know if he's a strict objectivist, but he's very much kind of surprised me how much of an Ayn Rand fan he was. So he seems to be more traditional figure with slightly Randian tendencies on the side. But Cummings is a completely different kettle of fish to me. He's an Elon Musk, if Musk wasn't a bit of a libertarian fool at times. So he's a much more hard-edged version of a tech bro. He's a kind of dark tech bro, something like that. Tech bro with the eyes flashing. He's gone dark. He's a kind of Rorschach version of the tech bro. I'm just riffing it very tired, and I'm thinking, what is coming? He's a harder-edged mecha tech bro. He's gone mecha.
Super cranial villain.
Something like that, right? Yeah. Is he a villain? That's a question, isn't he? Big cranium. Is he the villain? Well, you know, just has to be. Of course, Superman was getting in the way. You know, he was completely crackers. So I had to. Of course, I had to use the kryptonite. You know what I mean? And you're going like, I'm not sure if is this guy the villain, or you know, Nima would do a stream on why Cummings was actually right to destroy Superman.
Yeah, quite.
Something like that. I'm just riffing, guys. This is what I'm here for.
$20 billion to go and build a social media platform from scratch or a media platform from scratch. What incentives, what core incentives would you start from, or fundamental axioms?
Goodness, I don't think I've got a good idea about how to set up a social media platform. I think though, like an interesting project, and I've suggested this to a few rich people, but the answer is also interesting. I suggested to a few people, why don't you try to set up a media thing that is purely optimized for just telling the truth and like verifiable facts? Because in a world where things like New York Times and whatnot have all become story creators and no one can actually trust anymore what's in any of these old institutions, because we know they just make everything up in order to fit the story. And I'm sure you guys are the same, right? We're all on WhatsApp groups and we're constantly bombarded with various things, and constantly you see like very, very smart people, sometimes with huge numbers of resources, like everyone else, just going like, is this story true? It sounds kind of crazy, but like I've done some Google searches and I can't quite figure out like if the core facts are real or not real. So it does seem to me that something that was simply trying to establish facts would be useful. But whenever I talk to people with money about it, they laugh and say there'd be basically no market for it because basically no one is interested in it anymore, which I personally don't think is true. But I think it is an interesting reflection of like where we've got to.
I don't think that's true. I mean, maybe a large percentage of the population has given up trying to sense make, or they just they can't conceptualize that the world is so deep in simulacral level 4 that they don't care about trying to find a truth, because truth doesn't exist as a concept. But I mean, the fact that we're talking about it suggests there is some kind of market for it. I think more the question is, it's just like, now we're in the age of generative AI where it's so trivially easy to create propaganda. Like maybe there are like technological steps that we can do to even just establish that like this camera, when it was recorded here on this day, was actually verifiably
like
that
crypto verifiably.
There is a project you've conceived of one in 2017, but fortunately there is actually one, TruePic it's called, where they just like establish provenance and like where it was recorded, how was it altered afterwards, and have an original file of it.
They specifically have a
Okay, Lex Friedman, I just want to quickly interrupt to say, Nigel Smith, I'm disappointed no one else has super chatted. Nigel, that's because you're simply a better person than everyone else here. And that's just how it is. That's how it's gauged. Thank you, Nigel. What an absolute what would we do without you? Total ledge. Sorry, I had to say that. This guy's going to tell us all his boring tech stuff now.
Crypto chip. We need like a crypto chip in a camera that, because what is the blockchain? It's an indelible lock.
Censorship resistant.
Censorship resistant, and it will track. You can't go back and edit it afterwards. Something like that would be at least a technological solution where you can at least know that this video was recorded on that date.
Yeah, and then at the same time, you also want to, I think, teach people to identify what is a simulation. Like, it's kind of crazy that you have, when you go on Facebook occasionally, then you see these posts that are obviously AI generated stuff with a ton of responses as if it's not AI generated stuff. Where I think some of those responses are also AIs just responding. So that's why you don't know what it even is. But then many people see the conversation and they'll probably believe it. It's, I think we definitely need to build our understanding of what makes a simulation and what is more something like truth, I think, or what is more first principle possible before you see the simulation. That would at least attack the problem of what's even real anymore. And then there's the other problem that Machiavelli would be talking about, is like needing to understand who holds the power. Also allows you to much better try to make sense of the world, right? Which is why in part you're discussing the deep state as it manifests itself in both areas as the power vector.
I think the other thing which will happen, I suspect, is that there'll be a weird kind of throwback where in-person events become more important again.
Yes.
So you've gone through a world where in-person events were everything, almost everything. Growth of mass media, 1950-ish kind of peak. Stalin can erase someone from a photo, create consensus reality for hundreds of millions of people. BBC decides X is a fact. It is. 3 big networks in the States. Kind of peaks around that time. I Love Lucy in the 1950s. I think like the most watched TV show in the history of TV in like 55 or 57 or something. Then obviously post 1990, all of this world kind of starts disintegrating because of the internet. And I think we're going to go back to a lot more in-person events as part of what will happen, both in the entertainment world but also in the political world. So crypto will become more important, but also the most old school of old school things will become more important. So I was really struck the other day, recently reading about the Napoleonic Wars. You see these people who go through these things have no real. All these peasants are picked up, washed across Europe, washed back, interviewed after 1815, have no idea what the hell was going on, right? They just picked up in some village in France, end up in Moscow, end up back here. What the fuck was that all about? No one knows.
Wow.
Fast forward to 1950, as you were saying, you then have these very super centralized technologies, incredible control of a tiny number of people setting out, this is the story. But now we're kind of back to a world which in lots of ways is more like 1815, before any of that existed, right? There's no real consensus reality, super confusing. Did that thing even happen or not? We're much more like French peasants of 1815, just fundamentally clueless as to what these big events are, or even if they're even real.
Yeah, it seems like just as a first order of business, I would just love for transparency to be increased kind of everywhere. And then you can, because like clearly the population feels that something is wrong.
Yeah.
Right. So and you've been saying that actually for a while in the past as well, that in part what Leaf came together because people just they're actually smarter about this stuff than you want.
It was an expression of these feelings. Like that's what Brexit was in lots of ways. I've watched this. I've been talking to people about this sort of stuff now since 1999. You can see a lot of these things in 2003, 2004, but the last people to see it are the people at the top of power. The last people to see a lot of these things are the people in Westminster. But if you just talk to normal people, a lot of these things were obvious many years ago. But I completely agree on the transparency front. And there's obvious, very easy ways in which a regime that wanted to could improve on that, right? Again, though, the core problem is inside Whitehall now, all pressures are for the opposite. All pressures are to cover up. I mean, we just had the most horrific, in lots of ways, example of that with the whole grooming gang, rape gang horror show of decades. But that is a very vivid demonstration of how the system is. It's not trying to have transparency so that we learn about what's going wrong. It's desperately trying to suppress information about what's gone wrong to defend itself, fundamentally, defend its own bureaucratic power, defend its budgets, and to keep the public locked out of how it operates.
Yeah, so the grooming gangs is just like, I kind of heard about it and so on, then it's but never really took it that seriously because it was like in my head, it was like, oh, it's a Tommy Robinson thing, and I've been told that Tommy Robinson is bad. And then actually in part because Elon and sort of the X sphere started talking about it more, went down the rabbit hole, and it was like, oh, this is possibly the worst thing that's happened in Britain in probably 50 plus years. How?
And that is significant. I mean, you sort of normie, at least the normie in political terms, wasn't aware of how bad it was. And people were like, why is this a big thing now? We were talking about this for ages. Why is this a thing? Some of the people even some of the lefties were like, why is it a thing now? Just because Elon Musk talks about it. They were actively annoyed that it was a thing. Whereas I still thought, no, it's still good that Musk is raising it and massively raising awareness and massively pressuring the British state into doing something more than they've done, even if it is a bit late. And it just shows there were people who generally didn't really know about it until Musk properly raised it. So there you go.
And that really only dates it to the early part of this year. I mean, what that says is she's gone all this time. Elon was talking about it, after his kind of failed New Year issue over H-1B visas, and after that went a bit sour. he then started talking about the grooming gangs, and that was kind of just the early part of the year, January, February. So that says something that, they've kind of had their heads up their backsides for that long.
Yeah. And then now he goes on to say, I think, why it was covered up, which is interesting.
The fuck? Do you think like something like that could have gone so covered up for so long? Like, I understand that the system, the system is to try and keep people happy and quiet so it can carry on doing its thing. But this seems like something that should be at odds at odds to the system's survival, because it's so abhorrent.
So I think there's a couple of things I think come together. One is leave aside the everything to do with ethnic angles and this particular case to begin with. There's a general bureaucratic thing, which is that the way in which the child protection bureaucracy in general in the country has evolved over the last few decades is towards extreme secrecy and extreme cover-ups overall. So when I was working in the Department of Education, I used to have to deal with these cases because it was tipped into the Department of Education. And there were things called serious case reviews. A serious case review would be done by social services and whatnot after some particularly horrific case with some child killed or whatever. And I would take these documents home and I'd read the redacted version and the unredacted version. And you could see that over and over again, whole paragraphs or pages were completely blanked out of the report. And when you looked at the unredacted version, you could see the bits redacted were purely because it was about the police screwed this up, social workers were warned that this would happen next week and told to send someone round and said they would, but then they never did. And then the child was killed the following week, blah, blah, blah. And when you would talk to the officials and say, why is this being redacted? They'd say it's to protect the identity of the victim and the victim's families. But it doesn't mention anything to do with that. They never mention their names are not there. It's literally nothing to do with them. It's just about why the police and social services screwed up. That's your view, Dominic. Our view is that it's necessary to protect the identity of the children.
Wow.
So you have the general phenomenon of extreme cover-ups in general on the whole subject. If you go back, there's a case called the Baby P case, absolutely horrific case in, 2007, 2008. And after that, we said in the Department of Education, the system should shift from being by default closed to by default open. So the reports on these processes basically are public. In order that you could learn, and it should shift towards an industry, like an industry which is seen generally as a gold standard for safety, which is the airline industry, right? Airline industry developed checklists. Airline industry developed an extremely effective methodology for dealing with catastrophic failure. Interesting part of the reasons why versus medicine, where fundamentally the incentives of the pilots are aligned. So why do checklists evolve? Because the pilots don't want to die. So they went along with checklists. Why do checklists not evolve in surgery? Because the patient dies while the doctor goes home and has a large scotch. As per that book, the Checklist Manifesto, which is very interesting on these things. Anyway, we said the social work industry basically is much more like surgery, i.e. lots of people die avoidably. It should shift to being like the airline industry. Incredible hate and resistance for this concept throughout the system. And once we'd gone from the Department of Education, effectively, as always with these things, a brief period of trying to change things is basically overwhelmed by the consensus of the bureaucratic interests, and the whole thing tipped back towards continued cover-ups. So that's a long way around of saying you have to realize that's the baseline that they're dealing with anyway, right? Then you layer on top of that, holy shit, in some of these places, like 1 in 50 of the Pakistani men in that town are actually involved with this. This is a political total shit show. Given that we've been telling everyone diversity is our strength and immigration is a great success story and Britain is a wonderful integration success that everyone should copy, you ally that political nightmare with the bureaucratic model of, well, we always cover this shit up. So we know how to do this. So it's kind of a completely to be expected outcome of the way that these bureaucracies have evolved over kind of 50 years.
So, I mean, do you think that because this is just so heinous, and now that they are actually doing some kind of inquiry, although I imagine you're probably going to be skeptical about whether the inquiry will actually be done well, could this be the catalyst for change? Because it is about as bad as it gets, and it intersects with the general concern that more and more increasing fractions of the country are having about uncontrolled immigration, or at least a very non-discretionary immigration policy, to put it politely. Could this be the catalyst, or are you?
So the black pill is what a lot of officials have said to me. Obviously, what will happen is just another cover-up. Like, Whitehall knows how to do this. Look at what the judge said about the blood scandal recently. That report finally came out after many years and many years. Judge basically said, well, it's obvious that Whitehall has just destroyed a whole load of documents and lied and covered it up. Actually quite successful. So we haven't been able to get the answers to a lot of questions. No coverage of that, really. The whole thing is blown away as usual by new crazy news. So a lot of people in Whitehall are extremely cynical and think that what all will happen is that they destroy vast numbers of documents and they basically all get away with it. I'm inclined to that view, depending on what happens with the political regime. So if Starmer stays, or something like Starmer stays, then that probably is what will happen. They probably will be able to cover up a lot of the details. If the political regime changes, though, it says, no, we actually want to get to the truth of this. We don't want, if you have a number 10 force that doesn't want to cover it up to keep the bureaucracy happy, but actually wants to reveal the truth, then the whole thing could work out in a different way. But
I quite often think about how there's nothing moral in our system, and there's nothing that would make people moral. There's no conventions, there's no high trust society anymore, there's no stiff upper lip, old-fashioned people, there's no aristocratic types with a sense of duty who lead soldiers into battle, but there's no Christian underpinning, or at least there's an underpinning, but it's ignored. So I often think about how, of course, in a culture with random people brought into it, and where even the majority culture has lost all spiritual and moral direction, like, why would you not cover up something like this? Why would you ever do the right thing in our system? There's nothing in our system that even tells you or encourages you to do the right thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I hate to quote, is Spider-Man or Batman,
Spider-Man.
with great power comes great responsibility. I mean, they've just completely untethered the relationship between those two things in positions of public service. Everything is about granting people the latitude and scope of bureaucratic powers without any accompanying sanctions for screwing up. As he was referring to back in the 18th century. I mean, there were consequences. I mean, it's not to say, you'd be dragged out and executed or anything like that. But, if you were in a contract with the government, you might lose that contract or you might lose your job. And we seem very reluctant today to have, the old-fashioned brutality of people saying you're sacked and you're out and that's it. And this is something that people have been sort of buffered against, partly by all the kind of rights legislation. I mean, if we're at the level of protecting people's feelings, how on earth are you going to sack people? So you're going to have to reconfigure a system where there is an active relationship between your, if you like, prestige as an agent in the system with certain executive powers and the ability of the system to punish you if you fail. I mean, that just seems completely normal to me. I don't see why that would be controversial. That would fulfill a sort of sense of natural justice, but it would also have a massive incentivizing effect on getting things right in the system. But, we seem at great pains to stop people experiencing the consequences in public service of what they do, unless we're being highly selective, of course, and we're applying it to, military personnel in controversial conflict zones who we're more than happy to, pillory at the earliest opportunity. But, in sort of most public service, as people know, it's terribly difficult to fire people. It's impossible in places like the NHS and the civil service. And so people kind of blithely just, fail upwards constantly. And this is an element of British culture which people sort of, again, this is a case of hypernormalization. People have become resigned to it. And they just kind of do that yes minister thing of, Jim Hacker kind of shakes his head at the end of the episode saying, I tried so hard to do the right thing. Yes, minister. And it's all kind of seen as a bit jolly that everything ends in a bit of a shit show, as Dominic Cummings would say. But that's the problem here. You kind of have to have a crunch point where someone says to someone else, I'm sorry, mate, you're out.
Yeah, there's no accountability anywhere. And whether it comes to crime and the lack of capital punishment, or as you say, you can't lose your job. Yeah, and as Douche says, Cummings' point is the decoupling of competence with the national interest. Good point. Let's crack on because it's still quite a long interview.
Even on the case where they managed to cover up a whole lot of it, it's still in many ways kind of hold a lot of the system below the waterline, I think, now, because millions of people now realize, A, not only did this happen, but B, clearly there's been a cross-party and cross-system attempt to keep the whole thing secret. And that extends to work across police, social work, local councils, national government, politicians, and civil servants, and much of the media. Right? Remember, most of the media ran away from covering this story. If you look at the most high-status pundits in Westminster, the vast majority of them in January 2025, this year, when Elon started putting out those tweets, the vast majority of high-status Westminster creatures said, oh yeah, Keir Starmer is right. The real story here is Elon spreading misinformation.
Right.
And how do we control the use of Twitter to spread these far-right Tommy Robinson stories? That was only 5 months ago the acceptable dinner party take in Westminster.
I wonder if they actually know, because I imagine older people have now shifted now that it is within the Overton window. Do they not remember that they behaved this way? Or?
It's polarized. So some of them have kind of edged away from it, but I think, you'd be shocked to know how many of them over on Blue Sky have just completely doubled down. Just now, the whole thing is just racism.
Oh, really?
It's like basically a trivial problem, and the whole thing is only being brought up now because racists want to make it a big deal.
Right.
And the quote really important story here, unquote, is what's the motivation of the racists? And how is social media and the tech oligarchs exploiting this for their own fascist ends? That is the actual real story, not the grooming gangs themselves.
So,
hence, of course, massive.
Didn't know Blue Sky was still going. Yeah, I mean, we saw Lucy Powell try to do that, didn't we? She tried to say, "Oh, your dog whistling and all that," and you do sometimes still see that attempt, and that attempt to say, "Oh yeah, the real problem is Elon Musk sharing it." Absolutely shocking. Let me just carry on.
Support now, another very, very big thing, I think, in favor of censorship. If you'd said even 10 years ago, Democratic presidential candidates will openly say a week before the election that the First Amendment was a historic mistake that needs to be fixed after the election, everyone would have said, including me, you're out of your mind. Like, however mad they are, they would never, even if they thought that, they wouldn't fucking say it, right? Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, both publicly say exactly that week, 10 days before the election, just openly, First Amendment, quote, historic mistake. So I think another really, really important thing that's going on, and Obama just in the last week similarly started to talk about this, is the elites fragment. One set of them are digging in on defense of the old system at all costs. And the people who are pulling in that direction simultaneously saying, logically, from their point of view, we're obviously going to have to reintroduce like 18th century style censorship, where we, the people in charge, the aristocracy of the system, are actually in charge of information, and everyone else has filtered content. That is clearly what's happening, both in America all across Europe. And if you take like kind of the normie Westminster pundit, most of them are on board for censorship.
The UK doesn't have the same type of thing like the First Amendment, right? There are some laws that restrict communications, and upon which grounds there have been like frequent and more arrests also happening. It's like the Section 127 of the Communications Act, and which actually initially when I looked into it, I saw, what they actually at the time wanted to prohibit was when it was a public good that was used. It was on on taxpayer money funded communication services. And on those, the state said, well, this is like funded from everybody, therefore you can't do certain things like indecent statements or something that could be interpreted as offensive, which is a better argument than to say on a private service like Twitter or something like this, you're also not allowed to do that, because why is the state even getting involved to the same degree on those? In any case, currently more and more people are getting arrested and then also prosecuted in the UK on it.
Well,
and it's kind of crazy to me that, I know it's slightly different, but it's still like in the current law, it still says if that for indecency, you could also simply be charged. And it's coming from the country that it was for a different case, but drove Alan Turing to suicide.
For being gay, for indecency.
Indecent behavior, who then killed himself later, of course, and for years later afterwards. And who also, for similar reasons, Oscar Wilde was also prosecuted. And it's like a country has a history of going after its, in some ways,
its heroes,
most genius people, and is now still kind of like trying to allow the application of some blob's assumption of what decent behavior is to restrict the flow of information. It seems very sad, and especially bearing in mind that like the UK feels terrible for Alan Turing, right? Like he got a posthumous pardon and is on the £50 note, etc. But still in law. I'm just saddened by it.
What are your takes on the sort of creeping desire of, it seems like, the establishment to backdoor in censorship through blasphemy laws, or at least under the guise of Islamophobia?
Yeah.
Because that one seems especially creepy to me. Is that, again, the same elites pushing for this?
Yeah, I mean, it's partly because they've convinced. So I think partly important to realize that a lot of these people mentally are in kind of San Francisco night 2020, right?
Mm.
They are operating like those arguments all won, and those arguments are truth, and everyone now has to
morality
kind of
realign
around those. Hence, partly why Starmer looks so completely confused about the current situation, because Starmer operates on that, like he was programmed in 2020, essentially. This is the new good thing, and that's your software patch.
That's when he came out the oven,
That's one part of it. Another part of it is there's a kind of these characters have a kind of hierarchy of values, and the top of their hierarchy of values probably is don't be accused of racism. That's the number one thing. So most obviously, everything to do with women and women's rights gets thrown under the bus by the system. It's just very clearly not a priority like being accused of racism is. So that's also part of the driver. It's also partly the fear that we've talked about before, that they are increasingly frightened that, correctly, that they are creating the backlash. So their boogeyman for many years has been, there's these terrible white racist nationalist type characters, and that's why we've got to do the following things. It was basically almost completely garbage, right? These characters are completely fringe, no political impact of any kind.
They definitely
exist, but it's like a tiny thing. It's like like Scientology. It exists. There are some crazy people in various crazy cults, but that's not what MI5 and MI6 and the police and whatnot should be spending their time on and focused on, right? What they're worried about is that what they've done by a combination of the collapse by the grooming gang story, the Boris wave, completely uncontrolled immigration, the insanity of the boat spectacle coming across every day on these stupid boats, all of these things coming together is they're terrified that they are in the process of creating what they most fear, which was a kind of fake thing, white nationalism, but they're actually kind of
it's on the rise.
Stitching it into reality.
No, it really is on the rise
by their own behavior. So they're kind of frightened by the consequences of their of how they themselves have operated the system for a couple of decades. And all of these kind of pushes on free speech are part of that.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the most interesting parts of the interview, that the the people in Whitehall are at some level sentient and aware of perhaps the consequential effects that they've been having, and that it is obviously, going into this feedback loop of making the problem worse for them.
Yeah, fair point. I got slightly distracted by the medical issues, but can I just say thank you to Ian for the super chat and to Sam. And you know what, Sam, you'll be fine. I've had every stomach problem under the sun. I've had a colonoscopy, I've had a sigmoidoscopy, I've had IBS since I was a teenager. I've tried to do everything on the sun. All that works in the end is relaxing a bit, eating hard, a very bland diet. But also for your particular thing, Sam, antibiotics. I can't eat any antibiotic. I can't take any antibiotics without stomach problems. Very rarely. I had one course recently that happened to not do that, but almost always happens. But once you stop taking them, it will usually clear up. It's antibiotic and it's anti-life. It attacks the flora in your gut by its nature. When you take antibiotics, you're sort of saying, well, I'm going to cure something else at the expense of some other things, which is the nature of a lot of medicine. But I'm sure you'll be okay once you stop them.
Antibiotics always screw people up. The only ones we ever use therapeutically, which a lot of people try to get from gastroenterologists, which don't cause that effect, is one called rifaximin, which is known as Targaxan. And that's what's called a gut selective or a non-absorbed antibiotic. And we often use that to have it's got a history of usage. What we do is prescribe it what you call off-label, and it will actually help clear up a lot of problems for some people. One of the problems is that people feel great while they're on it, and then then the problems can often return afterwards, in terms of indigestion, gut problems, that general sort of stuff. But rifaximin kind of nukes everything, kind of resets the bowel, and we often use it in combination with things like the probiotics. I must stress, of course, I'm not giving medical advice. I'm just telling you the sorts of things that professional gastroenterologists may discuss with you, but it isn't available on the NHS. It's only available privately, and it generally costs between £200 and £400 for a course of 14 days. So you might have to take a punt on that one. It does work for some people, quite a lot of people, but not necessarily for all. So there's always a thing with that sort of recommendation.
This has been an unexpected bonus, so thank you, Simon. Stomach problems have been a lifelong problem for me. I'm in pain every day. Every meal I eat, I'm in pain, and I just have to press on. It's probably why I'm so isolated and miserable, but it's a lot better than it used to be. But let me just say one thing. I'll delete things in the chat that might get us in trouble with the government. Words beginning with T related to words beginning with I and words beginning with R. See if you may be able to work out those words or not. But if you see your thing deleted, either YouTube's done it or I've done it, just because it's like we probably can't say that word. Anything else, Simon? Or shall I crack on?
No, that's fine. I give you best. I give you best advice, Nick. Good price for you.
All right.
Rather than actually deal with the boats, rather than tell the truth about the gangs, well, let's start having blasphemy laws and let's crack down on complaints of high-profile white people tweeting. I mean, just a week or two ago, you had the absolutely crazy spectacle of people actually being caught, convicted of burning a guy's house down and killing him inside it and getting a shorter jail time than the famous, what's her name?
Lucy Connolly. With her tweet. Yeah, no, I just saw that. She got 31 months for her admittedly it's not a nice tweet, saying like set fire, after the Southport stabbings, and she obviously believed it was an illegal immigrant who'd come over on the boats, set fire to the hotels, blah, 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 blah. Not a nice tweet, but like 31 months. Come on. It was only up for 3.5 hours, by the way. It was like I don't think that was the thing that caused the riots.
I actually heard that Lucy Connolly's getting out soon. Did you hear that?
No.
Yeah, I heard that she's getting out in weeks. It was tweeted today. I mean, it was something to do with she's done 40% of her sentence or something like that. I thought, is it like just pressure from the state? But I think she may be getting out. But of course, that was only on Twitter. I heard it, but I'm seeing it now in the London Evening Standard. Subject to conditions, she's going to be released. Let me see. Set to be free from jail within weeks, the Standard can reveal. And I believe it was, it's too many pop-ups and garbage. Well, anyway, I think she's going to get out, but not before time. Anyway.
I'm not going to disavow Lucy Connolly or make any kind of mealy-mouthed kind of, a prefatory apologia and say that, she shouldn't have said this or that. I think we have to have a bit of latitude for people having a fit of spleen. We used to just say, well, he's a bit cross. That's it. No harm done. And I don't think we need to sort of create sort of lasting legal and social liability for people who blow off in a fit of pique that's later regretted and dealt with. I think we can just pass over these things.
No, occasionally I might have said ill-advised or something just to avoid getting sent to jail or something. But when people say, and it was vile, of course the tweet was vile. It was vile. But it wasn't. You don't need to keep saying it was vile. Calm down.
The vile grooming gangs, the vile people trafficking gangs, all of that.
It's the vile trade. That's the other phrase he uses, isn't it?
The vile trade.
The vile gags. We're going to totally smash them.
It's like a Victorian phrase, isn't it?
The vile trade.
Anyway, we're nearly there. The more it goes on, the more I think I might be in love with her. It's tragic. It starts off like, oh, who's this chick? By the end,
she a would in the chat.
Yeah, chat did say would or not. I mean, I would never say something so misogynist, but
so coarse. Yes.
After 4 hours, you're like, tell you what,
and it looks good.
There's no evidence. At least you need Loctite evidence that her tweet caused that. I think to lock someone up for that period of time. But meanwhile, these two kids, there was like 3 kids went and literally burnt a guy alive in his house, and they got the same length sentence.
Yeah. Slightly lower, I think.
Yeah, it's absurd.
But you can see the oddness, right, when the riots kicked off last year, that you could actually see all over Twitter and Blue Sky a whole set of Westminster people and academics openly saying, all my life I've been against, I've always been in favor of lower sentences. We imprison too many people. I've campaigned on these things all my life and feel very strongly about it. However, today I feel no penalty is strict enough. Why is that? The reason is purely aesthetic, right? It's because the people are kind of white sunburned skin with Union Jack flags, and they're the people that Westminster thinks, I hate you. You're the people who did Brexit. You are the people that have forced Westminster to reorient how we think about all of these questions to our rage and disgust. So as soon as an opportunity comes along to say, throw them all in jail, of course, there were 30, 40 years of campaigning against prison suddenly went up in smoke in an afternoon.
It seems like one of the highest untouchable values that has been, certainly in my age growing up in the UK, was this idea of like multiculturalism is this perfect good. It is the thing that we must aspire to. You can never question. Everyone will support. And I started thinking about it more recently, and it's like, well, what is actually multiculturalism? What do you mean by that? Because are we actually talking about sort of, again, aesthetic differences, like people of different races and a nice melting pot? That's a nice time. I'm staying on Notting Hill. It's lovely. Walk down. It's people from all sorts of places, and different religions, and it works. It's like that's going well. But then you have, at the same time, that's like an aesthetic form of multiculturalism, whereas actual multiculturalism is like you're talking people from completely different cultures, value sets, religions, etc., some of which are fundamentally incompatible. For example, some of the...
I love Notting Hill, therefore we should destroy our entire culture.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say there.
Teachings of Islam are at loggerheads with the teachings of the West. And so I guess is it just like is it like a misusing of the term multiculturalism? Because the US in a way was once multicultural, right? Or it was a bunch of different Europeans from different countries coming over, but they gave up.
Lol. That's not the same thing. Yes, it was some English people and a few Dutch, yes, and Germans. That's not the same, is it? It's, oh, crikey. Really? Do we have to do this? Do we have to go? Oh, I'm too tired of this. It's just like, what are you talking about? That's not multiculturalism. That's not what anyone means by it. We're talking about third worlders in ghettos and criminal behavior. I mean, bizarre.
I think she's minimizing, yes.
Yeah, she's doing her best to just try and she's trying to still go to Burning Man. I understand.
Their different cultural identities to say we are American, we unify under this flag. And is that where the UK is going wrong? Because people aren't like, people don't have enough of a shared identity of what it means to be British. They're not with a sufficient pride.
You can so multiculturalism obviously has worked in one sense repeatedly through history, but in the form of empire. So you can see empire after empire successfully surviving for centuries whilst having multiple ethnic groups, multiple languages, multiple religions. But of course, the difference is you also have an actual ruling family in charge, and you have a regime overall which says, here are the core principles of how this operates, and you all better stick with this, or else you're for the high jump. Now we don't have empires, we have decaying liberal democracies governed by the bureaucratic class, which we've discussed, which have gone to university over the last 30 years with just like fog in their heads, with no actual idea about what the hell a country is. A country's even good. A lot of them come out of university thinking, well, maybe like borders are intrinsically evil and blah, blah, blah. So of course, if you have a set of useless characters like that in charge of a country and the spectacle of the boats and just, oh, well, we all believe in multiculturalism, don't we? Well, then that's where you have total chaos. Going back to the previous conversation about Lee Kuan Yew, he, of course, handled this whole thing very differently, right? He said from the beginning, English is the common language. Yes, you can be Muslim. Yes, you can be whatever, but here are the common rules. And I will enforce these principles with a rod of iron. And if any of you ethnic groups, religious groups, think that you can start questioning fundamentally how this place works, I'll come down on you like a ton of bricks. Again, very strong moral leadership as well as kind of political and bureaucratic control. All of those things now obviously have completely imploded in many Western countries.
That's the thing I don't like about Singapore. It's kind of, you see Burble Singh trying to do it with the Michaela School. It's a kind of mini Singapore. It's like, right, we're cracking down on every individualist, any individual characteristic, and it's all going to be one bland secularism. It's like, no, I reject that for England because I want it to be England. I don't want it to be Singapore. And even though the Michaela School gets good results and is impressive in one sense, just like Singapore is, it's like, but that's not England, soz, or Britain.
Is there a sort of breakdown of the Michaela School demographic? Because I think it is. Is it mostly ethnic minority students?
Always looks that way on the pictures, doesn't it? And she gets some criticism for that. But I think it's because it's in a city. The location, I think, is basically the reason. But yeah, it's all about, look how, I mean, Robert Toombs, I mean, obviously written these very respected historical books on England, but he was like, let's clone Catherine Burbles thing. That's what we should do. And we've got people from all these backgrounds reciting Kipling. I'm like, really? Is that your dystopian Britain that you want? It's like, I don't want that Britain. I want England back. I want my country back. I hate to say I want my country back. I hate to sound like Lee Anderson. But Cummings is, even when he's talking about here in Singapore, yeah, you can respect it in a sense. He see how excited Cummings got when he said it cracked down with like an iron hand. But it's limited, isn't it? Anyway, do you want to go on?
Yeah.
And I think also like there's a fundamental question of kind of proportions and numbers, right? If you have a country and then you say, actually, we'll let some small percentage of the people, like 1% or something, come from wherever. And those people come in and like, if they want to pray to their Hindu god or Islam or whatever every week, who cares? Doesn't really affect things. We've got a very clear, stable culture and set of rules about how it operates. It's basically unthreatening. All of that psychology collapses when you start having places that are now like 90% Indian, Pakistan, whatever, and the white people have left, and there is effective segregation in the schools. So you go to Rotherham, one of the other places that is that's like one of the epicenters for the whole nightmare grooming gang thing. uncovered basically by the British media, but you have very obvious no-go zones, completely ethnic, where if we go to the wrong place, you get your head kicked in. And you have the school segregating with a whole set of people, a whole set of white people going, oh, right, okay, well, we're out of that area now. That's gone. Once those things go past a critical mass, then you haven't got multiculturalism as described in 1975 or 1995, right?
Just like in separate countries.
You've got, you've got basically, you've got sectarian politics, and you've imported sectarian politics with all of that implies. And that's why you now have British elections where the dominant local issue is, well, I'm standing for Gaza. What the fuck has Gaza got? Like, your job is literally in charge of bins and like current local services. Your opinion on Gaza, like if anyone had said that 50 years ago, then you'd have thought, you'd have called for the psychiatric people, right? Like you made a category error. Your job is nothing to do with Gaza. But of course, it makes complete sense once you have areas of the country that have those kind of ethnic numbers, and you've imported sectarian political conflicts.
So what are some core axioms or principles that either they can be old existing ones or brand new ones that for anyone who's listening, who feels energized, and I hope someone is feeling sufficiently energized to go out and do this, either start a new party or try and rescue or create a new regime, what would be some of the what are your 3 top axioms that it should be built upon?
So I think you have to distinguish kind of 2 different levels of it. There's the level of kind of policy and what are the sort of things that you're trying to build there, and then there's the how the kind of political movement and how you deal with the state, right? So I would say, for example, one of the core things that should be central to a new political regime is actually making, as we started doing 2019, 2020, making science and technology completely central to the job of being prime minister, and making it like a fundamental top 3 priority. So it has to be built into the entire operation of how the prime minister's office works. And that has to be reflected throughout how the prime minister deals with core power and core budgets. So for me, that would be one obvious thing. And I also think that that's basically, what's going to happen in the next, what's already happening, as you can see, what's going to keep happening is states are going to bifurcate between the ones that actually can want to and can and try really hard to take science and technology seriously, and those that can't. And the second group of people are just going to be basically buying China or Chinese or American, and their actual control over their own fate is going to rapidly dissolve. So there's that kind of level of policy thing. Then there's the question of how you actually get to grips with power. There, I think the single most important thing is we have to face the shift from the 1850s onwards to permanent, large-scale, permanent bureaucracy has been a catastrophe. It's no surprise that the growth of that whole system is completely contemporaneous with Britain going from number 1 power in the world to a country that can't even deploy the Navy to stop stupid dinghies coming across the channel. So we have to ditch that, and we have to revert to the principle that Britain used to have, which is the people in charge politically, responsibility is real, not fake. Their power is real, not fake. So that when you put someone in charge of things, they are actually responsible for it, and they actually have the power to do it. The whole current system of ministers going to Parliament, pretending we have cabinet government when the cabinet meetings themselves are completely fake, and the real power is taken in the cabinet office by a set of officials whose names never appear in the paper, that whole thing has to completely end. Mm-hmm. So you have to have a system that comes in and says, right, we are actually now in charge. You guys are all fired. The cabinet office is abolished. The prime minister is now actually in charge of number 10, not a whole set of PPE officials in 50 meters away in the cabinet office. That is core to, and you're not going to get any of the policy changes unless you actually have a political regime where the government controls the government. So that's the second thing. In terms of building it, I think the most important thing is obviously people, right? And again, the lesson of Lee Kuan Yew is central. He articulated the lesson that you see repeatedly in history, which is if you really want to do this, you have to make great people the center of things. Yes, systems are critical. Yes, you have to build institutions. But if you don't value great people, then the institutions that you build will not be great themselves. And the reason why the institutions of Singapore work so well is not just because he designed good institutions, it's also because, as he says repeatedly, he himself, as leader of the country, made talent acquisition a core part of his job day in, day out, for decade after decade. Now, again, anyone who's worked in the startup world, anyone who's built something successfully at scale themselves in the world knows that that is fundamentally true. Everybody at the top of these organizations has to make talent acquisition core to their job. Everyone knows that. But in politics, we've shifted to this world where the leaders don't do that and actually have made a virtue of not having anything to do with that. And that whole system is dealt with by the officials somewhere else. So again, you combine, connected to all of this is the leader and the new political regime have to have at the heart of it. How you explain this to the public is tricky, but the actual truth has to be, we are replacing one set of rotten failed elites with a new set of elites. We are in the business of elite replacement. That means we're in the business of talent acquisition. We are competing for Elon and Patrick Collison and everyone else for the best people in the world to come and work for us. So that's my sort of overall approach to it, I think.
And while we have malfunctioning Western governments, I wonder what your approach on, like, is there any regulation that can even be good? In particular, a lot has been discussed from Silicon Valley's side around like the dangers of regulatory capture, and obviously that happens.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, and Bill Gurley gave this talk. I don't know if you've seen it, 2,851 miles, where he talks about
yeah,
which is a
we're
great
like
talk.
thousands of miles away from DC,
Exactly.
and that's one of the reasons why the valley is as wonderful as it is.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
so it's a
Long
great
may-
talk,
long may
and
it continue, yeah.
and I agree with many things, but I think it makes the error of then assuming that therefore all regulation is bad, which of course is also not the case. Like some regulation is actually hurtful to the incumbent, in particular when it's about taxation or disclosure of information. And I wonder, it may be the case that biotechnologies, bioengineering will require regulation, like, for example, forbidding gain-of-function research, right? That's one of those. It may be the case that around AI, more transparency by the labs about like what's on the system card, how are you biasing even like the outputs, right? Like that's an obvious one that many would agree with. And then similar, maybe a bit more testing, etc. Do you see regulation as, I have two questions here. One is kind of like a failed thing to try to do while the government is in this very poor situation? And two, what was your internal experience while in the government about how often it was capture that was being attempted versus actually something sensible?
So I'm sympathetic with the view that a regime which responds to COVID the way it did, and a regime which even after COVID couldn't close down gain-of-function research, and a regime which allowed these crazy, still largely unexplained Chinese biolabs operating inside of continental America without a proper investigation. If you let a regime like that try and come up with new regulations on something like AI, which is like 1,000 times more complicated, it's almost definitely going to go wrong. Both in the sense of just the regulations themselves will be stupid, but also in the sense that all the normal problems of regulation are almost bound to come, i.e. powerful players will game the DC system for their own ends. Therefore, the bias should be, as in general in Anglo-American system, towards competition and openness rather than rushing to regulatory solutions. I think it's a general bias. I think bio stuff is probably the most obvious case where it ought to be, like, if we can muster any sanity remaining in our civilization, then trying to regulate various things on bio and trying to take seriously what people like George Church and Kevin Esfelt and whatnot are warning us about democratization of biological engineering seems to me like just the most central thing. I also think it's something that, for obvious reasons, has the greatest chance of being able to make progress internationally. Because Putin and the KGB and Xi and Chinese army and Intel and everyone also don't want a lot of these nightmares spinning out of their control. And there is obviously a kind of community of interest. One of the worst things that I think that's happened geopolitically in the last few years is we've found ourselves, because of the insane Ukraine war, in a situation where there is less contact between NATO and Russia now than there was with Stalin, who killed many, 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 many millions of people, right? Stalin was Stalin, yet we still developed contacts with that regime because we knew that we had to, because we were moving into a nuclear age. The fact that people all over the system say that we've had less contact now than we ever have done is obviously just beyond stupid and irrational. But if there's one thing that could potentially turn that round, and arguably the issue to try and turn around on, I think would be bioregulation and international agreements on some of this stuff.
I'm somewhat surprised you're not pointing also at AI there as an option.
Yeah, so I think, well, I increasingly think these things are going to merge, right? And like how you, so my best idea,
I mean, yeah,
in terms of as a democratizing force, you mean, like of power.
So
and risk.
Merge in the sense of the risks of bio are increasingly going to merge with AI, both because the bad actors will be using AI to enhance their evil intentions, and we, in terms of trying to defend against it, are increasingly going to be using AI in order to try and spot what they're doing and then defeat it. So the two things are going to become increasingly entangled in terms of like operationally and legally and politically, I think.
Though the regulation that would be agreed on is actually, again, I would point at transparency for both to just much more strongly occur. I wanted to note on the capture side, like I think that it's also happens to be convenient to believe that all regulation is bad if one was to be placed in Silicon Valley. Though I am also in agreement that, I wouldn't want the current political apparatus to come up with anything. I'd rather like nearly that most things wouldn't be done. But it is interesting to note that a lot of the kind of opposition to regulation also came right after Sam Altman spoke in Congress in like 2023 and asked for the Congress to regulate, and he was overtly very in favor of. But I think he just outplayed most people, as he usually does, because behind the scenes then, OpenAI has opposed any regulation that has since come onto their desks, and they've lobbied against it. So he's, again, now he got also the powers that are against him to work in his favor, because he was actually against it.
But I think that whole episode, in a way, right? I mean, we all know some of the key players in this drama over the last couple of decades and how this has all been playing out. Part of what's happened is that one set of players think that Sam and others, as a set of players, have tried to basically capture the regulatory system and use it for their own ends in terms of strengthening their own companies and dishing their competitors, the oldest player in the book in technology and regulatory circles.
But wouldn't the better play be to not capture the regulatory system, but instead, kind of as you say, to go into the deep state apparatus and entrench yourself and your work within that?
Well, I think there's lots of people in the Valley doing that, and
that's my point.
I think that's happening, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's already happened. It's happening, and it will deepen. And to some extent, that's inevitable. I mean, the most obvious way it's inevitable is that as these companies and the technology collides more and more with power, they are already every month coming more into contact with the intelligence services. it is obviously the case that if you're OpenAI or if you're Demis and Google, you can have all kinds of great fancy cybersecurity stuff, and they'll obviously have the best that you can buy. But there are a whole set of things that punchy intelligence services can do to you, which you can't defend against yourself without state help. So what's going to happen, I'm sure, is some kind of deal whereby the 3 labs in the first place, but others as well, basically do a deal whereby, okay, the deep state helps us with counter intel and with vetting of various kinds, so that I know if you're Sam or you're Demis, you don't want your head of security to be done in by the Chinese intelligence by, say, blackmailing their sister, and then you go round all the security, right? The kind of things which intelligence services can do, but their competitors commercially can't. I think what will happen is they end up doing deals whereby the labs get protection from the agencies, and then in return, they give the agencies versions of the models, insight into what the models are doing, blah, 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 blah. That could develop in quite a healthy, sensible way. Could also, of course, develop in a super bad way.
Well, unfortunately, we are out of time. I do want to end on the thing that we always end on, which is rapid fire predictions. I'm sure you've done this many times in your life. Basically, whatever the first number that pops into your head, I'm going to throw a formal prediction at you. And it's
a number, like a date?
Yes, no, like a percentage.
Okay.
It'll be a probability.
Okay.
Either a confidence level or a probability that a thing will happen. First number that pops into your head. Okay. Probability there'll be a new prime minister before 2029.
Before 29? Mm-hmm. 40%.
That Farage will win the next general election.
50%.
That Starmer will win it.
50%.
That the UK builds a new nuclear power plant that's operational by 2035.
10%.
That we rejoin the EU by 2040.
5%.
That AI causes unemployment over 25% in the UK by 2040.
20%.
That the BBC loses its license fee funding model by 2030.
2030?
Yeah.
Low, 5%.
That the UK abolishes the House of Lords by 2040.
10%.
That some portion of the UK is under Sharia law by 2035.
Already is.
Mm-hmm.
That any European nation will be under Sharia law by 2040.
I mean, locally,
yeah,
or like a whole state.
A whole state.
10%.
That COVID was a lab leak.
95%.
Epstein killed himself.
Never followed that case, so probably killed himself, like 70%.
That aliens above human level are already in existence in the galaxy.
In the galaxy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
80%.
Big aliens guy, Dom. Didn't see that one coming.
And that they've already visited us.
1%. Less than 1%.
But they haven't visited.
Percent likelihood of AGI by 2027.
I mean, hard to define, but like,
right.
did Dennis, Sam, and Dario say that it's happened by 27?
No.
The kind of classic definition of Shane, like that it will be able to do most economically relevant tasks at or better than human capability.
50%.
And by 2035?
95%.
Okay, so that kind of answers then my. I've instead of the P doom, I like asking the other side of it. What's your P normal, i.e., that the world will roughly continue growing at the same pace, and that a certain year will just be that in the year 2035 we will have experienced about just a bit more change from 25 to 35 than from 2015 to 25. What's your probability that P normal 2035 will exist?
I didn't understand that very well, but
then we'll skip it.
Like, spiritually, my answer is, I think lots more chaos is coming. Like, the building chaos is not going to suddenly stop now. It's gonna seem radically more tempestuous from now for the next 10 years than even the last 10 years has felt like.
Well, let's hope we can find ways to stem that chaos, or at least build something beautiful and win-win out of the ashes. Dom, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's been great.
Thank you. Let's do it again sometime.
All right. We made it. Looks like we made it. Sorry. Steve says this has been really good so far. Cheers, Nick. Steve, you think so far? Like we're just getting started. Like it's 4.5 hours. Like it's been good so far, but let's see what you got in the next 4.5 hours. Yeah, that was long. Someone saying that was a stint. I thought I was gonna do like 2 hours and eat a pizza, but
we were being humane by letting it run without interrupting towards the end there, I think.
Exactly. We should have done 2 parts. I just didn't think it would quite warrant a second part. But therefore, why does it warrant a 4.5 hour stream? It doesn't quite make sense.
It's a tricky one almost, because he was always too relaxed and he was flirting with the woman, I think, a lot as well.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah, well, exactly. There you go. You know, I think, you know, there were interesting bits in it, but overall, it wasn't one of the most interesting interviews he did. He has done a few more, but I think the key sort of takeaways is that he's got certainly strong ideas about the first day actions of coming into government, you know, and making, you know, these rewirings that need to happen. And he's talked in previous interviews about the fact that, you know, most UK prime ministers don't realise they have an unacknowledged level of power that they could exercise if they but chose. And this is what, you know, he alerted Boris to, and of course Boris just did not have the will to power to do anything with those. And he feels that under our particular arrangement, you know, he's actually, the UK prime minister's got more, you know, scope for action than has the US president. So there's a thing to reflect on there, that if, you know, Farage is going to get in, or if, you know, Lowe has aspirations to power, they should be consulting with him about, what are those things that we can actually take charge of pretty briskly in order to kind of gut the system and get it working with the inputs that we want. Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for your insights, Simon. And Steve P saying good quick fire questions. So yeah, the whole thing should have been a bit more quick fire, I'm thinking, because those bits were good actually. Some of the, I mean, the percentage on a European country being Sharia by 2040 was disturbingly high, but I think it was only 10%, wasn't it? But it's still the idea of that. Very interesting moments, but not as good as the speech we did. We did a stream on the Cummings Pharaohs Foundation. Maybe I'll do every Cummings interview. We'll just like compare them. Or we might do something else. I was thinking about doing the old Tolkien interview, which is a kind of whimsical, fun one. And it feels actually like a good thing to do on a Saturday night. But let me know when I should do these streams. Apparently the key is to keep them, you know, consistent at the same time. As I've said, I wanted to do Friday, but now I'm at Lotus Eaters until 7 something. And it's a long day. So maybe and Wednesday's out, Tuesday's out. So I think Saturday's pretty decent. What do you think, Simon? I'm absolutely up for them if you want to do any more. And again, you sort of have to. I mean, that was quite a long interview. You know, that was 2 hours 20. I mean, you know, you always have to add on for pauses and stops and things. You know, that it's going to drag it out a bit more. But also, it's sort of going to be fairly judicious about the material. You know, and sort of, you know, get something that's a surefire winner. I thought about going really slop and doing like Tucker and Candice, but they might, either of them can zap you. Well, that was Tucker's interview. He could zap you for copyright. I wanted to do that Candice Fuentes one, but she was zapping people and getting them taken out for 90 days from streaming. And then, you know, things like that. There was another one I was thinking, and I keep thinking, will they zap you? So I need to know more about the copyright strikes and stuff. But I'll try and do them on a Saturday night. You can do them if you're free, Simon. And obviously, thanks very much to Ian and Sam, and of course, mainly Nigel for his unbelievable super chat, which will keep these going because it'll let us buy, you know, a few biscuits. Don't know why I said biscuits. Whatever Simon likes, and I mean, it's and hopefully I'll also do a headliners stream people have wanted, but Leo's internet wasn't good enough. He told me, which is amazing given he's like virtually a YouTuber now, but he's just moved and apparently his internet is about to get much better. So I've been hoping to do a version of headliners with me and Leo and Simon and Paul, but they always have lame excuses. But hopefully we'll do it, and we'll do more with Simon on a range of esoteric topics, no doubt. We'll do a gastroenterology AMA. You can ask me anything about guts and bottoms and all those sorts of things. Yeah, well, it's one of my expert topics, having a lifetime of IBS. I don't talk about it much. I don't like to talk about my problems. And Sam's saying Saturday's good for me. Okay, well, cool. Well, hopefully we'll come back. Tolkien maybe is a good one to do. Any other ones, Simon? I thought about going. I had an idea. Actually, I won't even say it's too good, and I think someone will steal it. But do you have any ideas? I don't, but I mean, I think it does tend to be the sort of topical. There's always kind of a good stream of the week. I mean, especially if things come up that Stephen Edgington does. I think he's always, really, really interesting, and he picks interesting people to interview, and he sort of tackles them in a sort of fairly robust way. But it just may be something, of the moment, the current thing, to coin a phrase.
Yeah, I think that Medi stream would have been good, but I couldn't figure out if they were zapping people either. That Medi versus 20 right wingers, that's the kind of thing we should be doing.
Yeah.
Although that is pure slop, but I mean,
yeah.
But we make slop non-slop with our highbrow interjections.
We gild the slop.
Well, no one can say we haven't changed this. What is you have to significantly change the material?
Transformative content, yeah.
So you don't get sued or you don't get zapped for copyright. Yeah, I was thinking that the other day when we did the Adam Curtis and we paused it like 80 times before like 30 seconds. I was like, we've definitely transformed the heck out of this material.
I mean, that's a nearly 3-hour documentary. We've only got 20 minutes in. I mean, you can imagine how long it's going to go for. I mean, you're welcome to, you don't have to, come into all of them if you feel it's going to be a bit arduous. But yeah, I mean, these things do get, review streams do get nicer. But again, I've got nothing to do on a Saturday night. I'm not in high demand these days.
Well, I get offers, but I reject them because I'm a loner. But
exactly.
I'll try and come back on that, Sam. Yeah, the thing with the Wednesday is I do my other podcast straight after, and it means I have to cancel my gym. I had a set time that I was going working with this guy. Sounds ridiculous. Now I've got no money. Now I'm sacked. I'll probably have to stop doing that anyway. But I did have a routine. I had to cancel that, and I keep having to cancel it. But I was happy to do that and rearrange my life for you and Nima. So maybe we can keep doing it as long as people like my contributions, because they're not as knowledgeable as yours on Adam Curtis. But
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. What we're interested in is impressions, that people have of the stuff, the issues he's talking about, the ideas he's talking about. It doesn't really require sort of deep dive research. I mean, I just bring stuff to augment the stream with in that sense. But actually, it's interesting to just see what people make of the material. And as you say, it could be any material that we pick up on and do reviews on. It's just a worthy thing to have live stream content, I think.
All right. Well, we'll do more of those. So check out those on Academic Agents channel on a Wednesday or whenever you want to watch them, which is it's called The Deepest Law, and it's on Academic Agent. Check out Simon Roberts on Twitter.
That's me, at Simon__Roberts. And thank you very much for having me.
No worries. And obviously go to nickdixon.net if you really like my stuff. It's a mere about the price of a super chat, but for a month of content for that. It's only, and if you subscribe for the year, it's like £4 something a month. It's very good value. So go to nickdixon.net if you like this kind of thing. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you very soon. Thank you to Simon, and goodbye.
Good night.